Maurice Merleau-Ponty. Signs. Gallimard. Born in Rochefort in 1908, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, former student of the École Normale Supérieure, Associate Professor of Philosophy, Doctor of Letters in 1945, Professor at the Sorbonne, then at the Collège de France after 1952, died in 1961. He been a member of the steering committee of Les Temps Modernes since their founding. He placed his work within the current of the phenomenological movement, which he defined as a transcendental philosophy which suspends in order to understand them the affirmations of the natural attitude in order to directly describe our experience as it is, and in which the world is always already there before reflection, like an inalienable presence, and whose entire effort is to rediscover this naive contact with the world to finally give it a philosophical status. Of his research, he said, "It is in the test that I make of an exploring body dedicated to things and to the world, of a sensitive which invests me even in the most individual of myself and immediately attracts quality to space, from space to the thing and from the thing to the horizon of things, that is to say to a world already there, that my relationship with being is established." Maurice Merleau-Ponty is notably the author of Phenomenology of Perception, Sense and Nonsense, Humanism and Terror, The Eye and the Mind and the Visible and the Invisible. Preface. Between the philosophical essays and the occasional remarks, almost all political, which make up this volume, what a difference at first glance, what a disparate effect. In philosophy, the path can be difficult, we are sure that each step makes others possible. In politics, we have the overwhelming impression of a breakthrough always to be made. We are not even talking about coincidences and the unexpected, the reader will find here some errors in prognosis, frankly, he will find less than he feared. The case is much more serious, it is as if a malignant mechanism concealed the event at the moment when it has just shown its face, as if history exerted a censorship on the dramas of which it is made, as if it liked to hide, only opened up to the truth in brief moments of dismay, and, the rest of the time, did his best to thwart exceedings, to bring back the formulas and roles of the repertoire, and to us to persuade in short that nothing is happening. Maurice said that he had known the obvious in politics, but never in pure philosophy. This is because he only looked at bygone history, and dreamed of a philosophy that was also established. If we take them in the process of being made, we will see that philosophy finds its surest evidence in the moment of the beginning and that history in its nascent state is a dream or a nightmare. When he happens to ask a question, when the accumulated anxieties and anger have finally taken an identifiable form in human space, we imagine that after that nothing can ever be the same again. But if there are total questions, the answer, in its positivity, cannot be. It is rather the question that wears itself out, a state without question that arises, like a passion one day stops, destroyed by its own duration. This country, bled by a war or a revolution, is suddenly intact, whole. The dead are complicit in appeasement, it is only by living that they could recreate the lack and the need for them which are fading. Conservative historians take Dreyfus's innocence as self-evident, and remain conservative nonetheless. Dreyfus is not avenged, not even rehabilitated. His innocence, which has become commonplace, is worth little compared to his shame. It is not recorded in history in the sense that it was stolen from him, or that it was claimed by its defenders. From those who have lost everything, history still takes away, and it still gives to those who have taken everything. Because the prescription, which covers everything, exonerates the unjust and dismisses the victims. History never confesses. To be well known, all this is no less striking each time we encounter it. The great business of the times will be to reconcile the old world and the other. Perhaps, faced with this problem, the USSR and are his yesterday's adversaries on the same side, that of the old world. The fact remains that the end of the Cold War is being proclaimed. In peaceful competition, the West can hardly figure if it does not invent democratic regulation of the economy. In fact, it is in extraordinary disorder that industrial society develops here. Capitalism grows giant branches at random, places the economy of a nation at the mercy of a dominant industry which clogs its roads and cities, destroys the classic forms of human settlement. At all scales, immense problems appear. It is not only techniques that need to be found, but political forms, motives, a spirit, reasons for living. It is then that an army long isolated from the world in the colonial war, and which learned the social struggle there, falls with all its weight on the state on which it is supposed to depend and causes the ideology of the Cold War to flow back into a time which was going to be freed from it. Someone who knew how, 20 years ago, to judge the elites now believes he is building lasting power by isolating himself at the top of the state, and does not deliver him from the harassment of assembly only to expose it to factions. He who said that we cannot replace a people, he separates national ambition and what he calls the standard of living, as if no mature nation could accept these dilemmas, as if the economy in real society could ever be subordinate to the way of commissariat in the artificial society of the army, as if the bread and wine and work were in themselves less serious things, less holy things than history books. This stationary and provincial history, one might perhaps say, is that of France. But is the world facing more frankly the questions it faces? Because they risk blurring the boundaries of communism and capitalism, the Church does its best to stifle them, takes up its forgotten prohibitions, once again condemns socialism, if not democracy, tries to reoccupy the positions of the state religion, represses everywhere, and first of all in its own ranks, the spirit of inquiry and confidence in the truth. As for communist politics, we know how many filters the air of de-Stalinization had to pass through before reaching Paris or Rome. After so many disavowals of revisionism, and especially after Budapest, it takes good eyes to see that Soviet society is moving into another era, that it is liquidating, with Stalinism, the spirit of social war and is moving towards new forms of power. This is officially called the transition to the next phase of communism. Does the prognosis of a spontaneous evolution towards world communism cover invariable designs of domination, or is it only a decent way of saying that we give up forcing the way? Or do we stand between the two lines, ready to fall back in case of danger on the old one? The question of endings is not the real question, nor that of the mask and the face. Perhaps concerted designs count less than human reality and the movement of the whole. Perhaps the USSR has several faces and there is ambiguity in things. We must therefore welcome as progress towards clarity the entry, with Khrushchev, of black humor and warm peace on the international theater. If humor is, as Freud says, the gentleness of the superego, this is perhaps the maximum relaxation that the superego of history tolerates. What is the point of having been right yesterday against Stalinism, today against Algiers? What is the point of patiently untying the false knots of communism and anti-communism, and putting in black and white what both know better than us, if these truths of tomorrow do not exempt a young man today from the adventures of fascism and communism, if they are sterile as long as they are not said in a political manner, in this language which says without saying, which touches in everyone the springs of anger and hope, and which will never be the prose of truth. Isn't it an incredible misunderstanding if all or almost all philosophers thought they were obliged to have a policy, when it relates to the use of life and eludes understanding? The policy of philosophers is the one that no one does. So is this a policy? Aren't there many things they could more safely talk about? And when they outline wise perspectives, about which the interested parties do not want to know anything, do they not simply admit that they do not know what it is about? Asterisk. These reflections are latent almost everywhere. We can sense them among readers and writers who are or were Marxists and who, divided on everything else, seem to agree in noting the separation of philosophy and politics. They tried more than anyone to live on both levels together. Their experience dominates the question, and it is through this that it should be reconsidered. One thing is certain first of all, that there has been a political mania among philosophers which has produced neither good politics nor good philosophy. Because, as we know, politics is the modern tragedy, we expected the outcome from it. Under the pretext that all human questions are found there, all political anger became holy anger, and reading the newspaper, as Hegel once said in his youth, the philosophical morning prayer. Marxism found in history all the abstract dramas of being and nothingness. It had placed there an immense metaphysical charge, with reason, since it thought of the framework, of the architectonics of history, of the insertion of matter and spirit, of man and nature, of existence and consciousness, of which philosophy only gives the algebra or diagram. Total recovery of human origins in a new future, revolutionary politics passed through this metaphysical center. But in the recent period, it is to purely tactical politics, a discontinuous series of actions and episodes with no future, that we link all forms of the mind and of life. Instead of uniting their virtues, philosophy and politics therefore exchanged their vices. We had a cunning practice and a superstitious thought. About a vote of the parliamentary group or a drawing by Picasso, what hours, what arguments consumed, as if universal history, revolution, dialectic, negativity were really present in these meager forms. In fact, deprived of any contact with knowledge, technology, art, changes in the economy, the great historical philosophical concepts were bloodless, and, except among the best, political rigorism gave the hand to laziness, incuriosity, improvisation. If this were the marriage of philosophy and politics, one would think that the divorce should be welcomed. Marxist writers have broken with all that and are resuming their role. What could be better? However, there is a bad break in philosophy and politics which saves nothing, and which leaves them to their misery. Listening to these writers, we sometimes feel a sense of unease. Sometimes they say that they remain Marxists on essential points, without really specifying which ones, or how one can be Marxist on certain points, even if it means smiling among themselves at the confusion where Marxists, Marxians, and Marxologists rub shoulders, and sometimes at on the contrary, a new doctrine is needed, almost a new system, but they hardly risk going beyond a few borrowings from Heraclitus, Heidegger, Sartre. The two shynesses understand each other. It is in Marxism that, for years, they have practiced philosophy. When they discovered the young Marx, went back to the Hegelian source, went back from there to Lenin, they many times encountered the abstract formula of their future drama. They know that one can find in this tradition all the weapons of an opposition or several, and it is natural that they always feel Marxist. But since it is also Marxism which has long provided them with their all-in-all reasons for remaining communists and renewing communism's privilege as interpreter of history, we understand that, returning to the things themselves, they want to remove all intermediaries and demand a brand new doctrine. Staying true to what we were, starting everything from the beginning, each of these two tasks is immense. To say precisely how we remain Marxist, we would have to say where the essence of Marx is and when it was lost, at what bifurcation we settle on the genealogical tree, if we want to be a new branch, a new master branch, or if we think of joining the axis of growth of the trunk, or if finally we reintegrate Marx entirely into an older and more recent thought of which he would only be a transitional form. In short, it would be necessary redefine the relationships of the young Marx with Marx, of both with Hegel, of this entire tradition with Lenin, of Lenin with Stalin and even with Khrushchev, and finally the relationships of Hegelo-Marxism with what preceded and what followed it. Excessive work, of which all the writings of Lukács together are the very reluctant outline, which tempted them in the times of the party, because it was the only way then to do philosophy without seeming too much like it, and which, now that they are no longer there, must seem overwhelming and insignificant to them. They therefore turn to science, to art, to research without party. But what dismay if we can no longer rely on the almost centuries-old background of Marxism, if we must try under our own responsibility, without equipment, completely naked, and moreover in the awkward proximity of those who do not have never done anything else, and that we once, rather than discussed, sent. We therefore remain undecided between the demand for fidelity and that of rupture, and we completely accept neither. We sometimes write as if there had never been Marxism. For example, we treat history according to the formalism of game theory. But, moreover, we keep Marxism in reserve, we avoid any revision. In fact, a revision is underway, but we hide it from ourselves, we disguise it as a return to the sources. Because after all, it is said, what failed with orthodoxy was dogmatism, philosophy. True Marxism was not one of them, and we stick to this Marxism, which moreover includes everything, both Stalinism and anti-Stalinism, and the entire life of the world. One day perhaps, after incredible detours, the proletariat will regain its role as a universal class and will take charge of this universal Marxist critique which is for the moment without historical bearer or impact. Thus we postpone the Marxist identity of thought and action that the present calls into question. The call to an indefinite future preserves the doctrine as a way of thinking and a point of honor at the moment when it is in difficulty as a way of living. Which is exactly, according to Marx, the vice of philosophy. But who would suspect it, since, at the same time, it is philosophy that is being taken as the scapegoat. Non-philosophy, which Marx taught for the benefit of revolutionary praxis, is now sheltered from uncertainty. These writers know better than anyone that the Marxist connection between philosophy and politics has been broken. But they act as if it remained in principle, in a future, that is to say imaginary, world, what Marx had said it was, philosophy both realized and destroyed in history, the negation which saves, the destruction that accomplishes. This metaphysical operation did not take place, this is even why these writers left communism, which realized so little the abstract values that it destroyed to begin with its own. They are not sure it will ever happen. Whereupon, instead of examining its philosophical background, they transform it, audacity and resolution, into reverie, into hope. A consolation which is not innocent, because it closes the debate open within them and around them, it stifles questions which are necessary, firstly, that of knowing whether there is an operation of destruction realization, notably a realization of thought which makes it superfluous as an independent instance, or if this diagram does not imply an absolute positivity of nature, an absolute negativity of history or antithesis, which Marx believed he observed in the things around him, but which are perhaps only a certain philosophy, and cannot be accepted from re-examination. Then that of knowing if this no which is a yes, philosophical formula of the revolution, does not justify a practice of unlimited authority, the devices which play the historical role of the negative being thereby elevated above any assignable criterion and no contradiction, even that of Budapest, is legally opposable to them. It is this set of questions about Marxist ontology that is sidestepped if we immediately validate Marxism as truth for later. They have always provided the pathos and deep life of Marxism, it was the trial or test of creative negation, of realization destruction, by forgetting them, we disavow it as a revolution. In any case, if we grant without debate its claim of not being a philosophy, of being the expression of a single great historical fact, since moreover we note that there is currently no proletarian movement on a world scale, we put it in a position of inactivity and we define ourselves as honorary Marxists. If the divorce of philosophy and politics is pronounced solely due to the faults of philosophy, it will be a failed divorce. Because you can miss a divorce, as well as a marriage. We do not assume any pre-established thesis here. In particular we do not confuse Marxism and communism before the tribunal of philosophy as absolute knowledge, under the pretext that they exclude one and the other. The difference is clear between the Marxist rule of not destroying philosophy without realizing it, and the Stalinist practice which simply destroys it. We are not even insinuating that this rule inevitably degenerates in this practice. We say that with the events of recent years Marxism has decidedly entered a new phase in its history, where it can inspire, guide analyses, retain a serious heuristic value, but where it is certainly no longer true in the sense where it believed itself to be true, and that recent experience, installing it in an order of second truth, gives Marxists a new base and almost a new method which makes formal warnings futile. When we ask them, and when they wonder, if they are still Marxists, to this bad question, there are only bad answers, not only because, as we said above, A precise answer would suppose complete and immense work of putting it into perspective, but because, even if done, this work could not conclude with any simple answer, because, as soon as it arises, this question excludes yes and no. It would be foolish to imagine recent events as one of those crucial experiments which, despite a persistent legend, do not exist even in physics, and after which one could conclude that the theory is verified or refuted. It is incredible that the question is posed in these rudimentary terms, as if true and false were the only two modes of intellectual existence. Even in the sciences, an outdated theoretical set can be reintegrated into the language of those who exceed it, it remains meaningful, it retains its truth. When it comes to the whole internal history of Marxism, and its relationship with pre- and post-Marxist philosophy and history, we know well now that the conclusion can never be one of those platitudes that we hear too often, that it is still valid or that it is belied by the facts. Behind Marxist statements, whether verified or denied, there is always Marxism as a matrix of intellectual and historical experiences, which can always, by means of a few auxiliary hypotheses, be saved from failure, just as it can always be maintained that it is not validated and blocked by success. The doctrine for a century has inspired so many theoretical and practical enterprises, has been the laboratory of so many successful or failed experiments, has been for its very adversaries, the stimulus of so many responses, of obsessions, of counter-doctrines so profoundly significant, that after that it is simply barbaric to speak of refutation as well as of verification. Even if there are errors in the fundamental formulas of Marxism, in its ontology that we were talking about earlier, they are not those that we can simply cross out or forget. Even if there is no pure negation which is a yes, or which is absolute negation of itself, the error here is not the simple opposite of the truth, it is rather a truth missed. There is an internal relationship between positive and negative, this is what Marx had in mind, even if he made the mistake of constraining it to the object-subject dichotomy. It operates in entire pieces of his work, it opens new dimensions to his historical analysis and ensures that they can cease to be conclusive in the sense that Marx understood it without ceasing to be sources of meaning and reinterpretable. Marx's theses can remain true as the Pythagorean theorem is true, no longer in the sense in which it was for the one who invented it, as an identical truth and property of space itself, but as a property of a certain model of space among other possible spaces. The history of thought does not pronounce summarily, this is true, that is false. Like any story, it has hidden decisions, it diffuses or embalms certain doctrines, transforms them into messages or museum pieces. There are others that, on the contrary, it keeps in activity, not that there is some miraculous adequacy or correspondence between them and an invariable reality, this punctual or fleshless truth is neither sufficient nor even necessary. For a doctrine to be great, but because they remain speaking beyond the statements, the propositions, obligatory intermediaries if we want to go further. These are the classics. We recognize them by the fact that no one takes them literally, and yet new facts are never absolutely outside their competence, that they draw new echoes from them, that they reveal new reliefs within them. We say that the re-examination of Marx would be the meditation of a classic and that it cannot end with nihil obstat nor with blacklisting. Are you or are you not a Cartesian? The question does not make much sense, since those who reject this or that in Descartes only do so for reasons which owe a lot to Descartes. We say that Marx is moving to this second truth. And we say this in the sole name of recent experience, notably that of Marxist writers. Because finally when they came, communists for a long time, to leave the party or to allow themselves to be excluded from it, did they do so as Marxists or as non-Marxists? By doing so, they precisely signified that the dilemma was verbal, that it was necessary to go beyond it, that no doctrine could prevail against things, nor transform the repression of Budapest into a victory for the proletariat. They did not break with orthodoxy in the name of freedom of conscience and philosophical idealism, but because it had caused a proletariat to wither to the point of revolt and criticism of weapons, and with it the life of its unions and its economy, and with it the internal truth and the life of science, of art. So they broke as Marxists. And yet, by breaking, they transgressed the rule, also Marxist, which states that at every moment there is a camp of the proletariat and a camp of its adversaries, that any initiative is assessed in relation to this fissure in history. And that we must in no case play into the hands of the adversary. They are not mistaken and do not deceive us when they say today that they remain Marxists, but on condition of adding that their Marxism is no longer identified with any apparatus, that it is a view of history and not the actual movement of history, in short, that it is a philosophy. As they broke, they, in anger or despair, anticipated or joined one of the silent promotions of history, and it was they after all who made Marx a classic or a philosopher. They were told, any initiative, any political or non-political research is assessed according to the political implications, the political line according to the interest of the party, and the interest of the party according to the views of the leaders, in the final analysis. They rejected these chain reductions of all instances, of all criteria to a single one. They affirmed that the movement of history takes place by other means, on other rhythms at the level of political organization and in the proletariat, and in the unions, and in art and in science, that there is more than one center of history, or more than one dimension, more than one plane of reference, more than one source of meaning. They rejected their a certain idea of being object, and of identity and difference. Adopted that of a coherent being with several foci or several dimensions. And they say they are not philosophers? We resume, you are talking about Marxism, but are you talking about it from the inside or from the outside? The question no longer has much meaning at the moment when Marxism perhaps breaks out, or in any case opens up. We talk about it from the inside when we can, and from the outside when there is no longer any way. And who does better? Are we outside, are we inside when we carry out towards him the famous overcoming from within that he recommended towards all doctrines? We are already outside as soon as, instead of repeating things said, we try to understand ourselves and existing things through them. The question of whether one is one or not only arises with regard to a historical movement or a doctrine at their birth. Marxism is less and more than that, an immense field of sediment history and thought, where we will practice and learn to think. The change is serious for him who wanted to be the operation of history put into words. But this was precisely the height of philosophical arrogance. There are certainly many situations of class struggle throughout the world. There are some in old countries, the Switzerland of Yves Villon, there are some in countries new to independence. It is certain that their independence will only be a word if the poles of their development are defined according to the interests of the advanced countries, and that the left wing of the new nationalisms is in conflict with the local bourgeoisies on this. It is also certain that the new economic areas and the development of industrial society in Europe, which make old-fashioned parliamentary and political life obsolete, put on the agenda the struggle for the control and management of the new economical device. We can certainly invent, based on Marxism, categories which guide the analysis of the present, and structural imperialism would be one of them. It is even permissible to assert that no policy in the long run will be that of our time if it ignores these problems, and the Marxist system of references which reveals them. This is what we expressed earlier when we said that Marx is a classic. But is this Marxism even the outline of a policy? Is the theoretical take he gives on history also a practical take? In Marx's Marxism the two went together. With the question we discovered the answer. The question was only the beginning of an answer. Socialism was the anxiety, the movement of capitalism. When we read that by uniting the independent countries of North Africa would be able to control their development, but not to do without capital, technicians, and trade flows with France too, that by elsewhere the political and trade unionist left in France is very far from foreseeing the new problems, that the Communist Party in particular maintains a simply negative attitude towards neo-capitalism, that in the USSR finally, even after the 20th Congress, structural imperialism is not abandoned. It would take a lot of optimism to expect that the most advanced wing of African nationalism will soon find itself brought to confront its concerns with those of working classes of economically dominant countries. 3. Even if the confrontation took place, what policy should we draw from it? Even if the proletariats recognized each other, what type of common action could they propose? How can we take back the Leninist conception of the party as it is, and how can we take it half back? We feel the distance from Marxism, an instrument of theoretical analysis, to Marxism which defined theory as the consciousness of a practice. There are situations of class struggle, and we can even, if we want, formulate the world's situation in terms of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. It is no longer just a way of speaking, and the proletariat just a name for a rational policy. What we are defending here, under the name of philosophy, is very precisely the kind of thinking to which Marxists have been led by things. Our time can disappoint a naive rationality every day, discovering the fundamental through all its cracks. It calls for a philosophical reading. He has not absorbed philosophy, it does not overwhelm him. She is neither servant nor mistress of history. Their relationship is less simple than one had believed, it is literally an action at a distance, each of them from the depths of its difference requiring mixing and promiscuity. We still have to learn the proper use of this encroachment, and in particular a philosophy all the less bound by political responsibilities as it has its own, all the more free to enter everywhere as it does not replace anyone, that it does not play on passions, on politics, on life, that it does not recreate them in the imagination, but precisely reveals the being that we inhabit. Asterisk. We laugh at the philosopher who wants the historical process to pass through his work table. He takes revenge by settling the absurdities of history. Such is its use in a now centuries-old vaudeville. If we look further into the past, if we ask ourselves what philosophy can be today, we will see that philosophy of overview was an episode, and that it is over. Now as then, philosophy begins with, what is it to think? And first absorbs himself in it. No instruments here or organs. He is pure, it appears to me that. He before whom everything appears cannot be hidden from himself, he appears first, he is this appearance of self to self, he arises from nothing, and no one can prevent him from being himself, nor help him to do so. He was always, he is everywhere, he is king on his desert island. But the first truth can only be a half-truth. It opens onto something else. There would be nothing if there were not this abyss of the self. Only an abyss is not nothing, it has its edges, its surroundings. We always think of something, about, according to, from something, in the place, against something. Even the action of thinking is caught up in the impulse of being. I can't think identically about the same thing for more than a moment. The opening in principle is immediately filled, as if thought only lived in its nascent state. If it is maintained, it is through the slippage which throws it into the inactual. Because there is the unactuality of forgetting, but also that of the acquired. It is through time that my thoughts date, it is also through time that they make a date, that they open a future of thought, a cycle, a field, that they form a body together, that they are only thought, that they are me. Thought does not pierce time, it continues the trail of previous thoughts, without even exercising the power, which it presumes, to trace it again, as we could, if we wanted, see the other side of the hill again, but what's the point, since the hill is there? What is the point of ensuring that my thoughts of the day cover my thoughts of yesterday? I know this well because today I see further. If I think, it is not that I jump out of time into an intelligible world, nor that I recreate meaning each time from nothing, it is that the arrow of time pulls everything with it, makes my thoughts successive ones are, in a second sense, simultaneous, or at least that they legitimately encroach on one another. I work like this by construction. I am installed on a pyramid of time that was me. I gain space, I invent myself, but not without my temporal equipment, as I move in the world, but not without the unknown mass of my body. Time is this body of the mind that Valerie spoke of. Time and thought are entangled with each other. The night of thought is inhabited by a glow of being. How could she impose any necessity on things? How would it reduce them to the pure objects that it constructs for itself? With the secret attachment of time, I learn that of the sensitive being, its incompatible and simultaneous sides. I see it as it is before my eyes, but also as I would see it from another side, and this not possibly, but actually, because from now on it shines elsewhere with many lights which are hidden from me. When we say simultaneity, do we mean time, do we mean space? This line of me on the horizon is a guide for the movement of my gaze. The house on the horizon glows solemnly like something past or something hoped for. And my past conversely has its space, its paths, its places, its monuments. Under the crossed but distinct orders of the successive and the simultaneous, under the sequence of synchronies which are added line by line, we find a nameless network, constellations of spatial hours, appoint events. Should we even say thing, should we say imaginary or idea, when each thing is further than itself, when each fact can be dimension, when ideas have their regions? The entire description of our landscape and our world lines, that of our interior monologue would have to be redone. Colors, sounds, things like Van Gogh's stars, are centers, radiances of being. Let us take the others at their appearance in the flesh of the world. They would not be for me, it is said, if I did not recognize them, if I did not decipher in them some sign of self-presence of which I hold the only model. But if my thought is only the other side of my time, of my passive and sensitive being, it is all the stuff of the sensitive world that comes when I try to grasp myself, and the others who are caught up in it. Before being and to be subjected to my conditions of possibility, and reconstructed in my image, they must be there as reliefs, gaps, variants of a single vision in which I also participate. For they are not fictions with which I would populate my desert, threads of my spirit, possibilities forever inactual, but they are my twins or the flesh of my flesh. Certainly I don't live their lives, they are definitely absent from me and I from them. But this distance is a strange proximity as soon as we find the being of the sensible, since the sensible is precisely that which, without moving from its place, can haunt more than one body. This table that my gaze touches, no one will see it, it would have to be me. And yet I know that it weighs at the same time in exactly the same way on every eye. Because I also see the other looks, it is in the same field where the things are that they draw a conduct of the table, that they link for a new compare sense the parts of the table one to another. The other. There, the articulation of a look at something visible is renewed or propagated, under the cover of that which I am now playing. My vision overlaps another, or rather they work together and fall in principle on the same visible. One of my visible ones becomes clairvoyant. I am witnessing the metamorphosis. From now on he is no longer one of the things, he is in circuit with them or he intervenes between them. When I look at him, my gaze no longer stops, no longer ends on him, as it stops or ends on things, through him, as through a relay, he continues towards things, the same things that I was alone to see, that I will always be alone to see, but that he too, from now on, is alone to see in his own way. I know now that he too is alone in being himself. Everything is based on unsurpassable richness, on the miraculous multiplication of the sensible. It means that the same things have the force of being things for more than one, and that some of them, human and animal bodies, do not only have hidden sides, that their other side for is a other feeling counted from my sensitive. Everything is due to the fact that this table, the one that my gaze is currently sweeping and whose texture it questions, does not belong to any space of consciousness and fits just as well into the circuit of other bodies, to the fact that our gazes are not acts of consciousness, each of which claims an indeclinable priority, but opening of our flesh immediately filled by the universal flesh of the world, so that in this way living bodies close themselves on the world, become seeing bodies, touching bodies, and a fortiori sensitive to themselves, since we cannot touch or see without being capable of touching and seeing ourselves. The whole enigma is in the sensitive, in this television which makes us, at the most private of our lives, simultaneous with others and with the world. What will it be like when one of them turns towards me, holds my gaze and closes his gaze on my body and my face. Unless we resort to the ruse of speech, and establish between us a common realm of thoughts, the experience is intolerable. There is nothing left to look at but a look, the one who sees and what is seen are exactly interchangeable, the two looks are fixed on one another, nothing can distract them and distinguish them one from the other, since things are abolished and each person only has to deal with his double. For reflection, there are again only 2 points of view without common measure, 2 of which I think each can believe themselves to be winners of the test, since, after all, if I think that the other thinks of me, this is still just one of my thoughts. Vision does what reflection will never understand, that the fight is sometimes without a winner, and thought henceforth without a holder. I am watching him. He sees that I'm looking at him. I see he sees it. He sees that I see that he sees it. Analysis is endless, and if it were the measure of all things, glances would slide past one another indefinitely, there would never be anything other than only one cogito at a time. Now, although the reflections of the reflections go in principle to infinity, the vision causes the blacks coming from the 2 gazes to adjust to one another, and that we no longer have 2 consciousnesses with their teleology clean, but 2 gazes into each other, alone in the world. She sketches what desire accomplishes when it expels 2 thoughts toward that line of fire between them, that burning surface, where they seek an accomplishment that is identically the same for both of them, as the sensible world is for everyone. Speech, we said, would break this fascination. She would not suppress it, she would postpone it, she would postpone it further. Because it gains momentum, it is rolled in the wave of silent communication. It tears meanings from the undivided whole of the nameable, like our gestures from that of the sensible. We break language when we make it a means or a code for thought, and we prevent ourselves from understanding how deep words go within us, whether there is a need, a passion to speak, a necessity to speak to each other as soon as we think, that words have the power to arouse thoughts, to implant dimensions of thought that are now inalienable, that they put on our lips answers of which we did not know ourselves capable, that they teach us, says Sartre, our own thinking. Language would not be, in Freud's words, a total reinvestment of our life, our element, as water is the element of fish, if it doubled from the outside a thought which legislates in its solitude for all another possible thought. A parallel thought and expression should each be complete in its own order, one could not conceive of one erupting into the other, of one being intercepted by the other. But the very idea of a complete statement is inconsistent, it is not because it is in itself complete that we understand it, it is because we have understood that we say it is complete or sufficient. Nor is there any thought which is completely thought and which does not require words to be present to itself. Thought and speech discount each other. They continually replace one another. They are relays, stimuli for each other. All thought comes from words and returns to them, all speech is born in thoughts and ends in them. Between men and in each person there is an incredible vegetation of words of which thoughts are the backbone. We will say, but finally, if speech is something other than noise or sound, it is because thought places a load of meaning on it, and the lexical or grammatical meaning first, so that there is no has only ever contact between thought and thought. Of course, sounds only speak for a thought, this does not mean that speech is derivative or secondary. Of course, the language system itself has its thinkable structure. But, when we speak, we do not think about it as the linguist thinks, we do not even think about it, we think about what we are saying. It is not only that we cannot think of 2 things at the same time, it would seem that, in order to have before us a signified, whether at the emission or at the reception, we must stop representing the code and even the message, that we become pure operators of speech. Effective speech makes you think and lively thought magically finds its words. There is no thought and language, each of the 2 orders under examination splits and sends a branch into the other. There is sensible speech, which we call thought, and failed speech, which we call language. It is when we do not understand that we say, these are words, and, on the other hand, our own speeches are for us pure thought. 5. There is an inarticulate thought and there is the accomplished thought, which suddenly finds itself unknowingly surrounded by words. Expressive operations take place between thinking speech and speaking thought, and not, as is lightly said, between thought and language. It is not because they are parallel that we are speaking, it is because we are speaking that they are parallel. The weakness of any parallelism is that it creates correspondences between orders and hides from us the operations which first produced them by encroachment. The thoughts which cover speech and make it an understandable system, the fields or dimensions of thought that the great authors and our own work have installed in us are open sets of available meanings that we do not reactivate, they are wakes of thinking that we do not retrace, that we continue. We have this acquisition just as we have arms, legs, we use them without thinking about it, just as we find without thinking about it our legs, our arms, and Valery did well to call this speaking power animal of words. Where the expression is premeditated, it cannot be understood as a union of two positive orders. But if the sign is only a certain gap between signs, the meaning the same gap between meanings, thought and speech overlap like two reliefs. As pure differences they are indistinguishable. It is a question, in expression, of reorganizing the things said, of assigning them a new index of curvature, of bending them to a certain relief of meaning. There was what is understood and said about itself, notably what, more mysteriously, from the depths of language, calls in advance all things as nameable, there is what is to be said, and which is not although a specific concern in the world of things said. It's about making the two overlap or intersect. I would never take a step if my vision of the distant goal did not find in my body a natural art of transforming it into a near vision. My thought could not take a step if the horizon of meaning that it opens did not become, through words, what we call in the theater a practicable. The language can vary and amplify intercorporeal communication as much as we want, it has the same spring, the same style as it. Once again, what was secret must become public and almost visible. Here as there the meanings come in bundles, barely supported by a few peremptory gestures. Here as there I aim at things and others in solidarity. Speaking to others, I don't talk about my thoughts, I talk about them, and what is in between them, my ulterior thoughts, my sub-thoughts. We will respond, that's not what you're saying, that's what the interlocutor is implying. Let's listen to Marivox, I wasn't thinking of calling you coquette. These are things that are said before we dream about them. Say by whom? Tell who? Not by a mind to a mind, but by a being who has body and language to a being who has body and language, each of the two pulling the other by invisible threads like those which hold the puppets, making the person speak, make the person think. Other, making him become what he is, and that he would never have been alone. Thus things are said and thought as by a word and by a thought that we do not have, which has us. They say that there is a wall between us and others, but it is a wall that we build together, each person places their stone in the hollow left by the other. Even the works of reason presuppose these infinite conversations. All those we have loved, hated, known, or only glimpsed speak through our voice. No more than space is made of simultaneous points in itself, any more than our duration can break its adhesions to a space of durations, the communicative world is a bundle of parallel consciousnesses. The traces blur and pass into each other, they leave a single wake of public duration. It is on this model that we should think about the historical world. What is the point of asking whether history is made by men or by things, since human initiatives obviously do not cancel out the weight of things and the force of things always operates through men? It is precisely this failure of analysis, when it wants to reduce everything to a single level, which reveals the true middle of the story. There is no analysis which is final because there is a flesh of history, that in it as in our body, everything carries, everything counts, and the infrastructure, and the idea that we make of it, and above all the perpetual exchanges between one and the other where the weight of things also becomes a sign, the forceful thoughts, the event balance sheet. We ask, where is history made? That he has done? What is this movement that traces and leaves behind the figures of the wake? It is of the same order as the movement of word and thought, and finally as the explosion of the sensible world between us. Everywhere there are meanings, dimensions, figures beyond what each consciousness could have produced, and yet these are men who speak, think, see. We are in the field of history as well as in the field of language or being. These metamorphoses from private to public, from events to meditations, from thought to words and words to thoughts, this echo coming from everywhere, which means that, speaking to others, we also speak to ourselves, and we speak of being. This swarming of words behind words, of thoughts behind thoughts, this universal substitution is also a kind of stability. Joubert wrote to Chateaubriand that he only had to shake his talisman. Although it is more difficult to live than to write books, it is a fact that, given our bodily and linguistic apparatus, everything we do ultimately has a meaning and a name, even if at first we don't know which one. Ideas are no longer a second positivity, a second world which would expose its riches under a second sun. By rediscovering the world or the vertical being, the one who is standing in front of my upright body, and in it the others, we learn a dimension where ideas also obtain their true solidity. They are the secret axes or, as Stendhal said, the stilts of our words, the centers of our gravitation, this very defined void around which the vault of language is built, and which currently only exists in weighing and weighing. Counterweighing of the stones. Moreover, are visible things and the visible world made differently. They are always behind what I see, on the horizon, and what we call visibility is this very transcendence. No thing, no side of the thing is shown except by actively hiding the others, by denouncing them in the act of masking them. To see is, in principle, to see more than one sees, it is to access a being of latency. The invisible is the relief and depth of the visible, and the visible does not contain pure positivity any more than it does. As for the very source of thoughts, we now know that, to find it, we must look under the statements, and in particular under the famous statement of Descartes. Its logical truth, which is that to think one must be, its meaning of statement betray it in principle, since they relate to an object of thought at the moment when one must find access to the one who thinks and to his native cohesion, of which the being of things and that of ideas are the replica. The words of Descartes are the gesture which shows in each of us this thinking thought to be discovered, the open sesame of fundamental thought. Fundamental because it is not conveyed by anything. But not fundamental as if, with it, we reached a bottom where we would have to settle down and stay. It is in principle bottomless and, if you like, abyss. This means that it is never with itself, that we find it near or from the things thought, that it is openness, the other invisible end of the axis which fixes us to things and ideas. Should we say that this extremity is nothing? If she were nothing, the differences between near and far, the relief of being would disappear before her. Dimensionality, openness would no longer have any meaning. The absolutely open would apply completely to a being without restriction, and, in the absence of another dimension from which it has to distinguish itself, what we called verticality, the present, would no longer mean anything. Rather than being and nothingness, it would be better to speak of the visible and the invisible, repeating that they are not contradictory. We say invisible as we say immobile, not for what is foreign to movement, but for what remains fixed there. It is the point or 0 degree of visibility, the opening of a dimension of the visible. A zero in all respects, and unrestricted being are not to be considered. When I speak of nothingness, there is already being, this nothingness therefore does not annihilate for good, and this being is not identical to itself, without question. In a sense, the highest point of philosophy is perhaps only to rediscover these truisms: thinking thinks, speech speaks, the gaze looks, but between the two identical words, there is each time everything gap that we span to think, to speak, and to see. The philosophy which reveals this chiasmus of the visible and the invisible is the very opposite of an overview. It sinks into the sensible, into time, into history, towards their joints. It does not exceed them by forces that it would have of its own, it only exceeds them in their meaning. We recently recalled Montaigne's words, "All movement discovers us," and we rightly concluded that man is only in movement. 6. In the same way the world does not move, being only exists in movement. It is only in this way that all things can be together. Philosophy is the remembrance of this being, with which science does not concern itself, because it conceives the relationships of being and knowledge as those of the geometric and its projections, and it forgets the being of envelopment, what we could call the topology of being. But this philosophy, which seeks beneath science, is on the other hand no more deep than the passions, than politics, and than life. There is nothing deeper than the experience that passes the wall of being. Maurice again wrote, "Our life is less dear to us than ourselves, than our passions." To see sometimes what happens in our instinct on this subject, one would say that in order to be it is not necessary to live, that it is only by accident that we live, but that it is naturally that we are. Those who go through passion and desire to this being know everything there is to know. Philosophy does not understand them better than they are understood, it is in their experience that it learns to be. It does not hold the world lying at its feet, it is not a higher point of view from which we embrace all local perspectives, it seeks contact with raw being, and also educates itself well with those who have never left it. Simply while literature, art, the exercise of life, being done with the things themselves, the sensitive itself, the very beings can, except at their extreme limits, have and give the illusion of remaining in the habitual and in the established. Philosophy, which paints without colors, in black and white, like intaglio, does not let us ignore the strangeness of the world, which men face as well and better than it, but as in half silence. Asterisk. In any case, this is the philosophy of which we will find some essays here. It is not her, we see, who should be called into question if we find that in politics we speak a little loudly, a little too wisely. Perhaps the truth is simply that it would take several lifetimes to enter each realm of experience with the complete abandon it requires. But is this tone even so false, so disreputable? Everything we thought was thought out and well thought out, freedom and the powers, the citizen against the powers, the heroism of the citizen, liberal humanism, formal and real democracy, which suppresses it and realizes it, revolutionary heroism and humanism, all this is in ruins. On this, we are overcome with scruples, we blame ourselves for speaking about it too coldly. But beware. What we call disorder and ruin, others, younger, experience it as natural, and perhaps they will ingenuously dominate it precisely because they no longer look for their references where we took them. In the din of demolitions, many gloomy passions, many hypocrisies or follies, many false dilemmas also disappear. Who would have expected it 10 years ago? Perhaps we are at one of those moments where history overlooks us. We are deafened by French events or noisy episodes of diplomacy. But, beneath the noise, there is a silence, a waiting. Why wouldn't that be a hope? We hesitate to write these words at the moment when Sartre, in a beautiful recollection of our youth, finds for the first time the tone of despair and revolt. 7. But this revolt is not recrimination, indictment of the world and others, absolution of oneself. She does not enjoy herself, she has the entire knowledge of her limits. It's like a revolt of thought. Exactly, it's the regret of not having started with revolt, it's a "I should have," and which cannot be categorical, even in retrospect, because, today as in the past, Sartre knows well and shows perfectly in Nizan that the revolt can neither remain itself nor be accomplished in the revolution. He therefore cherishes the idea of a rebellious youth, and it is a chimera, not only because it is no longer time, but because his precocious lucidity does not look so bad compared to the vehement errors of others. We doubt that Sartre would exchange it, even if he was in the age of illusions, for the illusions of anger. She was not, as he insinuates, indigent by nature, but already the same acuteness, the same impatience with self-compromises and shady attitudes, the same modesty, the same disinterestedness which preserved her from being herself. Even shamelessly, and inspire in him precisely the noble criticism of himself that we have just read. This preface to Aden Arabia is the lecture of a mature Sartre to the young Sartre, who, like all young people, does not care, and perseveres there, in our past, much better, who is reborn at the turning point of a page, invades his judge, speaks through his mouth, and so firmly that it is difficult to believe him to be so outdated, so reprehensible, and that one comes to suspect, something after all probable, that he does not. There is only one Sartre. We do not advise young readers to believe too quickly that Sartre has wasted his life for having lacked revolt, and that therefore, if they have enough, 40 or 50 without reproach are promised to them. In this debate between Sartre and Sartre through the past, the present and the others, in this severe confrontation, for the manifestation of the truth, of the Sartre of 20 years, of that of the liberation and of more recent years, and of these characters with the Nizan of 20 years, the communist Nizan and that of September 1939, and all these people with the angry young men of today, we should not forget that the scenario is by Sartre, that his rule always, since it is his freedom, is to refuse the excuses he lavishes on others, that his only wrong, if it is one, is to establish, between himself and us, this discrimination, that in any case we would be abusing ourselves by counting on it, that we therefore have to rectify our aim, to take stock again, where moreover its accursed lucidity, illuminating the labyrinths of revolt and revolution, puts despite him everything we need to absolve him. This text is not a mirror carried along the path of Sartre, it is an act of Sartre today. We who read and remember cannot so easily isolate the culprit and his judge, we find a family resemblance in them. No, the 20-year-old Sartre was not so unworthy of the one who now disavows him, and his judge today still resembles him in the rigor of the sentence. Effort of an experience to understand oneself, interpretation of oneself and of all things by oneself, this text is not made to be read passively, like an observation or an inventory, but to be deciphered, meditated on, reread. It has, this is the fate of literature when it is good, surely a richer meaning, perhaps another meaning than that which the author put into it. If this were the place to do it, we would have to analyze, 30 years later, this extraordinary rediscovery of lost others, and what is fantastic about it, certainly not that Nizan was not, under the exterior of the elegance and the greatest gifts, the upright, courageous man, faithful to his data, that Sartre describes, but because the Sartre of yesteryear has no less reality nor weight in our memory. I kept telling him, he said, that we are free, and the thin smile that was his only response said more than all my speeches. I did not want to feel the physical weight of my chains, nor to know the external causes which hid my true being from me and attached me to the point of honor of freedom. I saw nothing that could reach or threaten it, I believed myself madly immortal, I found nothing in death or anguish that could be thought of. I felt nothing in me that was in danger of being lost, I was saved, I was chosen. In fact, I was a thinking or writing subject, I lived outside of myself, and the spirit, where I had my residence, was only my abstract condition as a student nourished in the Perteneum. Ignoring the needs, the attachments in myself, I ignored them in others, which means that I ignored their life's work. When I saw suffering or anguish, I put it down to complacency or even affectation. The anger, the panic, the horror of friendships and loves, the bias to displease, in a word the negative, these could not be experienced for good, these were chosen attitudes. I believed that Nizan had decided to be a perfect communist. Because I was outside of any struggle, particularly politics, I understood nothing of the effort what Nizan had to do to emerge from his childhood, neither from his solitude, nor from his search for salvation. His hatreds came out of his life, they were pure gold, mine were in the head, they were counterfeit money. On just one point let us agree with Sartre. It is indeed astonishing that he did not see in Nizan what was obvious, beneath the sobriety, beneath the irony and mastery, the meditation on death and fragility. This means that there are two ways of being young, and which do not easily understand each other. Some are fascinated by their childhood, it possesses them, it keeps them enchanted in an order of privileged possibilities. Others are rejected by it towards adult life, they believe themselves without a past, as close to all possibilities. Sartre was of the second species. So it wasn't easy to be his friend. The distance he put between himself and his data also separated him from what others have to experience. No more than he allowed them to take, to be before his eyes their discomfort or their anguish, as they were secretly, shamefully, apart from himself. In himself and in others, he had to learn that no one is without roots, and that the bias of not having them is another way of admitting them. But the others, those who continued their childhood, or who wanted to preserve it by going beyond it, and who therefore sought recipes for salvation, must we say that they were right against him? They had to learn that we do not go beyond what we preserve, that nothing could give them back the totality for which they were nostalgic, and that by persisting they would soon have no choice but to be stupid or liars. Sartre did not accompany them in their research. But could it be public? From compromise to compromise, didn't she need chiaroscuro? And they knew it well. From there, between Sartre and them, the relationships, intimate and distant, of humor. Sartre blames himself for them today, would they have supported others? Let us say at most that modesty and irony are contagious. Sartre did not understand Nizan because he transcribed his sufferings in dandyism. It took his books, the rest of his life, and, in Sartre, 20 years of experience after his death for Nizan to finally be understood. But did Nizan want us to understand him? His suffering, which Sartre speaks of today, isn't that the kind of confession we prefer to make to the reader rather than to someone else? Between Sartre and him, would Nizan ever have tolerated this tone of confidence? Sartre knows this better than us. Let us, however, bring up some small facts. One day as we were preparing for the normal school, we saw enter our class, with the aura of the elected, an old man who was returning to pay I don't know what visit. He was admirably dressed in dark blue, wearing the tricolor cockade of Valois. I was told it was Nizan. Nothing in his dress, in his appearance announced the labors of Cagny, nor the École Normale, and as our teacher, who on the contrary always resented it, suggested with a smile that Nizan take his place among us again, why not? He said in an icy voice, and he quickly sat down in the free seat next to me, to immerse himself, impassively, in my Sophocles, as if that really had been his only goal that morning. When he returned from Aden, I found in my mail the card from Paul-Yves Nizan which invited the conscript Merleau Ponty, whose cousin he had known well there, to visit him one day soon in the Thurn that he shared with Sartre. The meeting was formal. Sartre's place was empty and bare. Nizan, on the other hand, had hung two crossed foils on the wall under a fencing mask, and it was against this background that the man appeared to me who I later learned had been close to suicide in Arabia. Much later, I met him on the platform of the S-bus, married, an activist, and, that day, loaded with a heavy briefcase and extraordinarily wearing a hat. He named Heidegger himself, had a few esteemed phrases, in which I thought I felt the desire to indicate that he had not taken leave of philosophy, but this so coldly that I would not have dared to ask him openly the question. I like to remember these tiny facts, they don't prove anything, but they are part of life. They make us feel that if Sartre did not follow too closely the work that was being done in Nizan, Nizan for his part, by dint of humor, reserve, and politeness, entered more than half into the game. It was said that Sartre would understand it 30 years later, because it was Sartre, but also because it was Nizan. And above all because they were young, that is to say assertive and shy. And perhaps finally for a final and deeper reason. Did the Nizan that Sartre reproaches himself for having ignored completely exist in 1928, before the family, the books, the life of an activist, the break with the party, and above all his death at 35? Because he was perfected, locked up, immobilized in these 35 short years, in one block they slipped behind us by 20 years, and we now want everything that was to be given at their beginning and in each of their moments. Feverish as what is beginning, his life is as solid as what is accomplished, he is forever young. And because on the contrary the time has been given to us to deceive ourselves more than once and to undeceive ourselves, our comings and goings blur our tracks, our own youth is for us worn out, insignificant, what it was in its inaccessible truth. To another life ended too soon, I apply the measures of hope. To mine which perpetuates the severe measures of death. A young man has done a lot if he has been a maybe. From a mature man who is still there, it seems to us that he has done nothing. As in the things of childhood, it is in the lost comrade that I find fullness, whether the faith which creates has dried up in me, or the reality is only formed in memory. 8. Another retrospective illusion, which Bergson did not speak of, no longer that of pre-existence, but that of decline. Perhaps time flows neither from the future nor from the past. Perhaps it is the distance which makes for us the reality of the other and especially of the lost other. But it would rehabilitate us if we could take it from ourselves. To balance what Sartre writes today about himself and about Nizen at 20, there will always be a lack of what the 50-year-old Nizen could have said about their youth. For us, it was two men who started, and started at opposite ends. What gives Sartre's story its melancholy is that we see the two friends slowly learning things that from the start they could have learned from each other. Confiscated by the image of his father, possessed by the drama older than him of a worker who left his class, realizes that his life from then on was unreal and unsuccessful and ends it in self-hatred. Nizen knew from the outset the weight of childhood, of the body, of the social, and that filial links of history are woven together, are a single anguish. He would not have put an end to the fascination, he would perhaps have made it worse by simply choosing marriage, the family, by taking over the role of father for himself. If he wanted to return to the cycle of life from which his father's life had chased him, he had to purify the source, break with the society that had produced their solitude, undo what his father had done, start again. Direction its path. As the years pass, the omens multiply, the evidence approaches. The flight to Aden is the last attempt at a solution through adventure. It would only have been a diversion if, by chance, or because he was secretly seeking this lesson, Nizen had not found in the colonial regime the clear image of our dependence on the outside world. So suffering has causes outside of us, they are identifiable, they have a name, we can abolish them. So there is an enemy from outside and we can do nothing against him if we remain alone. So life is war and social war. Nizen already knew what Sartre said much later, that in the beginning is not the game, but the need, that we do not hold the world, nor the situations, nor the others at the end of our gaze like spectacles, that we are confused with them, that we drink them through all our pores, that we are what is lacking in everything else, and that with our central nothingness is given in us a general principle of alienation. Nizen vitally preceded him in this pantragism, in this tide of anguish which is also the flow of history. But for this very reason and because he did not live in tragedy, Sartre understood much earlier the artifices of salvation and the return to the positive. He was not exactly optimistic, he never identified good and being. No more saved, elected. He was vigorous, cheerful, enterprising, everything before him was new and interesting. Exactly, he was supralapsarian, on this side of tragedy and hope, and therefore well armed to undo their clandestine knots. Nizen's experience in the 10 years preceding the war is a demonstration by the fact of his premonitions, and when he recounts it today, when he takes it up on his own, deeply, fraternally, he cannot do that he does not find exactly what he told us during the conversions. One day we declare ourselves a Christian, a communist. What exactly do we mean? We are not completely changed in the moment. Simply, by recognizing an external cause of his destiny, man suddenly receives permission and even mission, as Maurice said, I believe, to live within the faith of his natural life. It is neither necessary nor possible for its stirrings to cease, they are now consecrated. 9. His torments are now the stigmata with which an immense truth marks him. The illness he was dying from helps him, and helps others, to live. He is not asked to renounce his gifts, if he has any. On the contrary, we deliver them by releasing the anguish that was constricting his throat. To live, to be happy, to write, was to consent to sleep, it was suspect, and it was base. Now, it is taking back from sin what it had arrogated to itself, or, said Lenin, stealing from the bourgeoisie what it has stolen. Communism sees in perspective another man, another society. But, for the moment, and for an entire long so-called negative phase, it is the state apparatus that is being turned against the bourgeois state. These are the means of evil that he turns against evil. From then on, each thing splits according to whether we consider it in its bad origin or in the perspective of the future that it calls for. The Marxist is the wretch that he was, he is also this misery put in its place in the totality, and known by its causes. As a writer of demoralization, he continues bourgeois decadence, but in this very fact he bears witness, he goes beyond it towards another future. Communist Nizan saw the world and saw himself in it 10. He was subject and he was object. As an object, lost with its time, as a subject, saved with the future. This double-part life is, however, one life. The Marxist man is a product of history, and also he participates from within in history as the production of another society and another man. How is it possible? As a finite being, it would have to be reintegrated into infinite productivity. This is why many Marxists were tempted by Spinozism, and Nizan was among them. Sartre, like him, loved Spinoza, but against the transcendent, against the conciliators, and he was quick to recognize in Spinoza the equivalent of their artifices, the affirmative plenitude of the finite mode which, at the same time, breaks its limits and returns to the infinite substance. 11. In the end Spinoza does everything to mask the proper virtue and the work of the negative, and Spinozist Marxism is simply a fraudulent way of ensuring for us in this life a return to the positive. Adherence to an infinite positivity is a pseudonym for naked anguish, the pretension of having crossed the negative and reached the other shore, of having exhausted, totalized, internalized death. We do not even have this, not even this communication without intermediary with our nothingness. 12. Sartre found this philosophical formulation later. But he felt at 25 that there is ruse and falsification when the man of salvation deducts himself from the account. Nizan wanted to stop thinking about himself and succeeded, he only paid attention to the chain of causes. But it is still he the denier, he the irreplaceable one, who is crushed in things. 13. True negativity cannot be made of two joined positivities, my being as a product of capitalism and the affirmation through me of another future. Because there is rivalry between them, and one or the other must win. Or else, having become a means of edification, a professional theme, revolt is no longer felt, is no longer experienced. The Marxist man is saved by the doctrine and by the movement, he settles into the profession, according to his old criteria, he is lost. Or else, and this is what happens to the best, he does not forget, he does not lie to himself, it is from his suffering at every moment that his wisdom is reborn, it is his unbelief which is his faith, but he cannot say it, and so he must lie to others. Hence this impression that so many conversations with the communists left us, of the most objective thought possible, but the most anguished, and, beneath the hardness, of a softness, of a secret humidity. Sartre always knew, always said, and this is what turned him away from being a communist, that communist negation, being positivity reversed, is something other than what it says, or that it says two things, that she is a ventriloquist. Seeing so clearly the subterfuges of the negative man, one might be surprised that he sometimes uses words of nostalgia to speak of the completely critical phase before 1930, as well as in its constructive phase, the revolution already had its counterfeit money. This is because he later came to terms with it, upon reflection, as if it were a lesser evil. He has never simply reoccupied the positions that Nizan held 30 years ago. He legitimizes them to the second power, for reasons which remain his own, in the name of an experience which led him to commitment without changing what he has always thought about salvation. But this, which begins in 1939, we still have to retrace. In 1939, Nizan will suddenly discover that one is not so quickly saved, that adherence to communism does not deliver dilemmas and heartbreaks, while Sartre, who knew this, begins this apprenticeship of the positive and the history which would later lead him to a sort of communism from outside. Thus their paths cross. Nizan returns from communist politics to revolt, and the apolitical Sartre becomes acquainted with the social. You must read this beautiful story. We must read it over Sartre's shoulder, as his pen traces it, mixed with his thoughts, and also mixing ours. Nizan, he said, had admitted that the new man, that the new society did not yet exist, that perhaps he would not see them himself, that it was necessary to devote oneself to this unknown future, without measuring the sacrifice, without skimping, without contesting at every moment the means of the revolution. He had said nothing about the Moscow trials. Another test comes for him that is clearer. Responsible for foreign policy in a party newspaper, he explained 100 times that the Soviet alliance would rule out both fascism and war. He said it again in July 1939 in Marseille, where Sartre met him by chance. Here we ask to add a word. Nizan knew that perhaps we would not avoid both fascism and war, and he had in himself accepted war, if it was the only way to contain fascism. It turns out that I can testify to this. Perhaps 3 weeks after his meeting with Sartre, I in turn saw Nizan. It was in Corsica, in Porto, at Casanova's, if I'm not mistaken. He was cheerful, smiling, as Sartre had seen him. But, whether his friends were preparing him for the turning point or whether they themselves were being worked on from higher ground, I do not know. He no longer said that in the autumn fascism would be on its knees. He says, we will have war against Germany, but with the alliance of the USSR, and ultimately we will win it. He said it firmly, serenely. I can still hear his voice, as if he was finally freed from himself. 15 days later, the German-Russian pact was signed and Nizan left the Communist Party. Not, he explained, because of the pact, which beat Hitler's Western friends at their game. But the French party should have saved its dignity, feigned indignation, apparently dissociated itself. Nizan realized that to be a communist is not to play a role that one has chosen, it is to be caught in a drama where one unknowingly receives another, it is a life enterprise, which continues in faith or which ends in uprooting, but which in any case passes the agreed limits, the head promises. If this is so, and if it is true that in communist life as in any other life we never do anything for good, if years of work and action can in an instant be struck with derision, then, he thinks, I can't, and it's no. At the same time, what does Sartre think? He would like to believe that Nizan cheated on him. But no. Nizan resigns. He was the one who was deceived. They are two children in the world of politics. A harsh world, where we cannot measure the risks, where peace is given perhaps only to those who do not fear war. We only act by showing our strength if we are determined to use it. If we show it fearfully, we have war, and we have defeat. I discovered, the monumental error of an entire generation. We were pushed towards massacres, through a ferocious pre-war period, and we thought we were walking on the lawns of peace. 14. Thus, with him and with Nizan, the disappointment is different, and the lesson different. Nizan had accepted force and war and death for a very clear cause. The event made fun of his sacrifice. He had no more refuge than in himself. Sartre, who had believed in peace, discovered an unnamed adversity, which must be taken into account. Lesson he will not forget. It is at the origin of his pragmatism in politics. The question in a bewitched world is not to know who is right, who is the most righteous, but who is equal to the great deceiver, what action will be flexible enough, hard enough to bring him to reason. We then understand the objections that Sartre makes today to the Nizan of 1939, and why they have no force against him. Nizan, he said, was angry. But is this anger a matter of mood? It is a mode of knowledge which is not bad when it comes to the fundamental. For anyone who became a communist and acted in the party day after day, there is a weight of things said and done, because it is also he who said and did them. To properly take the turning point of 1939, Nizan would have had to be a model, he would have had to be broken, and it was not to play the role of skeptic that he had become a communist. Or he would have had to be only sympathetic. But the party is not to blame, says Sartre again. It is not through the party that death comes to him. The massacre was born by the earth and was born everywhere. 15. I believe him. But this is to justify the party in the relative, as a fact of the history of the earth. For Nizan, who is one, it is all or nothing. Head-waiting, continues Sartre. If he had lived, I tell myself that the resistance, like others, would have brought him back into line 16. In line, of course. But within the ranks of the party? This is another thing. It is almost the opposite, a function of authority, a distinctive mark. Even having rallied, he would not have forgotten the episode. The communism that he had left was the wise doctrine which takes back the homeland and the family in the revolution. He would have found an adventurous communism which played the role of revolution through resistance, after that of defeatism, and meanwhile, after the war, that of reconstruction and compromise. Even if he had wanted to, could he have followed this train, he who had believed in the truth of Marxism? He could have done so provided he had not taken a position each time. It is one thing, from the outside or after the fact, to justify the detours of communism piecemeal, it is another to organize the ruse and be the deceiver. I remember having written in October 1939, from Lorraine, prophetic letters which Machiavellianly distributed the roles between the USSR and US. But I hadn't spent years preaching the Soviet alliance. Like Sartre, I was without a party, a good position to calmly do justice to the harshest of parties. We weren't wrong, but Nizan was right. Communism from outside has no lessons to give to communists. Sometimes more cynical than them and sometimes less, rebellious where they consent, resigned where they refuse, he is in a natural incomprehension of communist life. Nizan was unlearning, but it is also learning. Based on its reasons for being and being communist, if its 1939 revolt was a setback, then let's call the Budapest insurrection a setback. Starting, one, from anguish, the other, from joy, one moving towards happiness, the other towards tragedy, both approaching communism, one through its classic side, the other by its shadow side, finally both rejected by the event. Never perhaps have Sartre and Nizan been closer to each other than today, at the time when their experiences illuminate each other in these profound pages. To say now what conclusion all this is heading towards, it would be necessary to extend a few sparkling words that this meditation extracts from Sartre. What is untouched in him is the sense of the new and of freedom. We will not regain the lost freedom unless we invent it. It is forbidden to look back, even if only to take stock of our authentic needs. 17. But, of this true negativity, that which is not content to put other names on the same things, where can we find the emblems and weapons in the present? What Russia of the October generation did not give to the world, should we expect it from the new course, or from the new peoples? Can we shift our radicalism? But there is no pure and simple postponement in history. Shall we say to young people, be Cuban, be Russian, or Chinese, according to your taste, be African? They will tell us that it is very late to change birth. 18. What is perhaps clear in China is at least implicit and confused here, the two stories do not mesh with each other. Who would dare to maintain, even if it one day has the power, that China will liberate, say, Hungary or France? And in the France of 1960, where can we find the meaning of wild freedom? Some young people keep it in their lives, some Diogenes in their books. Where is he, let's not even say in public life, but in the masses. Freedom, invention are in the minority, they are opposition. The man is hidden, well hidden, and this time we must not misunderstand, that does not mean that he is there under a mask, ready to appear. Alienation is not a simple deprivation of what was ours by natural right, and it is not enough, to put an end to it, to steal what has been stolen, to pay us back our due. It is much more serious. Beneath the masks, there are no faces. Historical man has never been a man, and yet no man is alone. We therefore see in what capacity, in what sense Sartre can take up today and offer, to rebellious young people, the demand of young Nizan. Nizan spoke with bitterness about the old men who fucked our women and claimed to castrate us 19. He wrote, as long as men are not complete and free, they will dream at night 20. He said that love was true and that we were prevented from loving, that life could be true, that it could give birth to a true death, but that we were made to die before we were even born 21. So our brother love is there, our sister life, and even our sister bodily death, as promising as childbirth. Being is there within reach, it is only necessary to deliver it from the reign of the old and the rich. Desire, be insatiable, direct your rage on those who caused it, do not try to escape your evil, seek its causes and break them 22. Alas! The story of Nizan, which he tells next, shows clearly enough that it is not so easy to find the real causes, and break them. That is precisely the word for a war where the enemy is elusive. The complete man, the one who does not dream, who can die well because he lives well and who can love his life because he envisages his death, is, like the myth of the androgynes, the symbol of what we miss. Simply, as this truth would be too harsh, Sartre retranslates it into the language of young people, into that of young Nizan. In a society which reserves its women for the old and the rich 23, this is the language of sons. It's the Oedipal word that we hear in every generation. Sartre says it very well, each child, by becoming a father, both kills his father and starts him again. Let us add, the good father is complicit in immemorial childishness, he offers himself to murder where his childhood relives and which confirms him as a father. Better to be guilty than to have been powerless, noble trick to hide life from children. This bad world is the one that we made for them 24. These damaged lives are those that we have made, that we are making today for young people 25. But this is not true. It is not true that at any time we were masters of things, nor that, having clear problems before us, we threw everything away out of futility. Young people will learn by reading this preface that their elders did not have it so easy. Sartre spoils them. Or rather, following exactly the model of always, severe for the sons of his spirit, already 40 years old, he cedes everything to those who follow, and launches them into the eternal return of rivalry. Nizan was right, there's your man, read him. I wanted to add, also read Sartre. For example, this little sentence, which weighs so heavily, the same reasons take away happiness from us and make us forever incapable of enjoying it 26. Does he mean the same causes, and that it is another humanity which will be happy, not this one? It would be, like Pascal, betting everything on a beyond. Besides, he says the same reasons. The fall is therefore not an accident, the causes have accomplices in us. There is equal weakness in blaming only oneself and in believing only in external causes. One way or the other, it always falls short. Evil is not created by us or by others, it is born in this fabric that we have spun between us, and which suffocates us. Which new men who are tough enough will be patient enough to really do it again? The conclusion is not revolt, it is virtue without any resignation. Disappointment for those who believed in salvation, and in a single means of salvation in all orders. Our history, where space reappears, where China, Africa, Russia, the West do not move in step, it is a decadence for those who believed that history, like a fan, was going to fold back on itself. But if this philosophy of time was still a reverie of old misery, why then in its name should we judge the present so highly? There is no universal clock, but local stories, before our eyes, take shape and begin to regulate themselves, and gradually connect with each other, and demand to live, and confirm the powerful in the wisdom given to them by the immensity of the risks and the awareness of their own disorder. The world is more present to itself in all its parts than it ever was. There is more truth circulating in and between world capitalism and world communism than 20 years ago. History never admits, not even its lost illusions, but it does not start them again. Indirect language. And the voices of silence. To Jean-Paul Sartre. What we learned in Saussure is that the signs one by one mean nothing, that each of them expresses less a meaning than it marks a gap in meaning between itself and the others. As the same can be said of these, language is made of differences without terms, or more precisely the terms in it are only generated by the differences which appear between them. A difficult idea, because common sense answers that if the term A and the term B had no meaning at all, we do not see how there would be a contrast in meaning between them, and if the communication really went at all from the spoken language to the whole of the language heard, one would have to know the language to learn it. But the objection is of the same kind as the paradoxes of Zeno, like them by the exercise of movement, it is overcome by the use of speech. And this sort of circle which makes the language precede itself among those who learn it, teaches itself, and suggests its own decryption, is perhaps the prodigy which defines language. Language is learned and, in this sense, we are obliged to go from parts to whole. The whole which is primary in Saussure cannot be the explicit and articulated whole of the complete language, as recorded in grammars and dictionaries. Nor does he have in view a logical totality like that of a philosophical system of which all the elements can be deduced from a single idea. Since he is precisely refusing signs any meaning other than diacritic, he cannot base the language on a system of positive ideas. The unity of which he speaks is a unity of coexistence, like that of the elements of a vault which support each other. In a set of this kind, the learned parts of the language are immediately as good as the whole, and progress will be made less by addition and juxtaposition than by the internal articulation of a function already complete in its own way. We have known for a long time that the word, in children, functions first as a sentence, and perhaps even certain phonemes as words. But today's linguistics thinks more precisely about the unity of language by isolating the origin of words, perhaps even forms and style, from the oppositive and relative principles to which the definition Saussurian approach to the sign applies even more rigorously than to words, since these are components of language which do not have an assignable meaning and which have the sole function of making possible the discrimination of signs properly said. Now these first phonematic oppositions may well be incomplete, they may well be enriched subsequently by other dimensions, and the verbal chain will find other means of differentiating itself. The important thing is that the phonemes are from the outset variations of a single speech apparatus, and that with them the child seems to have caught the principle of a mutual differentiation of signs and at the same time acquired the meaning of sign. Because phonematic oppositions, contemporary with the first attempts at communication, appear and develop without any relation to Babel, which is often repressed by them, which in any case now only retains a marginal existence and whose materials are not integrated into the new system of true speech, as if it were not the same thing to have a sound as an element of Babel, which is only addressed to oneself, and as a moment of an enterprise of communication. We can therefore say that the child speaks and that he will subsequently only learn to apply the principle of speech in different ways. Saussure's intuition becomes clearer. With the first phonematic oppositions the child is initiated into the lateral connection of sign to sign as the basis of a final relationship of sign to meaning, in the special form that it received in the language in question. If phonologists manage to extend their analysis beyond words, to forms, syntax and even stylistic differences, it is the entire language as a style of expression, as a unique way of playing speech, which is anticipated by the child with the first phonematic oppositions. All the language spoken around him would grab him like a whirlwind, tempt him by his internal articulations and lead him almost to the moment when all this noise would mean something. The tireless cross-checking of the verbal chain itself, the emergence one day irrefutable of a certain phonematic range according to which the speech is visibly composed would finally tip the child towards the side of those who speak. Language, like everything, alone allows us to understand how language attracts him to itself and how he comes to enter this domain whose doors, one would think, only open from the inside. It is because from the outset the sign is diacritical, it is because it is composed and organized with itself, that it has an interior and that it ends up demanding a meaning. This meaning emerging at the edge of signs, this immanence of the whole in the parts is found throughout the history of culture. There is this moment when Brunelleschi built the dome of Florence Cathedral in a defined relationship with the configuration of the site. Should we say that he broke with the closed space of the Middle Ages and found the universal space of the Renaissance one? But much remains to be done to move from an operation of art to the deliberate use of space as a medium for the universe. Should we therefore say that this space is not yet there? But Brunelleschi had built himself a strange contraption too, in which two views of the Baptistery and the Palace of the Signoria, with the streets and squares which frame them, were reflected in a mirror, while a polished metal plate projected onto it the light from heaven. There is therefore a search for him, a question of space. It is equally difficult to say when the generalized number begins in the history of mathematics. In itself, it is already in the fractional number which, before the algebraic number, inserts the whole number into a continuous series, but it is there as if without its knowledge, it is not there for itself. Likewise, we must give up fixing the moment when Latin becomes French because the grammatical forms begin to be effective and take shape before being systematically used, because the language sometimes remains for a long time pregnant with the transformations that will occur, and because in it the enumeration of means of expression has no meaning, those which fall into disuse continuing to lead a diminished life and the place of those who will replace them being sometimes already marked, if only under the form of a gap, a need, or a trend. Even when it is possible to date the emergence of a principle for oneself, it was previously present in the culture as an obsession or anticipation, and the awareness which poses it as an explicit meaning only completes its long incubation in an operant sense. However, it is never without remainder. The space of the Renaissance in turn will be thought of later as a very particular case of possible pictorial space. Culture therefore never gives us absolutely transparent meanings, the genesis of meaning is never completed. What we rightly call our truth, we only ever contemplate in a context of symbols which date our knowledge. We are only ever dealing with architectures of signs whose meaning cannot be set apart, being nothing other than the way in which they behave towards each other, from which they are distinguished one from the other, without us even having the morose consolation of a vague relativism, since each of these approaches is indeed a truth and will be saved in the more comprehensive truth of the future. As far as language is concerned, if it is the lateral relationship of sign to sign which makes each of them significant, the meaning therefore only appears at the intersection and as if in the interval of words. This prevents us from conceiving as we usually do the distinction and union of language and its meaning. We believe meaning to be transcendent in principle to signs as thought would be to sonic or visual clues, and we believe it to be immanent in signs in that, each of them, having once and for all its meaning, cannot relate to each other and slip us no opacity, or even give us something to think about. The signs would only have a role of warning, they would warn the listener to have to consider such of his thoughts. In truth, this is not how meaning inhabits the verbal chain and not how it is distinguished from it. If the sign only means something in so far as it stands out against the other signs, its meaning is entirely involved in language. Speech always plays on the background of speech, it is never more than a fold in the immense fabric of speech. To understand it, we do not have to consult some interior lexicon which gives us, with regard to words or forms, pure thoughts that they cover. It is enough that we lend ourselves to its life, to its movement of differentiation and articulation, to his eloquent gesticulation. There is therefore an opacity of language, nowhere does it cease to give way to pure meaning, it is never limited except by language and the meaning only appears in it embedded in the words. Like the charade, it can only be understood through the interaction of signs, each of which taken separately is equivocal or banal, and only the union of which makes sense. In the one who speaks no less than in the one who listens, there is something other than a technique of encryption or deciphering for ready-made meanings. He must first make them exist as identifiable entities. By installing them at the intersection of linguistic gestures as what they show by common agreement. Our analyses of thought act as if, before having found its words, it was already a sort of ideal text that our sentences would seek to translate. But the author himself has no text that he can compare with his writing, no language before language. If her word satisfies him, it is through a balance whose conditions she herself defines, through a perfection without a model. Much more than a means, language is something like a being, and that is why it can make someone present to us so well. The words of a friend on the telephone give him to us himself, as if he was all in this way of calling out and taking leave, of beginning and finishing one's sentences, of moving through unsaid things. Meaning is the total movement of speech, and that is why our thought hangs around in language. This is also why it crosses it as the gesture goes beyond its points of passage. At the very moment when language fills our mind to the very edges, without leaving the smallest room for a thought that is not caught up in its vibration, and precisely to the extent that we abandon ourselves to it, it passes beyond the signs towards their meaning. And, in this sense, nothing separates us any more. Language does not presuppose its table of correspondence, it itself reveals its secrets, it teaches them to every child who comes into the world, it is entirely a demonstration. His opacity, his obstinate reference to himself, his returns and his withdrawals into himself are precisely what makes him a spiritual power, because he in turn becomes something like a universe, capable of housing things within himself. Same, after having changed them in their meaning. Now, if we banish from our mind the idea of an original text of which our language would be the translation or encrypted version, we will see that the idea of a complete expression is nonsense, that all language is indirect or elusive, is, if you like, silence. The relationship between meaning and speech can no longer be this point-to-point correspondence that we always have in mind. Saussure again remarks that the English saying "the man I love" is expressed as completely as the French saying "l'homme que j'aime." The relative, it will be said, is not expressed by English. The truth is that instead of being expressed through a word, it is through a gap between words that it passes into language. But let's not even say that it is implied. This notion of subtext naively expresses our conviction that a language has managed to capture the very things in its forms, and that any other language, if it also wants to reach them, must use at least tacitly instruments of the same kind. Now, if French for us goes to the things themselves, it is certainly not because it has copied the articulations of being, it has a distinct word to express the relation, but it does not mark the complement function with a special ending. One could say that it implies the declension, which German expresses. If French seems to us to be modeled on things, it's not because it is, it's because it gives us the illusion through the internal relationships between sign and sign. But the man I love does this well too. The absence of a sign can be a sign, and the expression is not the adjustment to each element of the meaning of an element of the discourse, but an operation of language on language which suddenly shifts towards its meaning. To say is not to put a word under each thought. If we did that, nothing would ever be said, we would not have the feeling of living in language, and we would remain in silence, because the sign is would immediately erase before a meaning that would be its own, and that thought would only ever encounter thoughts, that which it wants to express, and that which it would form with a completely explicit language. On the contrary, we sometimes have the feeling that a thought has been said, not replaced by verbal clues, but incorporated into the words and made available in them, and finally there is a power of words, because, working one against the other, they are haunted at a distance by it like the tides by the moon, and in this tumult evoke their meaning much more imperiously than if each of them only brought back a languid meaning of which it would be the indifferent and predestined index. Language says peremptorily when it renounces saying the thing itself. As algebra takes into account quantities of which we do not know what they are, speech differentiates meanings of which each separately is not known, and it is by dint of treating them as known, by us. giving of them and their business an abstract portrait, which he ends up imposing on us, in a flash, the most precise identification. Language means when, instead of copying thought, it allows itself to be undone and remade by it. It carries its meaning like the trace of a step signifies the movement and effort of a body. Let us distinguish the empirical use of language already made, and the creative use, of which the first, moreover, can only be a result. What is speech in the sense of empirical language, that is to say the opportune recall of a pre-established sign, is not so with regard to authentic language. It is, as Mallarmé said, the worn piece that is silently placed in my hand. On the contrary, true speech, that which signifies, which finally makes present what is absent in all bouquets and delivers the meaning captive in the thing, it is, with regard to empirical usage, only silence, since it does not go as far as the common name. Language is in itself oblique and autonomous, and, if it happens to directly signify a thought or a thing, this is only a secondary power, derived from its interior life. Like the weaver, the writer works in reverse, he only has to deal with language, and this is how he suddenly finds himself surrounded by meaning. If this is true, his operation is not very different from that of the painter. It is usually said that the painter reaches us through the tacit world of colors and lines, addresses within us an unformulated power of deciphering and of which we will only have control after having exercised it blindly, after liking the work. The writer, on the contrary, installs himself in already elaborated signs, in an already speaking world, and requires from us only the power to reorder our meanings according to the indication of the signs that he offers us. But what if language expresses as much through what is between words as through words? By what he does not say than by what he says. If there is, hidden in empirical language, a language of the second power, where signs once again lead the vague life of colors, and where meanings are not completely freed from the commerce of signs. The act of painting has two sides, there is the spot or line of color that we put at a point on the canvas, and there is their effect as a whole, incommensurate with them, since they are almost nothing and are enough to change a portrait or a landscape. Anyone who observes the painter too closely, with his nose on his brush, will only see the other side of his work. The reverse is a weak movement of Poussin's brush or pen, the front is the breakthrough of the sun that it triggers. A camera recorded Matisse's work in slow motion. The impression was prodigious, to the point that Matisse himself was moved by it, it is said. This same brush which, seen with the naked eye, jumped from one act to another, was seen meditating, in a dilated and solemn time, in an imminence of the beginning of the world, attempting 10 possible movements, dancing before the canvas, brush against it several times, and finally fall like lightning on the only necessary line. There is, of course, something artificial in this analysis, and Matisse was wrong if he believed, on the basis of the film, that he had really opted, that day, between all possible routes and solved, like Leibniz's God, an immense problem of minimum and maximum. He was not a demiurge, he was a man. He did not hold, under the gaze of the mind, all the possible gestures, and did not need to eliminate all but one, giving reason to his choice. It's the slow motion that lists the possibilities. Matisse, installed in a time and in a man's vision, looked at the open hole of his begun canvas and carried the brush towards the line which called him, so that the painting was finally what it was in the process of becoming. He solved by a simple gesture the problem which after the fact seems to involve an infinite number of data, just as, according to Bergson, the hand in the iron filings suddenly obtains the complicated arrangement which will make room for it. Everything happened in the human world of perception and gesture, and if the camera gives us a fascinating version of the event, it is by making us believe that the painter's hand was operating in the physical world where an infinity options are possible. However, it is true that Matisse's hand hesitated, it is therefore true that there was a choice and that the line chosen was so as to observe 20 conditions scattered on the painting, unformulated, unformulable for any other than Matisse, since they were only defined and imposed by the intention of making this painting which did not yet exist. It is no different for truly expressive speech and therefore for all language in its establishment phase. It does not just choose a sign for an already defined meaning, as one goes to look for a hammer to drive in a nail or pliers to pull it out. She fumbles around an intention to signify which is not guided by a text, which is precisely in the process of writing it. If we want to do him justice, we must evoke some of those which could have been in his place, and were rejected, to feel how they would otherwise have touched and shaken the chain of language, to what extent this word was truly the only possible one, if this meaning were to come into the world. Finally, we must consider the word before it is pronounced, the background of silence which never ceases to surround it, without which it would say nothing, or even lay bare the threads of silence with which it is intertwined. There is, for expressions already acquired, a direct meaning, which corresponds point by point to turns of phrase, forms, established words. Apparently, there is no gap here, no speaking silence. But the meaning of the expressions in the process of being accomplished cannot be of this sort. It is a lateral or oblique meaning, which bursts between the words. It is another way of shaking the apparatus of language or narrative, to extract a new sound from it. If we want to understand language in its original operation, we must pretend to have never spoken, subject it to a reduction without which it would still escape us by leading us back to what it means to us. Look at it like deaf people. Look at those who speak, compare the art of language to other arts of expression, try to see it as one of these silent arts. It may be that the meaning of language has a decisive privilege, but it is by trying the parallel that we will see what perhaps makes it impossible in the end. Let's start by understanding that there is an unspoken language and that painting speaks in its own way. Asterisk. Merleau observes that painting and language are only comparable when they have been detached from what they represent to bring them together under the category of creative expression. It is then that they recognize each other as two figures of the same attempt. For centuries painters and writers worked without suspecting their kinship. But it is a fact that they experienced the same adventure. Art and poetry are first and foremost dedicated to the city, to the gods, to the sacred. They only see the birth of their own miracle in the mirror of an external power. Both later experience a classical age which is the secularization of the age of the sacred. Art is then the representation of a nature that it can at most embellish, but according to recipes that she herself teaches him, as La Bruyère wanted, speech has no other role than to find the right expression assigned in advance to each thought by a language of things themselves, and this double recourse to an art before art, to a word before the word prescribes to the work a certain point of perfection, completion or plenitude which will impose it on the assent of all like the things which come under our senses. Merleau well analyzed this objectivist prejudice that modern art and literature calls into question, but perhaps he did not measure the depth to which it is rooted. Perhaps he too quickly conceded the domain of the visible world. Perhaps this is what leads him to define modern painting as a return to the subject, to the incomparable monster, and to bury it in a secret life outside the world. We must resume our analysis. Therefore the privilege of oil painting, which allows, better than any other, to attribute to each element of the object or the human face a distinct pictorial representative, the search for signs which can give the illusion of the depth or volume, that of movement, shapes, tactile values and different kinds of material, these processes, these secrets increased with each generation are the elements of a general technique of representation which, ultimately, would reach the thing itself, the very man, of which we do not imagine that they could contain chance or vagueness, and of which it is acts for the painting to equal the sovereign functioning. On this path steps are taken from which there is no turning back. The career of a painter, the productions of a school, the very development of painting moves towards masterpieces where what was sought until then is finally obtained, which, at least provisionally, make attempts useless. Previous and mark the progress of painting. Painting wants to be as convincing as things and only thinks it can reach us like them, by imposing an undeniable spectacle on our senses. In principle it relies on the apparatus of perception, considered as a natural and given means of communication between men. Don't we all have eyes, which function in almost the same way, and if the painter has been able to discover sufficient signs of depth or velvet, won't we all, when looking at the painting, have the same spectacle, which rivals nature? The fact remains that classical painters were painters and that no valid painting has ever consisted of simply representing. Merleau indicates that the modern conception of painting, as a creative expression, was a novelty for the public much more than for the painters themselves, who always practiced it even if they did not theorize it. This is what makes the works of the classics have another meaning and perhaps more meaning than they believed, that they often anticipate a painting freed from their canons and remain the designated intercessors of any initiation into painting. Paint. At the very moment when, with their eyes fixed on the world, they thought they were asking it for the secret of a sufficient representation, they unknowingly carried out this metamorphosis of which painting later became conscious. But then we cannot define classical painting by the representation of nature or by reference to our senses, nor therefore modern painting by reference to the subjective. The perception of the classics was already a matter of their culture. Our culture can still inform our perception of the visible. We must not abandon the visible world to classical recipes, nor lock up modern painting in the confines of the individual. There is no not to choose between the world and art, between our senses and absolute painting. They pass into one another. Merleau sometimes speaks as if the data of the senses over the centuries had never varied, and as if, as long as painting referred to them, the classical perspective was imposed. However, it is certain that this perspective is one of the ways invented by man to project the perceived world before him, and not its replica. It is an optional interpretation of spontaneous vision, not because the perceived world contradicts its laws and imposes others, but rather because it does not require any and is not of the order of laws. In free perception, objects scaled in depth have no defined apparent magnitude. We must not even say that perspective deceives us and that distant objects are larger to the naked eye than their projection on a drawing or photograph would lead us to believe, at least not of this magnitude, which would be a common measurement for the distant and the closest planes. The size of the moon on the horizon is not measurable by a certain number of aliquot parts of the coin that I hold in my hand. It is a magnitude at distance, of a kind of quality which adheres to the moon like hot and cold to other objects. We are here in the order of ultra things that H. Wallen speaks of, and which do not fit, with nearby objects, into a single graduated perspective. After a certain size and a certain distance, comes the absolute of size, where all the ultra things come together, and this is why children say of the sun that it is as big as a house. If I want to return from there to perspective, I must stop perceiving everything freely, I must circumscribe my vision, I must identify, on a measuring standard that I hold, what I call the apparent magnitude of the moon and the coin, and finally I transfer these measurements onto paper. But during this time the perceived world has disappeared, with the true simultaneity of objects, which is not their peaceful belonging to a single scale of magnitudes. When I saw the coin and the moon together, my gaze had to be fixed on one of the two, the other then appeared to me in the margins, small object seen up close or object big seen from afar, incommensurable with the first. What I put on paper is not this coexistence of things perceived, their rivalry before my gaze. I find a way to mediate their conflict, which creates depth. I decide to make them composable on the same plane, and I achieve this by coagulating on paper a series of local and monocular visions, none of which can be superimposed on the moments of the living perceptual field. While things competed for my gaze and, anchored in one of them, I felt on it the solicitation of others which made them coexist with the first, the requirement of a horizon and its claim to existence. I now construct a representation where each thing ceases to call upon itself the entire vision, makes concessions to others and agrees to only occupy on paper the space left to it by them. While my gaze, freely traversing depth, height, and width, was not subject to any point of view because it adopted and rejected them all in turn, I renounce this ubiquity and I agree not to do appear in my drawing only what could be seen from a certain station point by an immobile eye fixed on a certain vanishing point of a certain horizon line. While I had the experience of a world of teeming, exclusive things, which could only be embraced through a temporal journey where each gain is a loss at the same time. Now the inexhaustible being crystallizes in an ordered perspective where the distant ones resign themselves to being only distant ones, inaccessible and vague as is appropriate, where the close objects abandon something of their aggressiveness, order their interior lines according to the common law of the spectacle and already prepare themselves, as soon as it will be necessary, to become distant, where in short nothing catches the eye and represents the present. The whole picture is in the mode of the past or eternity, everything takes on an air of decency and discretion, things no longer challenge me and I am no longer compromised by them. And if I add to this artifice that of aerial perspective, we feel the extent to which I who paint and those who look at my landscape dominate the situation. Perspective is much more than a technical secret to imitate a reality which would be given as such to all men, it is the invention of a dominated world, possessed through and through in an instantaneous synthesis of which the spontaneous gaze gives us at most the outline when it vainly tries to hold together all these things each of which wants it in its entirety. The faces of classical portraiture, always serving a character, a passion, or a mood, always meaningful, the babies and animals of classical painting, so eager to enter the human world, so little concerned with challenging it, manifest the same adult relationship between man and the world, except when, yielding to his blessed demon, the great painter adds a new dimension to this overly self-confident world by making it vibrate contingency. Now, if objective painting itself is a creation, there are no longer any reasons to understand modern painting, because it wants to be creation, like a passage to the subjective, a ceremony to the glory of the individual, and Malraux's analysis seems unreliable to us here. There is, he says, only one subject in painting, the painter himself. 3. It is no longer the velvety texture of the peaches that we seek, like Chardin, it is, like Braque, the velvety texture of the painting. The classics were themselves without knowing it. The modern painter wants first of all to be original, and his power of expression merges for him with his individual difference. 4. Since painting is no longer for faith or for beauty, it is for the individual. 5. It is the annexation of the world by the individual. 6. The artist will therefore be of the family of the ambitious, of the drug addict. 7. Dedicated like them to the stubborn pleasure of oneself, to the pleasure of the demon, that is to say of everything which, in man, destroys man. It is however clear that we would be hard-pressed to apply these definitions to Cézanne or Klee, for example. And as for those of the moderns who deliver sketches as paintings, and whose each canvas, signature of a moment of life, demands to be seen, in exhibition, in the series of successive canvases, this tolerance of the unfinished can mean two things, either that in fact they have renounced the work and are only looking for the immediate, the felt, the individual, raw expression, as Malraux says, or else that the completion, the objective and convincing presentation for the senses is no longer the means nor the sign of the work truly done, because the expression now goes from man to man through the common world that they live, without passing through the anonymous domain of the senses or of nature. Baudelaire wrote, in a word that Malraux very aptly recalls, that a completed work was not necessarily finished and a finished work was not necessarily done. 8. The accomplished work is therefore not the one which exists in itself as a thing, but the one which reaches its spectator, invites him to resume the gesture which created it and, skipping the intermediaries, with no other guide than a movement from the invented line, an almost intangible trace, to join the silent world of the painter, now uttered and accessible. There is the improvisation of child painters, who have not learned their own gesture, and, under the pretext that a painter is a hand, believe that it is enough to have a hand to paint. They draw from their bodies small miracles as a morose young man can always draw from his own, provided that he observes it with enough complacency, some little strangeness good for nourishing his own religion. But there is also the improvisation of the one who, turned towards the world he wants to say, has ended up, each word calling upon another, by constituting a learned voice which is more his own than his original cry. There is the improvisation of automatic writing, and there is that of the Charterhouse of Parma. Since perception itself is never finished, since our perspectives allow us to express and think about a world which encompasses them, overflows them, and announces itself by dazzling signs like a word or an arabesque, why the expression of would the world be subject to the prose of the senses or the concept? It must be poetry, that is to say, it must fully awaken and reconvoke our pure power to express, beyond things already said or already seen. Modern painting poses a completely different problem than that of returning to the individual, the problem of knowing how we can communicate without the help of a pre-established nature and to which our senses would all open, how we are attached to the universal by what we have that is purest. This is one of the philosophies towards which we can extend Malraux's analysis. It is only necessary to detach it from the philosophy of the individual or of death which holds the foreground for him, not without some movements of nostalgia for the civilizations of the sacred. What the painter puts in the painting is not the immediate self, the very nuance of feeling, it is his style, and he has to conquer it no less through his own attempts than through the painting of others. Or on the world. How long, said Malraux, before a writer learned to speak with his own voice? Likewise, how long before the painter who does not, like us, have the work displayed before him, but who makes it, recognizes in his first paintings the lineaments of what will be, but only if he do not deceive about himself, his work done. Moreover, he is no more capable of seeing his paintings than the writer is of reading himself. It is in others that the expression takes on its relief and truly becomes meaningful. For the writer or the painter, there is only allusion from oneself to oneself, the familiarity of the personal which is also called interior monologue. The painter works and makes his mark, and, except when it comes to old works where he enjoys rediscovering what he has become, he does not like to look at it so much, he has better things in front of him. The language of his maturity eminently contains the faint accent of his early works. Without turning towards them, and by the simple fact that they have accomplished certain expressive operations, he finds himself endowed with new organs and, experiencing the excess of what can be said about their already verified power, he is capable, unless a mysterious fatigue intervenes, of which there is more than one example, of going in the same direction further, as if each step taken required and made possible another step, as if each successful expression prescribed another task. To the spiritual automaton or even founded an institution whose effectiveness he will never finish testing. This inner schema ever more compelling with each new painting, to the point that the famous chair becomes, says Malraux, a brutal ideogram of the very name of Van Gogh, for Van Gogh it is not legible neither in his first works, nor even in his inner life, he is this life itself insofar as it leaves its inherence, ceases to enjoy itself, and becomes a universal means of understanding and making people understand, of seeing and giving to see, not therefore confined to the depths of the mute individual, but diffused in everything he sees. Before style becomes an object of predilection for others, for the artist himself an object of delight, there must have been this fertile moment when it germinated on the surface of his experience, where an operational and latent meaning found the emblems which were to deliver it and make it manageable for the artist at the same time as accessible to others. Even when the painter has already painted, and if he has become in some respect master of himself, what is given to him with his style is not a manner, a certain number of processes or ticks of which he can take inventory, it is a mode of formulation as recognizable to others, as little visible to him as his silhouette or his everyday gestures. When Malraux therefore writes that style is the means of recreating the world according to the values of the man who discovers it 9, or that it is the expression of a meaning given to the world, an appeal, and not consequence of a vision 10, or finally, that it is the reduction to a fragile human perspective of the eternal world which leads us into a drift of stars according to a mysterious rhythm 11, it does not settle in the very operation of style, like the public, he looks at it from the outside. He indicates certain consequences, indeed sensational, the victory of man over the world, but which the painter does not have in mind. The painter at work knows nothing of the antithesis of man and the world, of meaning and the absurd, of style and representation, he is far too busy expressing his commerce with the world to take pride in a style that was born without his knowledge. It is very true that style is, for moderns, much more than a means of representation. It has no external model. Painting does not exist before painting. But we must not conclude, as Merleau does, that the representation of the world is for the painter only a means of style. 12, as if style could be known and desired outside of all contact with the world, as if he was an end. We must see it appear in the hollow of the perception of the painter as painter. It is a requirement coming from it. Merleau says it in his best passages: perception already stylizes. A passing woman is not, for me, first of all a body contour, a colored mannequin, a spectacle. It is an individual, sentimental, sexual expression. It is a certain way of being flesh given entirely in the gait or even in the sole shock of the heel on the ground, as the tension of the arc is present in each fiber of the wood, a very remarkable variation from the norm of walking, of looking, of touching, of speaking that I possess within myself because I am body. If, moreover, I am a painter, what passes on the canvas will no longer be only of vital or sensual value. There will not only be on the painting a woman, or an unhappy woman, or a milliner. There will be the emblem of a way of inhabiting the world, of treating it, of interpreting it through the face as well as through clothing, through the agility of the gesture as well as through the inertia of the body, in short of a certain relationship to being. But this style and this truly pictorial sense, if they are not in the woman seen, because then the painting would already be done, are at least called for by her. Every style is the shaping of the elements of the world which make it possible to orient it towards one of its essential parts. There is meaning when the data of the world are subjected by us to a coherent deformation. 13. This convergence of all the visible and moral vectors of the painting towards the same meaning X is already outlined in the perception of the painter. It begins as soon as he perceives, that is to say as soon as he finds in the inaccessible fullness of things certain hollows, certain cracks, figures and depths, a high and a low, a norm and a deviation, as soon as certain elements of the world take on the value of dimensions on which we now transfer everything else, in the language of which we express it. The style is for each painter the system of equivalences that he constitutes for this work of manifestation, the universal index of the coherent deformation by which he concentrates the meaning still scattered in his perception and expressly makes it exist. The work is not done far from things and in some intimate laboratory to which the painter alone has and would have the key. Whether by looking at real flowers or paper flowers, he always refers to his world as if the principal equivalences by which he will manifest it have always been buried there. Writers must not underestimate the work, the study of the painter, this effort so similar to an effort of thought and which allows us to speak of a language of painting. It is true, his system of equivalences, barely taken from the spectacle of the world, the painter invests it again in colors, in a quasi-space, on a canvas. The meaning permeates the painting rather than the painting expressing it. This yellow tear in the sky above Golgotha, it is an anguish-made thing, an anguish which has turned into a yellow tear in the sky and which is suddenly submerged, impossified by the proper qualities of things. 14. The meaning gets bogged down in the painting, trembles around it like a mist of heat. 15, rather than being manifested by it. It is like an immense and vain effort, always stopped halfway between heaven and earth to express what the nature of the painting forbids it from expressing. This impression is perhaps inevitable among language professionals. It happens to them what happens to us when we hear a foreign language that we speak poorly. We find it monotonous, marked by an accent and a flavor that is too strong, precisely because that it is not ours and that we have not made it the main instrument of our relations with the world. The meaning of the painting remains captive for us who do not communicate with the world through painting. But for the painter, and even for us if we begin to live in painting, he is much more than a heat mist on the surface of the canvas, since he is capable of demanding this color or this object in preference to any other and that it controls the arrangement of the table as imperatively as a syntax or a logic. Because the whole picture is not in these small anxieties or in these local joys with which it is sprinkled, they are only components in a total sense that is less pathetic, more readable, and more lasting. Malraux is right to relate the anecdote of the Cassis hotelier who saw Renoir at work in front of the sea and approached. They were naked women who were bathing in another place. He looked at I don't know what, and he only changed a little corner. Malraux comments, the blue of the sea had become that of the Lavandier's stream. His vision was less a way of looking at the sea than the secret elaboration of a world to which this depth of blue belonged, resumed in Immensity 16. Still, Renoir looked at the sea. And why did the blue of the sea belong to the world of his painting? How could he teach her something about Lavandier's Creek? This is because each fragment of the world, and in particular the sea, sometimes riddled with whirlpools and ripples, plumed with egrets, sometimes massive and immobile in itself, contains all kinds of figures of being, and, by the way he responds to the attack of the gaze, evokes a series of possible variants and teaches, in addition to himself, a general way of expressing being. We can paint bathers and a stream of fresh water in front of the sea in Cassis because we only ask of the sea, but only it can teach it, its way of interpreting the liquid substance, of to exhibit, to compose it with itself, in short a typical manifestation of water. We can paint by looking at the world because the style that will define the painter in the eyes of others, he seems to find in appearances themselves, and he believes he spells out nature at the moment he recreates it. A certain peremptory balance or imbalance of colors and lines upsets those who discover that the door half open there is that of another world. 17. Another world, let us mean, the same one that the painter sees, and speaking his own language, only freed from the nameless weight which held him back and kept him in ambiguity. How would the painter or the poet say anything other than their encounter with the world? What does abstract art itself speak of, if not a negation or a refusal of the world? Now austerity, the dread of surfaces and geometric shapes, still has the odor of life, even if it is a life of shame or despair. So the table always says something. It is a new system of equivalences which requires precisely this upheaval, and it is in the name of a truer relationship between things that their ordinary links are unraveled. A vision, an action that is finally free, decenters and regroups the objects of the world for the painter, the words for the poet. But it is not enough to break or burn the language to write the illuminations, and Malraux profoundly remarks of modern painters that although none spoke of truth, all, faced with the works of their adversaries, spoke of imposture. 18. They do not want a truth which is the resemblance of painting and the world. They would accept the idea of a truth which is the cohesion of a painting with itself, the presence in it of a unique principle which affects each means of expression of a certain employment value. Now when a stripe of the brush replaces the complete reconstitution in principle of appearances to introduce us to wool or flesh, what replaces the object is not the subject, it is the elusive logic of the perceived world. We always want to mean, there is always something to say, which we approach more or less. Simply Van Gogh's going further at the moment when he painted the ravens no longer indicates some reality towards which we should walk, but what remains to be done to restore the encounter of the gaze with the things which solicit it, of the one who has to be with what is. And this report is certainly not one of those that can be copied. As always in art, lie to be true, says Sartre rightly. It is said that the exact recording of a conversation which had seemed brilliant then gives the impression of poverty. It lacks the presence of those who spoke, the gestures, the physiognomies, the feeling of an event occurring, of continued improvisation. The conversation no longer exists, it is flattened into the single dimension of sound, all the more disappointing as this entirely auditory medium is that of a reed text. So that the work of art, precisely, which often only addresses one of our senses and which never invests us on all sides like experience, fills our minds as it does, it must therefore be something other than cooled existence, that it must be, as Gaston Bachelard says, sure existence. But it is not arbitrary or, as they say, fiction. Modern painting, like modern thought in general, obliges us to admit a truth which does not resemble things, which is without external model, without predestined instruments of expression, and which is nevertheless truth. If we put the painter back in contact with his world, as we are trying to do, perhaps we will find less enigmatic the metamorphosis which, through him, transforms the world into painting, that which, from its beginnings of its maturity, the change in itself, and finally that which, with each generation, gives to certain works of the past a meaning which we had not noticed. When a writer considers painting and painters, he is somewhat in the position of the readers towards the writer, or in that of the lover who thinks of the absent woman. We conceive the writer from the work, the lover summarizes the absent in the few words, the few attitudes where it is most purely expressed. When he finds it again, he is tempted to say the famous, "What, is that all it is?" by Stendhal. When we meet the writer, we are foolishly disappointed not to find in every moment of his presence this essence, this flawless word that we have become accustomed to designating by his name. So this is what he does with his time. So this is the ugly house he lives in? So these are his friends, the woman whose life he shares? These are his mediocre worries. But all this is just daydreaming, or even envy, secret hatred. We only admire where we should, after understanding that there are no supermen, no man who does not have to live a man's life, and that the secret of the beloved woman, of the writer or of the painter is not in something beyond his empirical life, but so mixed up with his mediocre experiences, so modestly confused with his perception of the world that there can be no question of meeting him separately, face to face. When reading the psychology of art, we sometimes think that Merleau, who, as a writer, certainly knows all this, forgets it when it comes to paintings, devotes to them the same kind of cult that he would not accept, we believe, of its readers, finally deifies them. What genius is not fascinated by this extremity of painting, by this call before which time wavers? This is the moment of possession of the world. If painting cannot go any further, old Hals becomes God. 19. This is perhaps the painter seen by others. The painter himself is a man at work who finds every morning in the shape of things the same question, the same call to which he never finishes responding. In his eyes, his work is never done, it is always in progress, so that no one can claim it against the world. One day, life slips away, the body falls apart, other times, and more sadly, it is the question scattered throughout the spectacle of the world which ceases to be answered. Then the painter is no longer, or he has become an honorary painter. But as long as he paints, it is always about visible things, or if he is or becomes blind, about this undeniable world to which he accesses through other senses and of which he speaks in terms of a seer. And this is why his work, obscure in itself, is nevertheless guided and oriented. It is never a question of carrying the line further along the same furrow already opened, of resuming and generalizing an accent which has already appeared in the corner of a previous painting or in some moment of his experience, without the painter himself can never say, because the distinction has no meaning, what is his and what is things, what the new work adds to the old ones, what he took from others and what is his. This triple recovery which makes the expressive operation like a provisional eternity, it is not only metamorphosis in the sense of fairy tales, miracle, magic, absolute creation in an aggressive solitude, it is also a response to what the world, the past, the works done demanded, accomplishment, fraternity. Husserl used the beautiful word stift-tongue, foundation or establishment, to designate first of all the unlimited fecundity of each present which, precisely because it is singular and passes, can never cease to have been and therefore to be universally, but above all that of the products of culture which continue to be valuable after their appearance and open up a field of research where they perpetually revive. This is how the world, as soon as he saw it, his first attempts to paint and the whole past of painting provide the painter with a tradition, that is to say, comments Husserl, the power to forget the origins and to give to the past, not a survival which is the hypocritical form of forgetting, but a new life, which is the noble form of memory. Merleau insists on what is deceptive and ridiculous in the comedy of the mind, these enemy contemporaries, Delacroix and Ingres, in whom posterity will recognize twins, these painters who claim to be classics and are only neoclassic, that is to say the opposite, These styles which escape the gaze of the creator and only become visible when the museum brings together works scattered all over the world, when photography enlarges the miniatures, transforms a piece through its framing of painting. Transforms stained glass windows, carpets and coins into paintings, and brings to painting an awareness of itself which is always retrospective. But if expression recreates and metamorphoses, this was already true of times which preceded ours and even our perception of the world before painting, since it already marked in things the trace of human elaboration. The productions of the past, which are the data of our time, also went beyond previous productions towards a future that we are and in this sense called among others the metamorphosis that we impose on them. We can no more take inventory of a painting, say what is there and what is not there, than, according to linguists, we cannot inventory a vocabulary, and for the same reason, here and there, it is not a question of a finite sum of signs, but of an open field or a new organ of human culture. Can we deny that by painting such a fragment of a picture this classical painter had already invented the very gesture of this modern one? But can we forget that he had not made it the principle of his painting and that in this sense he had not invented it, just as Saint Augustine had not invented the cogito as a central thought and had only met? The reverie by which each time, as Aaron said, seeks ancestors is however only possible because all times belong to the same universe. The classic and the modern belong to the universe of painting conceived as a single task from the first drawings on the wall of caves to our conscious painting. If this finds something to take up in arts which are linked to an experience very different from ours, it is undoubtedly because it transfigures them, but it is also because they prefigure it, that they have at least something to say to it, and that their artists, believing they were continuing primitive terrors or those of Asia and Egypt, secretly inaugurated another history which is still ours and which makes them present to us, while the empires and beliefs they thought they belonged to are long gone. The unity of painting is not only at the museum, it is in this unique task which is proposed to all painters, which means that one day at the museum they will be comparable, and that these fires respond to each other, one to another in the night. The first drawings on cave walls posed the world as to be painted or to be drawn, called for an indefinite future of painting, and this is what makes them speak to us and that we respond to them with metamorphoses where they collaborate with us. There are therefore two historicities, one ironic or even derisory, and made of misinterpretations, because each time struggles against others as against foreigners by imposing its concerns, its perspectives on them. It is forgetting rather than memory, it is fragmentation, ignorance, exteriority. But the other, without which the first would be impossible, is constituted and reconstituted step by the interest which brings us towards what is not us, by this life which the past, in a continuous exchange, brings us and finds in us, and which it continues to lead in each painter who revives, takes up and relaunches with each new work the entire enterprise of painting. This cumulative history, where paintings come together through what they affirm, Merleau often subordinates to cruel history, where painters oppose each other because they deny. For him, reconciliation only takes place in death, and it is always after the fact that we perceive the unique problem to which the rival paintings respond and which makes them contemporary. But if it were not really already present and operating in painters, if not at the center of their consciousness, at least at the horizon of their work, we do not see where the museum of the future would make it emerge from. We can say of the painter roughly what Valery said of the priest, that he leads a double life and that half of his bread is consecrated. He is indeed this irascible and suffering man for whom every other painting is a rival. But his anger and his hatreds are the waste of a work. The unfortunate person doomed to jealousy carries with him everywhere this invisible double, freed from his hauntings, himself as his painting defines him, and the historical inscription, as P. Guy said, will only demonstrate filiations or kinships, which the painter can well recognize if he only agrees not to take himself for God and not to venerate each gesture of his brush as unique. What makes a Vermeer for us, Merleau shows this perfectly, is not that this painted canvas one day fell from the hands of the man Vermeer, it is that the painting observes the system of equivalences according to which each of its elements, like 100 hands on 100 dials, marks the same deviation, it is because it speaks the Vermeer language. And if the forger succeeded in adopting not only the processes, but the very style of the great Vermeer, he would no longer be a forger, he would be one of those painters who painted for the master in the workshop of the classics. It is true that this is not possible. One cannot paint spontaneously like Vermeer after centuries of other painting and when the very problem of painting has changed meaning. But whether the painting was secretly made by one of our contemporaries, this fact only qualifies the forger to the extent that it prevents him from truly following Vermeer's style. This is because the name of Vermeer and that of every great painter comes to designate something like an institution, and just as history is responsible for discovering, behind the Parliament under the Ancien Regime or behind the French Revolution, what they really mean in the dynamics of human relationships, what modulation of these relationships they represent, and must, to do so, designate this as accessory and that as essential, in the same way a true history of painting should seek. Through the immediate aspect of the so-called Vermeer paintings, a structure, a style, a meaning against which cannot prevail, if any, the discordant details torn from his brush by fatigue, circumstance, or imitation of oneself. If she can only judge the authenticity of a painting by examining the painting, it is not only because we lack the original information, it is because the complete catalogue of the work of a master is not enough to know what is really his, it is that he himself is a certain word in the discourse of painting, which awakens echoes towards the past and towards the future to the same extent where she does not seek him is that he is linked to all other attempts to the very extent that he resolutely takes care of his world. Retrospection may well be essential for this true story to emerge from empirical history, which is only attentive to events and remains blind to events, but it is traced first in the total will of the painter. The history only looks towards the past because the painter first looked towards the work to come. There is a fraternity of painters in death only because they experience the same problem. In this respect the function of the museum, like that of the library, is not only beneficial. It gives us many means of seeing together, as moments of a single effort, productions which lay throughout the world, bogged down in the cults or in the civilizations of which they wanted to be the ornament. In this sense it establishes our consciousness paint as paint. But it is first of all in every painter who works, and it is there in its pure state, while the museum compromises it with the dark pleasures of retrospection. We should go to the museum as painters go there, in the sober joy of work, and not as we go there, with a reverence which is not entirely appropriate. The museum gives us a conscience of thieves. The idea comes to us from time to time that these works were not made to end up within these gloomy walls, for the pleasure of Sunday strollers or Monday intellectuals. We clearly feel that there is loss and that this necropolis recollection is not the true environment of art, that so many joys and sorrows, so much anger, so much work were not intended to reflect a day the sad light of the museum. The museum, transforming attempts into works, makes a history of painting possible. But perhaps it is essential for men to only achieve greatness in their works when they do not seek it too much. Perhaps it is not bad that the painter and the writer do not know too much that they are in the process of founding humanity. Perhaps finally they have, of the history of art, a truer and more living feeling when they continue it in their work than when they become amateurs. To admire it at the museum. The museum adds a false prestige to the true value of the works by detaching them from the coincidences in which they were born and by making us believe that inevitabilities have always guided the hands of artists. While the style in each painter lived like the pulsation of his heart and made him precisely capable of recognizing any effort other than his own, the museum converted the secret, modest, non-deliberate, involuntary, living historicity into official and historical history. Pompous. The imminence of a regression gives to our friendship for a particular painter a pathetic nuance which was very foreign to it. For him, he worked a whole life as a man, and we see his work like flowers on the edge of a precipice. The museum makes painters as mysterious to us as octopuses or lobsters. These works which were born in the warmth of a life, he transforms them into prodigies of another world, and the breath which carried them is no longer, in the pensive atmosphere of the museum and under its protective glass, only a faint throbbing on their surface. The museum kills the vehemence of painting just as the library, said Sartre, transforms writings which were first the gestures of a man into messages. It is the historicity of death. And there is a historicity of life, of which he only offers the fallen image, that which inhabits the painter at work, when he ties together in a single gesture the tradition which he takes up and the tradition which he founds, the one which joins him at once to everything that has ever been painted in the world, without him having to leave his place, his time, his blessed and cursed work, and which reconciles the paintings insofar as each expresses the entire existence, insofar as they are all successful, instead of reconciling them insofar as they are all finished and as so many vain gestures. If we bring painting back to the present, we will see that it does not admit the barriers that our purism would like to multiply between the painter and others, between the painter and his own life. Even if the casus hotelier does not understand the transmutation that Renoir operates from the blue of the Mediterranean into the water of Lavandieres, the fact remains that he wanted to see Renoir work, that interests him too, and nothing after all, it prevents him from finding the path that the cave dwellers once opened without tradition. Renoir would have been very wrong to ask his advice and try to please him. In this sense, he did not paint for the hotelier. He himself defined, through his painting, the conditions under which he intended to be approved. But ultimately he painted, he questioned the visible and made the visible. It was from the world, from the water of the sea that he asked again the secret of the water of the washerwomen and, passing from one to the other, he opened it for those who, with him, were taken in the world. As Jave Wheelman says, it was not a question of speaking their language, but of expressing them by expressing oneself. And the painter's relationship to his own life is of the same order. His style is not the style of his life, but it also draws it towards expression. We understand that Malraux does not like psychoanalytic explanations in painting. Even if Saint Anne's cloak is a vulture, even if we admitted that while Vinci was painting it as a cloak, a second Vinci in Vinci, with head tilted, deciphered it as a vulture like a riddle reader, no one would talk about it anymore. This vulture if the painting did not have another meaning. The explanation only accounts for details, at most the materials. Granted that the painter likes to handle colors, the sculptor clay, because he is an anal, this still does not tell us what painting or sculpting is. 20. But the completely opposite attitude, the devotion of the artists which forbids us from knowing anything about their lives and places their work like a miracle outside of private or public history and outside the world, it also hides from us their true greatness. If Leonardo is anything other than one of the countless victims of an unhappy childhood, it is not that he has one foot in the afterlife, it is that, of all he had experienced, he succeeded in creating a means of interpreting the world. It is not that he did not have a body or vision, it is that his corporeal or vital situation was constituted by him in language. When we move from the order of events to that of expression, we do not change the world, the same data that were experienced become a signifying system. Hollowed out, worked from within, finally freed from this weight on us which made them painful or hurtful, become transparent or even luminous, and capable of illuminating not only those aspects of the world which resemble them, but also others. They have, although they may be metamorphosed, they do not cease to be there. The knowledge that one can gain from it will never replace the experience of the work itself. But it helps to measure creation and it teaches us this surpassing on the spot which is the only surpassing without return. If we settle into the painter to witness this decisive moment when what was given to him of bodily destiny, personal adventures, or historical events crystallizes on the motif, we will recognize that his work, which is not never an effect, is always a response to these data, and that the body, life, landscapes, schools, teachers, creditors, police, revolutions, which can stifle painting, are also the bread from which it makes his sacrament. To live in painting is to still breathe this world, especially for those who see something in the world to paint, and every man is a little like that. Let's get to the bottom of the problem. Malraux meditates on miniatures and coins where photographic enlargement miraculously reveals the very style of large works, or on works unearthed beyond the limits of Europe, far from any influence, and where the moderns are stunned to encounter the same style that conscious painting has reinvented elsewhere. When art is locked away in the innermost depths of the individual, the convergence of works can only be explained by some destiny that dominates them. As if an imaginary spirit of art pushed from miniature to painting, from fresco to stained glass window, the same conquest, and suddenly abandoned it for another, parallel or suddenly opposed, as if an underground torrent of history united by drawing together all these scattered works. A style known in its evolution and its metamorphoses becomes less an idea than the illusion of a living fatality. Reproduction, and it alone, has brought into art these imaginary super-artists who have a confused birth, a life, conquests, concessions to the taste of wealth or seduction, an agony and a resurrection, and who are called styles 21. Merleau therefore encounters, at least as a metaphor, the idea of a history which brings together the most distant attempts, of a painting which works behind the painter's back, of a reason in history of which he is the instrument. These Hegelian monsters are the antithesis and complement of his individualism. What happens to them when the theory of perception reinstalls the painter in the visible world and finds the body as spontaneous expression? Let's start with the simplest fact, and on which, moreover, we have already given some clarification. The magnifying glass reveals in the metal or in the miniature the very style of the great works because the hand carries its style everywhere, which is undivided in the gesture, and does not need, to mark the material with its stripe, to weigh down at each point of the route. Our writing is recognizable, whether we trace the letters on paper, with 3 fingers of the hand, or with chalk, on the board, with our whole arm, because it is not in our body an automatism linked to certain muscles, intended to accomplish certain materially defined movements, but a general power of motor formulation capable of the transpositions which provide the constancy of the style. Or rather, there is not even a transposition, we simply do not write in the space itself, with a hand thing, a body thing to which each new situation would pose new problems. We write in perceived space, where results of the same form are immediately analogous, differences in scale ignored, just as the same melody performed at different pitches is immediately identified. And the hand with which we write is a hand phenomenon, which possesses, with the formula of a movement, like the effective law of particular cases in which it may have to be realized. All the wonder of the style already present in the invisible elements of a work therefore comes down to the fact that, working in the human world of things perceived, the artist finds himself putting his mark even in the inhuman world revealed by optical devices. Like the swimmer unknowingly flies over an entire buried universe that he is frightened to discover through the underwater telescope, or like Achilles performs, in the simplicity of a step, an infinite summation of spaces and moments. And certainly, this is a great marvel, the strangeness of which should not be masked by the word man. At least we can see here that this miracle is natural to us, that it begins with our incarnate life, and that there is no need to seek the explanation in some spirit of the world, which would operate in us without us, and would perceive in our place, beyond the perceived world, on a microscopic scale. Here, the spirit of the world is us, as soon as we know how to move, as soon as we know how to look. These simple acts already contain the secret of expressive action. I move my body without even knowing which muscles, which nervous pathways must intervene, nor where one should look for the instruments of this action, just as the artist makes his style radiate until to the fibers of the material he works. I want to go there, and here I am, without having entered into the inhuman secret of the bodily machinery, without having adjusted it to the data of the problem, and for example to the location of the goal defined by its relationship to some coordinate system. I look at the goal, I am drawn into it, and the bodily apparatus does what it has to do to get me there. Everything happens before my eyes in the human world of perception and gesture, but my geographic or physical body obeys the demands of this little drama which never ceases to arouse in it 1,000 natural wonders. My gaze towards the goal also already has its miracles, it too establishes itself with authority in the being and conducts itself there as in a conquered country. It is not the object which obtains from my eyes the movements of accommodation and convergence. It has been possible to show that on the contrary I would never see anything clearly, and there would be no object for me, if I did not arrange my eyes in such a way as to make possible the vision of the single object. And it is not here the mind which relays the body and anticipates what we are going to see. No, it is my looks themselves, it is their synergy, their exploration, their prospecting, which bring the imminent object into focus, and our corrections would never be rapid and precise enough if they had to be based on a real calculation. Effects. We must therefore recognize under the name of gaze, of hand, and in general of body a system of systems dedicated to the inspection of a world, capable of spanning distances, of piercing the perceptual future, of drawing in flatness inconceivable of the being of hollows and reliefs, of distances and gaps, a meaning. The movement of the artist tracing his arabesque in infinite matter amplifies, but also continues, the simple marvel of directed locomotion or grip gestures. In the gesture of designation, already, not only does the body overflow onto a world whose schema it carries within itself, it possesses it at a distance rather than being possessed by it. Even more so, the gesture of expression, which is responsible for drawing itself and making visible to the outside world what it aims at, recovers the world. But already, with our first oriented gesture, the infinite relationships of someone with their situation had invaded our mediocre planet and opened an inexhaustible field for our conduct. Any perception, any action which presupposes it, in short any human use of the body is already primordial expression, not this derived work which replaces the expressed signs given elsewhere with their meaning and their rule of use, but the primary operation which first constitutes the signs into signs, makes the expressed dwell in them by the sole eloquence of their arrangement and their configuration, implants a meaning in what had none, and which therefore, far from being exhaust in the moment in which it takes place, inaugurates an order, founds an institution or a tradition. Now if the presence of style in miniatures that no one had ever seen, and in a sense never made, is confused with the fact of our corporeality and does not call for any occult explanation, it seems to us that the same can be said. Singular convergence which make works that resemble each other appear from one end of the world to the other, beyond any influence. We ask for a cause which explains these resemblances, and we speak of a reason in history or of super artists who lead artists. But first of all, it is to pose the problem badly to speak of similarities. They are, after all, a small thing compared to the innumerable differences and the variety of cultures. The probability, even low, of a reinvention without guide or model is enough to account for these exceptional overlaps. The real problem is to understand why such different cultures engage in the same research, set themselves the same task, why what produces a culture has a meaning for other cultures, even if it is not its original meaning, why we take the trouble to transform fetishes into art, finally why there is a painting or a universe of painting. But this only poses a problem if we begin by placing ourselves in the geographical or physical world, and by placing the works there, as so many separate events whose resemblance or even just the resemblance is then improbable and requires a principle of explanation. On the contrary, we propose to admit the order of culture or meaning as an original order of the Advent 22, which must not be derived from that, if it exists, of pure events, nor treated as the simple effect of extraordinary encounters. If the characteristic of human gesture is to signify beyond its simple factual existence, to inaugurate a meaning, it follows that every gesture is comparable to any other, that they all relate to a single syntax, that each of them is a beginning, announces a continuation or new beginnings, insofar as it is not, like the event, closed on its difference and once and for all gone, that it is worth beyond its simple presence and that in this it is in advance allied or complicit in all other attempts at expression. The difficult and essential thing here is to understand that by posing a field distinct from the empirical order of events we are not posing a spirit of painting which would possess itself in the reverse side of the world where it would manifest itself little by little. There is not, above that of events, a second causality which would make the world of painting a supersensible world with its own laws. The creation of culture is ineffective if it does not find a vehicle in external circumstances. But, as long as they lend themselves to it, a painting preserved and transmitted develops in its heirs a power of arousal which is out of proportion to what it is, not only as a piece of painted canvas, but even as a work gifted by its creator of a definite meaning. This excess of the work on deliberate intentions inserts it into a multitude of relationships of which the short history of painting and even the psychology of the painter bear only a few reflections, as the gesture of the body towards the world introduces it into an order of relationships that pure physiology and biology do not suspect. Despite the diversity of its parts, which makes it fragile and vulnerable, the body is capable of coming together in a gesture which for a time dominates their dispersion and imposes its monogram on everything it does. It is in the same way that, beyond the distances of space and time, we can speak of a unity of human style which brings together the gestures of all painters in a single attempt, their productions in a single cumulative history, in a single art. The unity of culture extends beyond the limits of an individual life, the same kind of envelopment which unites in advance all the moments of it at the moment of its institution or its birth, when a consciousness is sealed in a body and a new being appears in the world to whom we do not know what will happen, but to whom from now on something cannot fail to happen, if only the end of this life has barely begun. Analytical thinking breaks the perspective transition from one moment to another, from one place to another, from one perspective to another, and then seeks from the side of the mind the guarantee of a unity that is already there when we perceive. It also breaks the unity of culture and then seeks to reconstitute it from the outside. After all, she says, there are only works, which in themselves are dead letters, and individuals who freely give them meaning. So why do works resemble each other and individuals understand each other? This is when we introduce the spirit of painting. But just as we must recognize as a final fact the spanning of the diverse by existence and in particular the bodily possession of space, and that our body, insofar as it lives and makes itself a gesture, does not relies only on his effort to be in the world, stands upright because his inclination is upward, his perceptual fields pull him towards this risky position, and cannot receive this power from a separate mind, in the same way history painting which runs from one work to another rests on itself and is only carried by the caryatid of our efforts which converge simply because they are efforts of expression. The intrinsic order of meaning is not eternal. If it does not follow each zigzag of empirical history, it calls for a series of successive steps. Because it is not defined only, as we said provisionally, by the relationship of all its moments in a single task, precisely because they are all moments of painting, each of them, if it is preserved and transmitted, modifies the situation of the company and requires that those who come after him be precisely other than him. Two cultural gestures can only be identical if they ignore each other. It is therefore essential for art to develop, that is to say both to change and, as Hegel says, to return into oneself, therefore to present itself in the form of history, and the meaning of the expressive gesture on which we have based the unity of painting is in principle a meaning in Genesis. The Advent is a promise of events. The domination of the one over the multiple in the history of painting, like that which we encountered in the exercise of the perceiving body, does not consummate succession in an eternity, on the contrary it demands succession, it has it need at the same time as it grounds it in meaning. And it is not a question, between these two problems, of a simple analogy, it is the expressive operation of the body, begun by the slightest perception, which is amplified in painting and in art. The field of pictorial meanings has been open since a man appeared in the world. And the first drawing on the walls of the caves only founded a tradition because it incorporated another, that of perception. The quasi-eternity of art merges with the quasi-eternity of incarnate existence, and we have in the exercise of our body and our senses, insofar as they insert us into the world, enough to understand our cultural gesticulation as it inserts us into history. Linguists sometimes say that, since there is strictly no way of marking in history the date when, for example, Latin ceases and French begins, there is only one language and almost only one language in continuous work. Let us say more generally that the continued attempt at expression establishes a single story, just as the grip of our body on any possible object establishes a single space. Understood in this way, history would escape, we can only indicate here, the confused discussions of which it is today the subject, and would become again what it must be for the philosopher, the center of his reflections, not certainly as a simple nature, absolutely clear in itself, but on the contrary as the place of our questions and our astonishments. Whether to adore it or to hate it, today we conceive of history and historical dialectics as an external power. Between her and us, we must then choose, and choose history. That means devoting ourselves body and soul to the advent of a future man of which we are not even the outline, renouncing, in favor of this future, to any judgment on means, in favor of efficiency, to any judgment of value, and to consent of oneself to oneself. This idle story secularizes a rudimentary conception of God, and it is not by chance that contemporary discussions so readily return to a parallel between what is called the horizontal transcendence of history and the vertical transcendence of God. In truth, this is to pose the problem twice. The most beautiful encyclicals in the world can do nothing about this fact. It is at least 20 centuries since Europe and a good part of the world renounced so-called vertical transcendence, and it is a bit much to forget that Christianity is, among other things, the recognition of a mystery in the relationships between man and God, which is precisely due to the fact that the Christian God does not want a vertical relationship of subordination. It is not simply a principle of which we are the consequences, a will of which we are the instruments, or even a model of which human values are only the reflection. There is a sort of impotence of God without us, and Christ testifies that God would not be fully God without adopting the condition of man. Claudel goes so far as to say that God is not above, but below us, meaning that we do not find him as a supersensible idea, but as another ourselves, who inhabits and authenticates our darkness. Transcendence no longer overlooks man, he strangely becomes its privileged bearer. Furthermore, no philosophy of history has ever transferred all the substance of the present to the future nor destroyed the self to make room for the other. This neurosis of the future would be exactly non-philosophy, the deliberate refusal to know what one believes. No philosophy has ever consisted of choosing between transcendences, for example between that of God and that of the human future. They are all busy mediating them, understanding for example how God becomes man or how the man becomes God, to elucidate this strange envelopment which means that the choice of means is already a choice of an end, that the self becomes a world, culture, history, but that culture decays at the same time as it. In Hegel, as we constantly repeat, everything that is real is rational, and therefore justified, but justified sometimes as true acquisition, sometimes as a pause, sometimes as an ebb and withdrawal for a new impetus, in short justified relatively, as moment of total history, on the condition that this history is made, and therefore in the sense in which we say that our very errors carry stone, and that our progress is our errors understood, which does not erase the difference of growths and declines, births and deaths, regressions and progress. It is true that Hegel's theory of the state and the theory of war seem to reserve the judgment of historical work for the absolute knowledge of the philosopher, initiated into the secret of history, and to relinquish it to other men. This is no reason to forget that, even in his philosophy of law, Hegel rejects the judgment of action by effects alone as well as the judgment of action by intentions alone, the principle, in the action of not taking into account the consequences, and this other, judging actions according to their consequences and taking them as a measure of what is just and good, both belong to the abstract understanding 23. Lives so separate that we can limit the responsibility of each to the deliberate and necessary consequences of what they dreamed, a history which would be that of equally undeserved failures and successes and which would therefore note the men of glory or of infamy according to the external chances which came to disfigure or embellish what they did. These are the twin abstractions which Hegel does not want. What he has in mind is the moment when the interior becomes exterior, the turn or transfer by which we pass into others and into the world as the world and others into us, into others terms the action. Through action, I make myself responsible for everything, I accept help as the betrayal of external chances, the transformation of necessity into contingency and vice versa. 24. I claim to be master not only of my intentions, but also of what things will do with them. I take the world, others as they are, I take myself as I am, and I stand strong for all that. To act is, to surrender to this law. 25. The action makes the event its own so well that the failed crime is punished more lightly than the successful crime, and Oedipus himself feels parricide, incestuous, although he is only so in fact. Faced with this madness of action, which takes into account the course of things, we can be tempted to conclude indifferently that there are only guilty people, since to act or even to live is already to accept the risk of infamy with the chance for glory, and that there are only innocent people, since nothing, and not even crime, was willed ex nihilo, no one having chosen to be born. But, beyond these philosophies of the interior and exterior, before which everything is equivalent, what Hegel suggests, since, when everything is said, there is a difference between the valid and the non-valid, between what we accept and what we refuse, it is a judgment of the attempt, of the enterprise, or of the work, not of the intention alone or of the consequences alone, but of the use that we did our good will, in the way we assess the factual situation. What judges a man is not the intention and it is not the fact, it is whether or not he has put values into practice. When this happens, the meaning of the action is not exhausted in the situation which gave rise to it, nor in some vague value judgment, it remains exemplary and will survive in other situations, under another appearance. It opens a field, sometimes it even establishes a world, in any case it designs a future. For Hegel, history is this maturation of a future in the present, not the sacrifice of the present to an unknown future, and the rule of action for him is not to be effective at all costs, but to first of all to be fertile. The polemics against horizontal transcendence in the name of vertical transcendence are therefore no less unfair to Hegel than to Christianity, and, throwing overboard, with history, not only, as they believe, an idol smeared with blood, but still the duty to convey the principles in things, they have the disadvantage of bringing back a false ingenuity which is not a remedy for the abuses of dialectic. It is the pessimism of the neo-Marxists, but also the laziness of non-Marxist thought, each complicit with the other as always, which today presents the dialectic, within us and outside of us, as a power of lie and of failure, transformation of good into evil, the inevitability of disappointment. This was, in Hegel, only one of its faces, it was also something like a grace of the event which draws us from evil towards good, which for example throws us into the universal when we do not believe we are pursuing our own interest. It was, Hegel more or less says it, a march which itself creates its course and returns to itself, a movement therefore without any other guide than its own initiative, and which nevertheless does not escape outside itself, even, overlaps and is confirmed from time to time. It was therefore what we call, by another name, the phenomenon of expression, which takes itself back and relaunches itself through a mystery of rationality. And we would undoubtedly find the concept of history in its true sense if we got used to forming it on the example of the arts and language. Because the intimacy of every expression with every expression, their belonging to a single order, thereby achieves the junction of the individual and the universal. The central fact to which Hegel's dialectic returns in 100 ways is that we do not have to choose between what is for oneself and what is for others, between thinking according to ourselves and thinking according to others, but that in the moment of expression, the other to whom I address and I who express myself are linked without concession. Others as they are not the only judges of what I do. If I wanted to deny myself for their benefit, I would also deny them as me. They are worth exactly what I am worth, and all the powers I give them to myself at the same time. I submit to the judgment of another who is himself worthy of what I have attempted, that is to say ultimately, of a peer chosen by myself. History is the judge, but not history as the power of a moment or a century, history as inscription and accumulation, beyond the limits of countries and times, of what, given situations, we have done and said more true and more valid. Others will judge what I did because I painted in the visible and spoke for those who have ears, but neither art nor politics is about pleasing or flattering them. What they expect from the artist or the politician is that he leads them towards values where they will only later recognize their values. The painter or the politician trains others much more than he follows them. The audience he targets is not given, it is the one that his work will precisely arouse. The others he thinks of are not the other empirical, defined by the expectation that they turn towards him at this moment. These are the others that have become such that it can live with them. The history with which the writer associates himself, is not a power before which he has to bend the knee, it is the perpetual maintenance which continues between all words and all valid actions, each in its place contesting and confirming the other, each recreating all the others. The appeal to the judgment of history is not an appeal to the complacency of the public, and even less, it must be said, an appeal to the secular arm. It is confused with the interior certainty of having said what in things were waiting to be said, and therefore could not fail to be heard by X. I will be read in 100 years, thinks Stendhal. This means that he wants to be read, but also that he agrees to wait a century, and that his freedom provokes a world still in limbo to become as free as him by recognizing as granted what he had to invent. This pure appeal to history is an invocation of truth, which is never created by historical inscription, but which demands it as truth. It does not only inhabit literature or art, but also every enterprise of life. Except perhaps among a few unfortunate people who only think about winning, or being right, every action, every love is haunted by the expectation of a story that would change them into their truth, of the moment when we would finally know what it was, if on a given day, under the color of respect for others, it was the reserve of one which definitively rejected the other and which he now reflected 100-fold on him, or if on the contrary, from that moment the stakes were set and this love impossible. Perhaps this expectation will always be disappointed in something. The borrowings of man from man are so constant that each movement of our will and our thought takes its momentum from others, and that in this sense it is impossible to do, other than roughly, what is due to each person. Still, this wish for a total manifestation animates life as it does literature, and that, beyond the small motives, it is this which makes the writer want to be read, which makes man sometimes become a writer. That in any case he speaks, that everyone wants to give an account of themselves before history. The true story therefore lives entirely within us. It is in our present that it gains the strength to bring everything else back to the present. The other that I respect lives from me as I do from him. A philosophy of history takes away none of my rights, none of my initiatives. It is only true that it adds to my solitary obligations that of understanding situations other than my own, of creating a path between my life and that of others, that is to say, of expressing myself. Through the action of culture, I settle into lives that are not mine, I confront them, I manifest one to the other, I make them composable in an order of truth, I make myself responsible for all, I arouse a universal life, as I suddenly settle into space by the living and thick presence of my body. And like the operation of the body, that of words or paintings remains obscure to me. The words, the lines, the colors which express me come out of me like my gestures, they are torn from me by what I want to say like my gestures by what I want to do. In this sense, there is in all expression a spontaneity which does not suffer from instructions, and not even those that I would like to give to myself. Words, even in the art of prose, transport the speaker and the one who hears them into a common universe by leading them towards a new meaning by a power of designation which exceeds their received definition, by the dull life that they have led and continue to lead in us, through what Ponty fortunately called their semantic thickness and Sartre their signifying humus. This spontaneity of language which unites us is not an instruction, the history which it establishes is not an external idol, it is ourselves with our roots, our thrust and, as they say, the fruits of our work. Perception, history, expression, it is only by bringing these three problems together that we will be able to rectify Malraux's analyses in their own sense. And we will see at the same time why it is legitimate to treat painting as a language, This treatment highlights a perceptive sense, captive to the visible configuration, and yet capable of collecting in an eternity always to be redone a series of previous expressions. Comparison not only benefits our analysis of painting, but also our analysis of language. Because it will perhaps make us detect under spoken language an operating or speaking language whose words live a little known life, unite and separate as their lateral or indirect meaning requires, even if, once the expression is complete, these relationships seem obvious to us. The transparency of spoken language, this brave clarity of the word which is only sound and of the meaning which is only meaning, the property it apparently has of extracting the meaning of signs, of isolating it in its state pure, its claimed power to summarize and really enclose in a single act an entire becoming of expression, would they only be the highest point of a tacit and implicit accumulation like that of painting? Asterisk. A novel expresses tacitly like a painting. We can tell the subject of the novel like that of the painting. But what matters is not so much that Julian Sorel, learning that he is betrayed by Madame de Renal, goes to Verrières and tries to kill her. It is, after the news, this silence, this journey of dream, this certainty without thoughts, this eternal resolution. But this is not said anywhere. There is no need for Julian thought, Julian wanted. To express it, it is enough for Stendhal to slip into Julian and make the objects, the obstacles, the means, the chances appear before our eyes, at the speed of the journey. All he has to do is decide to tell the story in 1 page instead of 5. This brevity, this unusual proportion of things omitted to things said, does not even result from a choice. Consulting his own sensitivity to others, Stendhal suddenly found an imaginary body more agile than his own body. He made the journey to Verrières as if in a second life according to a cadence of dry passion which chose for him the visible and the invisible, what there was to say and keep quiet. The will to die is therefore nowhere in the words, it is between them, in the hollows of space, of time, of meanings that they delimit, as movement in the cinema is between the immobile images which are follow. The novelist holds for his reader, and every man for every man, a language of initiates, initiated into the world, into the universe of possibilities that a human body, a human life, holds. What he has to say, he assumes to be known, he settles into the behavior of a character and only gives the reader the impression, the nervous and peremptory trace in those around him. If the author is a writer, that is to say capable of finding the Ellis-ions and caesures which mark the conduct, the reader responds to his call and joins him at the virtual center of the writing, even if neither one knows him. The novel as a report of events, as a statement of ideas, theses, or conclusions, as manifest or prosaic meaning, and the novel as the operation of a style, oblique or latent meaning, are in a simple relationship of homonymy. This is what Marx understood well when he adopted Balzac. This was not, one can believe, a question of some return to liberalism. Marx wanted to say that a certain way of showing the world of money and the conflicts of modern society was more important than the theses, even political ones, of Balzac, and that this vision, once acquired, would bring its consequences, with or without Balzac's consent. We are right to condemn formalism, but we usually forget that its mistake is not to value form too much, but to value it so little that it detaches it from meaning. In which way it is no different from a literature of the subject, which also separates the meaning of the work from its configuration. The true opposite of formalism is a good theory of style, or speech, which places them above technique or instrument. Speech is not a means serving an external end, it has in itself its own rules of use, its morality, its view of the world, just as a gesture sometimes carries all the truth of a man. This living use of language, ignored by formalism as well as by subject literature, is literature itself as research and acquisition. A language, in fact, which only seeks to reproduce the things themselves, however important they may be, would exhaust its teaching power in statements of fact. A language, on the contrary, which gives our perspectives on things and provides relief in them, initiates a discussion which does not end with it, itself arouses research. What is not replaceable in the work of art, what makes it much more than a means of pleasure, an organ of the mind, the analogue of which is found in all philosophical or political thought whether it is productive, it is that it contains, better than ideas, matrices of ideas, that it provides us with emblems whose meaning we have never finished developing, that, precisely because it settles down and installs us in a world to which we do not have the key, it teaches us to see and finally gives us to think as no analytical work can do, because analysis only finds in the object what we put there. What is hazardous in literary communication, and what is ambiguous, what is irreducible to the thesis in all great works of art is not a temporary weakness, from which we could hope to free them, it is the price we must pay to have a literature, that is to say a conquering language, which introduces us to foreign perspectives, instead of confirming us in our own. We would see nothing if we did not have, with our eyes, the means of surprising, questioning, and shaping indefinite number of configurations of space and color. We would do nothing if we did not have with our body the means to jump over all the nervous and muscular means of movement to carry us to the goal. It is a function of the same kind that literary language fulfills, it is in the same imperious and brief way that the writer, without transitions or preparations, transports us from the world already said to something else. And as our body only guides us among things on the condition that we cease to analyze it in order to use it, language is literary, that is to say productive, only on the condition that we cease to ask him at every moment for justifications for following him where he is going, that we let the words and all the means of expression of the book be enveloped in this halo of meaning that they owe to their singular arrangement, and all of writing veer towards a second value where it almost joins the mute radiance of the painting. The meaning of the novel is also initially perceptible only as a coherent distortion imposed on the visible. And it will never be anything other than that. Criticism will be able to compare the mode of expression of one novelist with that of another, to bring a particular type of story into a family of other possibilities. This work is only legitimate if it is preceded by a perception of the novel, where the particularities of the technique merge with those of the overall project and the meaning, and if it is intended only to explain to us ourselves what we perceived. As the description of a face does not allow us to imagine it, even if it specifies certain characteristics, the language of the critic, who claims to possess his object, does not replace that of the novelist who shows or makes the truth appear and does not don't touch him. It is essential to the truth to present ourselves first and always in a movement which distends, solicits towards more meaning our image of the world. This is how the auxiliary line introduced into a figure opens the way to new relationships, this is how the work of art operates and will always operate on us, as long as there are works of art. These remarks, however, are far from exhausting the question, the exact forms of language remain, philosophy remains. We can wonder if their ambition to obtain a true possession of what is said, and to recover the slippery hold that literature gives us on our experience, does not precisely express, much better than it, the essential of the language. This problem would require logical analyses which cannot find place here. Without treating it completely, we can at least situate it, and show that in any case no language completely detaches itself from the precariousness of silent forms of expression, reabsorbs its own contingency, is consumed to make the things themselves, that in this sense the privilege of language over painting or the use of life remains relative, that finally expression is not one of the curiosities that the mind can propose to examine, that it is his existence in action. Certainly, the man who decides to write takes an attitude towards the past that is unique to him. Every culture continues the past. Today's parents see their childhood in that of their own children and adopt towards them the behavior of their own parents. Or, out of spite, they go to the opposite extreme. If they have undergone authoritarian education, they practice libertarian education, and, through this detour, they often join tradition, since the dizziness of freedom will bring the child back to the security system and make him, in 25 years, an authoritarian father. The novelty of the arts of expression is that they bring tacit culture out of its mortal circle. The artist is already not content to continue the past through veneration or revolt. He starts his attempt again from top to bottom. If the painter picks up the brush, it is because in a sense the painting is still to be done. But language arts go much further into real creation. Precisely if the painting is still to be done, the works that the new painter will produce will be added to the works already done. They do not render them useless, they do not expressly contain them, they compete with them. The present painting denies the past too deliberately to be able to truly free itself from it, it can only forget it while profiting from it. The price of its novelty is that, making what came before it appear as a failed attempt, it suggests another painting tomorrow which will itself make it appear as another failed attempt. The entire painting therefore presents itself as an abortive effort to say something that always remains to be said. The man who writes, if he is not content to continue the language, does not want to replace it with an idiom which, like the painting, is sufficient and closes on its intimate meaning. It destroys, if you like, the common language, but by realizing it. The given language, which penetrates him from side to side and already draws a general figure of his most secret thoughts, is not before him like an enemy, it is entirely ready to convert into acquisition everything that he, writer, means again. It is as if she had been made for him, and he for her, as if the task of speaking to which he was dedicated in learning the language was himself more rightly than the beating of his heart, as if the established language called into existence, with it, one of its possibilities. Painting fulfills a wish from the past, it has its proxy, it acts in its name, but it does not contain it in the manifest state, it is memory for us. If we also know the history of painting, it is not memory for itself, it does not claim to totalize what made it possible. Speech, not content with going beyond the past, claims to recapitulate it, recover it, contain it in substance, and, as it cannot, unless repeating it textually, give it to us in its presence, it makes it undergo a preparation which is specific to language, it offers us its truth. She doesn't just push him by making her place in the world. She wants to keep it in her mind or in her meaning. It therefore knots itself around itself, pulls itself together and pulls itself together. There is a critical, philosophical, universal use of language which claims to recover things as they are, instead of painting transforming them into painting, to recover everything, both language itself, and the use of it. Made other doctrines. From the moment he aims for the truth, the philosopher does not think that he expected it to be true, he therefore aims at it as the truth of all since always. It is essential for truth to be integral, while no painting has ever claimed to be integral. The spirit of painting only appears in the museum, because it is a spirit outside itself. Speech, on the contrary, seeks to possess itself, to conquer the secret of its own inventions. Man does not paint the picture, but he speaks on the word, and the spirit of language would like to hold nothing but itself. The painting immediately establishes its charm in a dreamy eternity where, many centuries later, we have no difficulty in joining it, even without knowing the history of the costume, the furniture, the utensils, the civilization which he bears the mark. Writing, on the contrary, only gives us its most lasting meaning through a precise story of which we must have some knowledge. The provincials bring the theological discussions of the 17th century back to the present, the red and the black the darkness of the Restoration. But this immediate access to the lasting that painting grants itself, it curiously pays for by undergoing, much more than writing, the movement of time. A pleasure of anachronism mixes with our contemplation of the paintings, whereas Stendhal and Pascal are entirely in the present. To the very extent that it renounces the hypocritical eternity of art, where it bravely confronts time, where it shows it instead of vaguely evoking it, literature emerges victorious and establishes it in meaning. The statues of Olympia, which do so much to attach us to Greece, nevertheless also nourish, in the state in which they have come down to us, whitened, broken, detached from the entire work, a fraudulent myth of Greece. They do not know how to resist time as a manuscript does, even incomplete, torn, almost illegible. The text of Heraclitus throws lightning for us like no statue in pieces can do, because the meaning in it is differently deposited, differently concentrated than in them, and nothing equals the ductility of the word. Finally, language speaks, and the voices of painting are the voices of silence. This is because the statement claims to reveal the thing itself, it is because it goes beyond what it means. Although each word draws its meaning from all the others, as Saussure explains, the fact remains that at the moment it occurs, the task of expressing is no longer deferred, referred to other words, it is accomplished and we understand something. Saussure can clearly show that each act of expression only becomes significant as a modulation of a general system of expression, and insofar as it differentiates itself from other linguistic gestures, the marvel is that before him we did not know about it. Nothing, and that we still forget it every time we speak, and to begin with when we speak of Saussure's ideas. This proves that each partial act of expression, as a common act of the whole of language, is not limited to expending an expressive power accumulated in it, but recreates it, making us verify, in the evidence of meaning given and received, the power that speaking subjects have to go beyond signs towards meaning. Signs do not only evoke other signs for us, and this without end. Language is not like a prison in which we are locked up, or like a guide that we should follow blindly, since, at the intersection of all these linguistic gestures, what they mean finally appears, and to which they give us such complete access that we seem to no longer need them to refer to them. When we therefore compare language to the silent forms of expression, to gesture, to painting, we must add that it is not content, like them, to draw directions, vectors on the surface of the world, a coherent deformation, a tacit meaning, in the manner of animal intelligence, which exhausts itself in producing, as in a kaleidoscope, a new landscape of action. We not only have here replacement of one meaning by another, but substitution of equivalent meanings. The new structure is given. As already present in the old, the latter subsists in it, the past is now understood. That language is the presumption of a total accumulation is certain, and the present word poses to the philosopher the problem of this provisional possession of oneself, which is provisional, but which is not nothing. Still, language could only deliver the thing itself if it ceased to be in time and in the situation. Hegel is the only one to think that his system contains the truth of all the others, and anyone who only knows them through his synthesis would not know them at all. Even if Hegel is true throughout, nothing exempts us from reading the pre-Hegelians, because it can only contain them in what they affirm. By what they deny, they offer the reader another situation of thought which is not eminently in Hegel, which is not there at all, and from which Hegel is visible in a day that he himself is unaware of. Even Hegel is the only one to think that he has no for others and is in the eyes of others exactly what he knows himself to be. Even if we admit that there is progress from them to him, there could have been in such a movement meditations of Descartes or dialogues of Plato, and precisely because of the naive ties which still held them to the deviation from Hegelian truth, a contact with things, a spark of meaning that we will only find in Hegel on condition of having found them in them, and to which we will always have to return, if only to understand Hegel. Hegel is the museum, it is all philosophies, if you like, but deprived of their finitude and their power of impact, embalmed, transformed, he believes, in themselves, to tell the truth transformed into him. It is enough to see how a truth withers when it is integrated with others, how, for example, the cogito, passing from Descartes to the Cartesians, becomes almost a ritual that we repeat distractedly, to agree that the synthesis does not contain not actually all past thoughts, that it is not all that they were, finally that it is never a synthesis in and for itself at the same time, that is to say a synthesis which same movement either and knows, or what it knows what it is, preserves, and suppresses, realizes, and destroys. If Hegel wants to say that the past, as it moves away, changes in its meaning, and that we can subsequently trace an intelligible history of thought, he is right, but it is on condition that in the synthesis each term remains the whole of the world at the date considered, and that the sequence of philosophies keeps them all in their place like so many open meanings and allows an exchange of anticipations and metamorphoses to exist between them. The meaning of philosophy is the meaning of a genesis, it cannot therefore be totalized outside of time, and it is still expression. Even more so, outside of philosophy, the writer can only have the feeling of reaching the things themselves through the use of language and not beyond language. Mallarmé himself knows well that nothing would fall from his pen if he remained absolutely faithful to his vow to say everything without remainder, and that he was only able to write small books by renouncing the book which would dispense with all others. Meaning without any sign, the thing itself, this height of clarity would be the disappearance of all clarity, and what clarity we can have is not at the beginning of language, like a golden age, but at the end of his effort. The language and the system of truth, if they move the center of gravity of our life by suggesting that we cross-check and take up our operations one by the other, in such a way that each one passes into all and that they appear independent of the one-by-one formulations that we first gave, if by this they declassify the other expressive operations as mute and subordinate, they are nevertheless not without reluctance, and the meaning is implied by the edifice of the words rather than being designated by them. We must therefore say of language in relation to sense what Simone de Beauvoir says of the body in relation to the mind, that it is neither first nor second. No one has ever made the body a simple instrument or a means, nor maintained, for example, that one could love on principle. And since it is not the body alone that loves, we can say that it does everything and that it does nothing, that it is us and that it is not us. Neither end nor means, always involved in matters that go beyond him, always jealous of his autonomy, he is powerful enough to oppose any end that is only deliberate, but he has none to propose to us if finally we turn to him and consult him. Sometimes, and it is then that we have the feeling of being ourselves, he allows himself to be animated, he takes on a life that is not absolutely his own. He is then happy and spontaneous, and we with him. Language, likewise, does not serve meaning and yet does not govern meaning. There is no subordination between them. Here no one commands and no one obeys. What we want to say is not before us, outside of all words, as a pure meaning. It is only the excess of what we experience over what has already been said. We install ourselves, with our apparatus of expression, in a situation to which it is sensitive, we confront it with it, and our statements are only the final assessment of these exchanges. Political thought itself is of this order, it is always the elucidation of a historical perception in which all our knowledge, all our experiences and all our values come into play at the same time, and of which our theses are only the schematic formulation. Any action and any knowledge which does not go through this elaboration, and which would like to establish values which have not taken shape in our individual or collective history or, which amounts to the same thing, to choose the means by a calculation and by an entirely technical process, fall short of the problems they wanted to resolve. Personal life, expression, knowledge, and history move obliquely, not straight toward ends or concepts. What we seek to deliberately, we do not obtain, and ideas and values are not lacking, on the contrary, to those who have been able to deliver their spontaneous source in their meditative life. 2. On Phenomenology. Language 1. I. Husserl and the problem. Language. Precisely because the problem of language does not belong, in the philosophical tradition, to first philosophy, Husserl approaches it more freely than the problems of perception or knowledge. He pushes it into a central position, and what little he says about it is original and enigmatic. This problem therefore allows better than any other to question phenomenology and, not only to repeat Husserl, but to restart his effort, to resume, rather than his theses, the movement of his reflection. The contrast is striking between certain ancient and recent texts. In the fourth of Logisk Untersuchungen, Husserl proposes the idea of an eidetics of language and a universal grammar which would fix the forms of signification essential to all language, if it must be language, and would allow us to think with full clarity the empirical languages as scrambled realizations of essential language. This project supposes that language is one of the objects that consciousness sovereignly constitutes, current languages very particular cases of a possible language of which it holds the secret, systems of signs linked to their meaning by univocal and susceptible relationships. In their structure as in their functioning, of total explanation. Thus posed as an object before thought, language cannot play any role other than that of accompaniment, substitute, memory aid, or secondary means of communication. On the other hand, in more recent texts, language appears as an original way of targeting certain objects, such as the body of thought or even as the operation by which thoughts which, without it, would remain phenomena private, acquire intersubjective value and ultimately ideal existence. Philosophical thought which reflects on language would therefore be a beneficiary of language, enveloped and located in it. MPOS defines the phenomenology of language, not as an effort to place existing languages within the framework of an eidetic of all possible language, that is to say for objectify them before a universal and timeless constituent consciousness, but as a return to the speaking subject, to my contact with the language that I speak. The scholar, the observer sees language in the past tense. They consider the long history of a language, with all the coincidences, all the shifts in meaning which ultimately made it what it is today. As a result of so many accidents, it becomes incomprehensible that language can mean anything unequivocally. Taking language as a fait accompli, a residue of past acts of signification, a recording of meanings already acquired, the scholar inevitably misses the specific clarity of speaking, the fecundity of expression. From the phenomenological point of view, that is to say for the speaking subject who uses his language as a means of communication with a living community, language regains its unity. It is no longer the result of a chaotic past of independent linguistic facts, but a system in which all the elements contribute to a unique effort of expression turned towards the present or the future, and therefore governed by a current logic. Such being the starting point and the point of arrival of Husserl with regard to language, we would like to submit for discussion some propositions touching firstly the phenomenon of language, then the conception of intersubjectivity, rationality, and of the philosophy which is implied by this phenomenology. 2. The phenomenon of language. Language and speech. Can we simply juxtapose the two perspectives on language that we have just distinguished, language as an object of thought and language as mind? This is what Saussure did, for example, when he distinguished a synchronic linguistics of speech and a diachronic linguistics of language, each irreducible to the other because a panchronic view would inevitably erase the originality of the present. Likewise, Mr. P.O.S. limits himself to describing the objective attitude and the phenomenological attitude in turn without commenting on their relationship. But one could then believe that phenomenology is distinguished from linguistics only as psychology is distinguished from the science of language. Phenomenology would add to the knowledge of language the experience of language in us, as pedagogy adds to the knowledge of mathematical concepts the experience of what they become in the minds of those who learn them. The experience of speech would then have nothing to teach us about the being of language, it would have no ontological significance. This is what is impossible. As soon as we distinguish, alongside the objective science of language, a phenomenology of speech, we set in motion a dialectic through which the two disciplines enter into communication. First, the subjective point of view envelopes the objective point of view, synchrony envelopes diachrony. The past of language began by being present, the series of fortuitous linguistic facts that the objective perspective highlights was incorporated into a language which, at each moment, was a system endowed with an internal logic. If, therefore, considered from a cross-section, language is a system, it must also be so in its development. Saussure may well maintain the duality of perspectives, but his successors are obliged to conceive with the sublinguistic scheme a mediating principle. In another respect, diachrony envelopes synchrony. If, considered in a longitudinal section, language involves chance, the system of synchrony at each moment must include cracks where the raw event can be inserted. A double task therefore faces us. A. We have to find meaning in the future of language, to conceive it as a balance in movement. For example, certain forms of expression are falling into decline simply because they have been used and have lost their expressiveness. We will show how the gaps or areas of weakness thus created give rise, on the part of the speaking subjects who want to communicate, a recovery of the linguistic debris left by the system in the process of regression and their use according to a new principle. This is how a new means of expression is conceived in language and how an obstinate logic cuts through the effects of wear and tear and the very volubility of language. This is how the Latin system of expression, based on declension and inflectional changes, was replaced by the French system of expression, based on the preposition be, but, correlatively, we must understand that, synchrony being only a cross-section of diachrony, the system which is realized in it is never entirely in action, it always includes latent or incubating changes, there are never absolutely univocal meanings which can be fully explained under the gaze of a transparent constituent consciousness. It will be, not a system of forms of meaning clearly articulated one on the other, not an edifice of linguistic ideas constructed according to a rigorous plan, but a set of convergent linguistic gestures each of which will be defined less by a meaning than by an employment value. Far from particular languages appearing as the blurred realization of certain ideal and universal forms of meaning, the possibility of such a synthesis becomes problematic. Universality, if it is achieved, will not be achieved by a universal language which, returning below the diversity of languages, would provide us with the foundations of every possible language, but by an oblique passage from such a language as I speak and which introduces me to the phenomenon of expression in such another language that I learn to speak and which practices the act of expression according to a completely different style, the two languages, and ultimately all given languages, not being possibly comparable only on arrival and as totalities, without being able to recognize the common elements of a single categorical structure. Far from being able to juxtapose a psychology of language and a science of language by reserving language for the present for the first, language for the past for the second, the present diffuses into the past, insofar as it has been present, history is the history of successive synchronies, and the contingency of the linguistic past invades even the synchronic system. What is taught to me by the phenomenology of language is not only a psychological curiosity, the language of the linguists in me, with the particularities that I add to it, it is a new conception of the being of language, which is now logical in contingency, an oriented system, and which nevertheless always develops coincidences, recovery of the fortuitous in a totality which has meaning, incarnated logic. 2. Quasi-corporeality of the signifier. Returning to spoken or living language, we discover that its expressive value is not the sum of the expressive values which would belong to each element of the verbal chain. On the contrary, they form a system in synchrony in the sense that each of them only signifies its difference with respect to the others. The signs, as Saussure says, are essentially diacritics, and as this is true of all, there are only differences of meaning in the language. If ultimately it means and says something, it is not that each sign conveys a meaning that belongs to it, it is that they all together allude to a meaning that is always suspended, when we consider them one by one, and towards which I go beyond them without them ever containing it. Each of them expresses only by reference to a certain mental tool, to a certain arrangement of our cultural utensils, and they are all together like a blank form that we have not yet filled in, like the gestures of others who aim at and circumscribe an object in the world that I do not see. The speaking power that the child assimilates by learning his language is not the sum of morphological, syntactic, and lexical meanings. This knowledge is neither necessary nor sufficient to acquire a language, and the act of speaking, once acquired, does not suppose any comparison between what I want to express and the notional arrangement of the means of expression that I use. The words, the turns necessary to lead to the expression of my significant intention only recommend themselves to me, when I speak, by what Humboldt called innere Sprachform, that is to say by a certain style of speech to which they belong and according to which they are organized without my needing to represent them to myself. There is a linguistic meaning of language which mediates between my still mute intention and the words, such that my words surprise me and teach me my thoughts. Organized signs have their immanent meaning, which does not relate to I think, but to I can. This action at a distance from language, which joins meanings without touching them, this eloquence which designates them in a peremptory manner, without ever changing them into words or putting an end to the silence of consciousness, are an eminent case of bodily intentionality. I have a rigorous awareness of the scope of my gestures or the spatiality of my body, which allows me to maintain relationships with the world without representing thematically the objects that I am going to grasp or the relationships of size between my body and the objects. Paths that the world offers me. Provided that I do not expressly reflect on it, the awareness that I have of my body is immediately significant of a certain landscape around me, that which I have of my fingers of a certain fibrous or grainy style of the object. It is in the same way that speech, that which I utter or that which I hear, is pregnant with a meaning which is readable in the very texture of the linguistic gesture, to the point that a hesitation, an alteration of the voice, the choice of a certain syntax is enough to modify it, and yet never contained within it, every expression always appearing to me like a trace, no idea being given to me only in transparency, and every effort to close our hand on the thought that inhabits speech, leaving only a little verbal material between our fingers. 3. Relationship between the signifier and the signified. Sedimentation. If speech is comparable to a gesture, what it is responsible for expressing will be in the same relationship with it as the goal is with the gesture which aims at it, and our remarks on the functioning of the signifying apparatus will already engage a certain theory of the meaning that the word expresses. My bodily aim of the objects in my surroundings is implicit, and does not suppose any thematization, any representation of my body or the environment. Meaning animates speech as the world animates my body, by a dull presence which awakens my intentions without unfolding before them. The significant intention in me is at the moment, and even if it must then bear fruit in thoughts, only a determined void, to be filled by words, the excess of what I want to say over what is or has already been said. This means, a. that the meanings of speech are always ideas in the Kantian sense, the poles of a certain number of convergent acts of expression which magnetize discourse without being properly given on their own account, b. that, consequently, the expression is never total. As Saussure remarks, we have the feeling that our language expresses itself completely. But it is not because it expresses totally that it is ours, it is because it is ours that we believe it expresses totally. The man I love is, for an Englishman, as complete an expression as, for a Frenchman, l'homme que j'aime. And I love this man is, for a German who can expressly mark the function of the direct complement through the declension, a completely elusive way of expressing himself. There is therefore always subtext in the expression, or rather the notion of subtext is to be rejected. It only has meaning if we take a language as the model and absolute of the expression which, in fact, like all the others, can never lead us as if by the hand to meaning, to the things themselves. Let us therefore not say that every expression is imperfect because it implies, let us say that every expression is perfect to the extent that it is understood unequivocally, and let us admit as a fundamental fact of the expression a surpassing of the signifier by the signified, that it is the very virtue of the signifier to make it possible, see, that this act of expression, this junction by the transcendence of the linguistic sense of speech and the signification that it aims for is not for us. Speaking subjects, a second operation, to which we would only resort to communicate our thoughts to others, but the taking of possession by us, the acquisition of meanings which, otherwise, are only present to us secretly. If the thematization of the signified does not precede speech, it is because it is the result. Let us insist on this third consequence. To express, for the speaking subject, is to become conscious. He does not express only for others, he expresses in order to know for himself what he is aiming for. If speech wants to embody a significant intention which is only a certain void, it is not only to recreate in others the same lack, the same deprivation, but also to know what there is lack and deprivation of. How does she achieve this? The significant intention gives itself a body and knows itself by seeking an equivalent in the system of available meanings represented by the language that I speak and the set of writings and the culture of which I am the heir. It is a question, for this silent wish that is the significant intention, of achieving a certain arrangement of already signifying instruments or already speaking meanings which arouses in the listener the presentiment of another and new meaning, and conversely accomplishes in the speaker or writer the anchoring of the new meaning in the meanings already available. But why, how, and in what sense are these available? They became so when they were, in their time, established as meanings to which I can have recourse, which I have, by an expressive operation of the same kind. It is therefore this that must be described if I want to understand the virtue of speech. I understand or believe I understand French words and forms. I have some experience of the literary and philosophical modes of expression that the given culture offers me. I express when, using all these already speaking instruments, I make them say something that they have never said. We begin to read the philosopher by giving the words he uses their common meaning, and, little by little, through an initially imperceptible reversal, his speech masters his language, and it is the use that he in fact which ends up affecting them with a new meaning specific to it. At that moment, it made itself understood and its meaning settled in me. We say that a thought is expressed when the convergent words aimed at it are numerous and eloquent enough to indicate it unequivocally to me, the author, or to others, and so that we all have the experience of its carnal presence in the word. Although only abscatogen of meaning are thematically given, the fact is that, after a certain point of discourse, the abscatogen, caught in its movement, outside of which they are nothing, suddenly contract into a single meaning. We experience that something has been said, like, above a minimum of sensory messages, we perceive a thing, although the explanation of the thing goes by principle to infinity, or like, spectators of a certain number of conducted, we come to perceive someone. Although, in the face of reflection, no one other than myself can really be, and in the same sense, ego. The consequences of speech, like those of perception, always pass its premises. We ourselves who speak do not necessarily know what we are expressing better than those who listen to us. I say that I know an idea when the power has been established in me to organize discourses around it that make coherent sense, and this power itself does not come from the fact that I possess it within myself and contemplate it face to face, but that I acquired a certain style of thinking. I say that a meaning is acquired and now available when I have succeeded in making it inhabit a speech apparatus which was not initially intended for it. Of course, the elements of this expressive apparatus did not really contain it. The French language, as soon as it was established, did not contain French literature. I had to decenter and refocus them to make them mean what I was aiming for. It is precisely this coherent deformation of the available meanings which gives them a new meaning and takes the listeners, but also the speaking subject, a decisive step. Because from now on, the preparatory steps of the expression, the first pages of the book, are taken up in the final meaning of the whole and are immediately given as derivatives of this meaning, now installed in the culture. It will be free for the speaking subject to go straight to the whole. He will not need to reactivate the whole process, he will eminently possess it in its result. A personal and interpersonal tradition will have been founded. The Nachvalzug, freed from the gropings of the Valjug, contracts its procedures into a single view. There is sedimentation, and I will be able to think beyond. Speech, as distinct from language, is that moment where the significant intention, still mute and entirely in action, proves capable of incorporating itself into the culture, mine and that of others, of forming me and of train it by transforming the meaning of cultural instruments. It becomes available in its turn because it gives us the illusion after the fact that it was contained in the meanings already available, whereas, by a sort of ruse, it only married them to infuse them with a new life. 3 consequences affecting phenomenological philosophy. What philosophical significance should we recognize in these descriptions? The relationship between phenomenological analyses and philosophy proper is not clear. They are often considered preparatory, and Husserl himself always distinguished between phenomenological research in the broad sense and the philosophy which was to crown them. However, it is difficult to maintain that the philosophical problem remains intact after the phenomenological exploration of Lebenswelt. If, in Husserl's last writings, the return to the lived world is considered as an absolutely essential first step, it is undoubtedly because it is not without consequences for the work of universal constitution which must follow, which in certain respects something remains of the first approach in the second, that it is preserved there in some way, that it is therefore never completely surpassed, and that phenomenology is already philosophy. If the philosophical subject were a transparent constituent consciousness before which the world and language were entirely explicit like its meanings and its objects, any experience, phenomenological or not, would be sufficient to motivate the transition to philosophy, and systematic exploration Lebenswelt would not be necessary. If the return to Lebenswelt, and in particular the return of objectified language to speech, is considered absolutely necessary, it is because philosophy must reflect on the mode of presence of the object to the subject, the conception of the object and the conception of the subject as they appear in phenomenological revelation, instead of replacing them with the relationship of the object to the subject as it is conceived in an idealist philosophy of total reflection. From then on, phenomenology is enveloping in relation to philosophy, which cannot purely and simply be added to it. This is particularly clear when it comes to the phenomenology of language. This problem, more obviously than any other, obliges us to make a decision regarding the relations of phenomenology and philosophy or metaphysics. Because, more clearly than any other, it appears both as a special problem and as a problem which contains all the others, including that of philosophy. If speech is what we have said, how would there be an ideation which allows this praxis to be dominated? How would the phenomenology of speech not also be philosophy of speech? How, after it, would there be room for a higher level elucidation? We absolutely must emphasize the philosophical meaning of the return to speech. The description that we have given of the signifying power of speech, and in general of the body as mediator of our relationship to the object, would not provide any philosophical indication if we could consider it as a matter of psychological picturesqueness. We would then admit that in fact the body, as we experience it, seems to us to imply the world, and speech a landscape of thought. But this would only be an appearance. In the face of serious thought, my body would remain an object, my consciousness would remain pure consciousness, and their coexistence the object of an apperception of which, as pure consciousness, I would remain the subject. Likewise, if my word or that which I hear goes beyond towards a meaning, this relation being able, like any relation, only to be posited by me as consciousness, the radical autonomy of thought would find itself re-established at the moment, even where it seemed in question. However, neither in one case nor in the other can I refer the phenomenon of incarnation to the simple psychological appearance, and, if I were tempted to do so, I would be prevented by the perception of others. Because, in the experience of others, more clearly than in that of speech or the perceived world, I inevitably grasp my body as a spontaneity which teaches me what I could not know otherwise than through it. The position of the other as another myself is in fact not possible if it is consciousness which must carry it out. To be conscious is to constitute. I cannot therefore be conscious of the other, since that would be constituted as constituent, and as constituent with regard to the very act by which I constitute it. This difficulty of principle, posed as a boundary at the beginning of the fifth Cartesian meditation, is nowhere resolved. Husserl goes beyond this. Since I have the idea of others, it is therefore that, in some way, the difficulty mentioned has, in fact, been overcome. It could only be if the one who, in me, perceives others, is capable of ignoring the radical contradiction which makes the theoretical conception of others impossible, or rather, capable of experiencing this contradiction as the very definition of the presence of others. This subject, which experiences itself constituted at the moment when it functions as a constituent, is my body. We remember how Husserl ends up basing my perception of conduct in the space around me on what he calls coupling phenomenon and intentional transgression. It turns out that, on certain spectacles, these are other human bodies and, by extension, animal bodies. My gaze stumbles, is circumvented. I am invested by them when I thought I was investing them, and I see a figure emerging in space which awakens and summons the possibilities of my own body as if they were gestures or behaviors of mine. Everything happens as if the functions of intentionality and the intentional object were paradoxically permanent. The spectacle invites me to become an adequate spectator, as if a spirit other than mine suddenly came to inhabit my body, or rather as if my spirit was attracted there and emigrated into the spectacle it was giving itself. I am caught up in a second self outside of myself, I perceive others. Now, speech is obviously an eminent case of these behaviors which reverse my ordinary relationship with objects and give some of them value of subjects. And if, with regard to the living body, mine, or that of others, objectification makes no sense, we must also consider as the ultimate phenomenon, and constitutive of others, the incarnation of what I call his thought in his total word. If phenomenology really did not already engage our conception of being and our philosophy, we would find ourselves, upon arriving at the philosophical problem, facing the very difficulties which gave rise to phenomenology. In a sense, phenomenology is all or nothing. This order of teaching spontaneity, the icon of the body, the intentional transgression which gives others, the word which gives the idea of a pure or absolute meaning, it cannot then be placed under the jurisdiction of an acosmic and pancosmic consciousness on pain of becoming nonsense again. It must teach me to know what no constituent consciousness can know, my belonging to a preconstituted world. How, it will be objected, can the body and the word give me more than I put into it? It is obviously not my body as an organism which teaches me to see, in a behavior of which I am a spectator, the emergence of another myself. At most it could be reflected and recognized in another body. For the alter ego and the other thought to appear to me, I must be I of this mind-body, thought of this incarnated life. The subject who carries out the intentional transgression can only do so as he is situated. The experience of others is possible to the exact extent that the situation is part of the cogito. But then we must also take literally what phenomenology has taught us about the relationship between the signifier and the signified. If in fact the central phenomenon of language is the common act of the signifier and the signified, we would deprive it of its virtue by realizing in advance in a sky of ideas the result of expressive operations. We would lose sight of the step that they take from the meanings already available to those that we are in the process of constructing and acquiring. And the intelligible double on which we would try to base them would not exempt us from understanding how our apparatus of knowledge expands to the point of understanding what it does not contain. We would not save our transcendence by ordering it to a de facto transcendent. The place of truth would in any case remain this anticipation by which each word or each acquired truth opens a field of knowledge, and the symmetrical resumption by which we conclude this becoming of knowledge or this commerce with others and the let us contract into a new view. Our present expressive operations, instead of chasing away the previous ones, succeeding them and simply cancelling them, save them, preserve them, take them up again insofar as they contain some truth, and the same phenomenon occurs at the same time. Respect for the expressive operations of others, whether ancient or contemporary. Our present keeps the promises of our past, we keep the promises of others. Each act of literary or philosophical expression contributes to fulfilling the wish to recover the world which was expressed with the appearance of a language, that is to say of a finite system of signs which claim to be capable of principle of capturing any being that presents itself. For his part, he is carrying out part of this project and also extending the pact which has just expired by opening a new field of truths. This is only possible by the same intentional transgression which gives others, and, like it, the phenomenon of truth, theoretically impossible, is known only through the praxis which makes it. To say that there is a truth is to say that, when my resumption meets the old or foreign project and that successful expression delivers what was captive in being since always, in the depth of personal time and interpersonal communication is established through which our present becomes the truth of all other knowing events. It is like a wedge that we drive into the present, a marker which attests that at this moment something has taken place that being has always been waiting for or wanted to say, and which will never end, except to be true, at least to signify and excite our thinking apparatus, if necessary by drawing from it truths more comprehensive than this. At that moment something was grounded in meaning, an experience was transformed into its meaning, became truth. Truth is another name for sedimentation, which itself is the presence of all present in ours. This means that, even and especially for the ultimate philosophical subject, there is no objectivity which accounts for our superobjective relationship to all times, no light which surpasses that of the living present. In the late text that we cited at the beginning, Husserl writes that speech achieves a localization and a temporalization of an ideal meaning which, according to its sense of being, is neither local nor temporal, and it adds further than still objective speech and opens to the plurality of subjects, as a concept or proposition, what was previously only an interior formation of a subject. There would therefore be a movement by which ideal existence descends into locality and temporality, and an inverse movement by which the act of speech here and now establishes the ideality of truth. These two movements would be contradictory if they took place between the same extreme terms, and it seems necessary to us to conceive here a circuit of reflection. It recognizes in a first approximation ideal existence as neither local nor temporal, then it notices a locality and a temporality of speech that cannot be derived from those of the objective world, nor, moreover, suspended from a world of ideas, and finally bases the mode of being on speech ideal training. The ideal existence is based on the document, no doubt not as a physical object, not even as a bearer of the meanings one by one assigned to it by the conventions of the language in which it is written, but on it as, through an intentional transgression again, it solicits and brings together all knowing lives and as such establishes and restores a logos of the cultural world. The characteristic of a phenomenological philosophy therefore seems to us to be to establish itself definitively in the order of teaching spontaneity which is inaccessible to psychologism and historicism, no less than to dogmatic metaphysics. The phenomenology of speech is above all capable of revealing this order to us. When I speak or when I understand, I experience the presence of others in me or of me in others, which is the stumbling block of the theory of intersubjectivity, the presence of the represented which is the stumbling block of the theory of time, and I finally understand what Husserl's enigmatic proposition means: transcendental subjectivity is intersubjectivity. To the extent that what I say has meaning, I am for myself, when I speak, another other, and, to the extent that I understand, I no longer know who is speaking and who is listening. The final philosophical step is to recognize what Kant calls the transcendental affinity of moments of time and temporalities. This is undoubtedly what Husserl seeks to do when he takes up the finalist vocabulary of metaphysics, speaking of monads, entelechies, teleology. But these words are often put in quotation marks to signify that he does not intend to introduce with them some agent who from the outside would ensure the connection of the terms put in relation. Finality in the dogmatic sense would be a compromise, it would leave the terms to be linked and the binding principle face to face. Now it is at the heart of my present that I find the meaning of those who preceded it, that I find the means to understand the presence of others in the same world, and it is in the very exercise of speech that I am learning to understand. There is finality only in the sense in which Heidegger defined it when he said more or less that it is the trembling of a unity exposed to contingency and which tirelessly recreates itself. And it is the same non-deliberate, inexhaustible spontaneity that Sartre was referring to when he said that we are condemned to freedom. One communication made at the First International Conference on Phenomenology, Brussels, 1951. 2 dies aber liegt nicht außerlich neben den Worten, sondern reden weil sie hen wir fortlaufend ein Inners, sich mit den Worten verschmelzen des, sie gleichsam beseelens meinen. Der Erfolg dieser Beseelung ist das die Wort und die ganzen Reden in sich in Meinung gleichsam verlieblichen und die verlieblicht in sich als Intrigen. 3 Objectives das in der Welt das als solches zugänglich ist für jedermann kann aber die geistige Objektivität des Sinnbildes letztlich nur haben Vermag der doppelschichtigen Wiederholungen und vornehmlich der sinnlich Verkörpernden. In der sinnlichen Verkörperung geschieht die Lokalisation und Temporalisation von solchem das einem Sinn noch nicht lokal und nicht temporal ist. Wir fragen nun. Wie macht die sprachliche Verliebelung aus dem bloß innersubjektiven Gebilde, dem Gedanke, das Objektiv, das etwa als geometrischer Begriff oder Satz in der Tat für jedermann in aller Zukunft verständlichste ist? Auch das Problem der Ursprunges der Sprache in ihrer Idealen durch Äußerung Dokumentierung begründeten Existenz in der realen Welt wollen wir hier nicht hingehen, obschon wir uns bewusst sind, dass in radikale Aufklärung der Sensart der Idealen Singebilde hier ihren tiefsten Problemgrund haben muss. 3. Philosopher and Sociology. Philosophy and sociology lived for a long time under a regime of separation which only managed to hide their rivalry by refusing them any meeting ground, by hindering their growth, by making them incomprehensible to each other, by therefore placing culture in a situation of permanent crisis. As always, the spirit of research has overcome these prohibitions, and it seems to us that the progress of both now allows us to re-examine their relationships. We would also like to draw attention to the meditations that Husserl devoted to these problems. Husserl seems exemplary to us in that he perhaps felt better than any other that all forms of thought are in a certain way united, that there is no need to ruin the sciences of man in order to found philosophy, nor to ruin philosophy to found the sciences of man, that all science secretes an ontology and that all ontology anticipates knowledge and that finally it is up to us to arrange it and ensure that philosophy and science are both possible. The separation of philosophy and sociology has perhaps nowhere been declared in the terms in which we are going to state it. Fortunately, the works of philosophers and sociologists are often less exclusive than their principles. But it is no less part of a certain common sense of philosophers and sociologists which, reducing philosophy and the human sciences to what it believes to be their pure type, ultimately compromises knowledge as much as reflection. While all the great philosophies can be recognized by their effort to think about the mind and its dependence, ideas and their movement, understanding and sensitivity, there is a myth of philosophy which presents it as the affirmation authoritarian of an absolute autonomy of the mind. Philosophy is no longer a question. It is a certain body of doctrines, designed to assure an absolutely unbound mind the enjoyment of itself and its ideas. Furthermore, there is a myth of scientific knowledge which expects from the simple notation of facts, not only the science of things in the world, but also the science of the science, a sociology of knowledge having to close the universe of facts on itself by inserting into it even the ideas that we invent to interpret them, and getting rid, so to speak, of ourselves. These two myths are antagonistic and complicit. The philosopher and the sociologist thus opposed agree at least on a delimitation of the borders which ensures them never to meet. But, if the sanitary cordon were lifted, philosophy and sociology would ruin each other. From now on, they are competing for minds. Separation is the Cold War. In this atmosphere, any research that wants to take into account both ideas and facts is immediately disjointed, because the facts, instead of being understood as the stimulants and guarantors of a construction effort which joins their internal dynamics, are placed in the rank of a peremptory grace from which we must expect everything, and that ideas are exempted by principle from any confrontation with our experience of the world, of others, and of ourselves. The coming and going from facts to ideas and from ideas to facts is discredited as a bastard process, neither science nor philosophy, which deprives scientists of the final interpretation of the facts which they have nevertheless collected themselves, and compromises philosophy with the always provisional results of scientific research. We must clearly see the obscurantist consequences of this rigorism. If mixed research really has the disadvantages that we have just mentioned, this amounts to recognizing that the philosophical perspective and the scientific perspective are incompossible and that philosophy and sociology will only experience certainty on condition of ignoring each other. It will therefore be necessary to hide from the scholar this idealization of the raw fact, which is nevertheless the essential part of his work. It will have to ignore the deciphering of meanings which is its raison d'être, the construction of intellectual models of reality without which there would be no more sociology today than there would have been physics in the past. Of Galilee. We will have to give him the blinders of Baconian or Millian induction, even if his own research obviously escapes these canonical recipes. He will therefore pretend to approach the social fact as if it were foreign to him, as if his study owed nothing to the experience he has, as a social subject, of intersubjectivity, under the pretext that in fact sociology is not yet made with this lived experience, that it is the analysis, the explication, the objectification, that it upsets our initial awareness of social relations and finally reveals those that we experience as a very particular variant of a dynamic initially unsuspected by us, and which is only learned through contact with other cultural formations. Objectivism forgets this other evidence that we cannot expand our experience of social relations and form the idea of true social relations only by analogy or by contrast with those that we have experienced, in short by an imaginary variation of these, in the light of which, without doubt, they will receive a new meaning, as the fall of a body on an inclined plane is put in a new light by the pure idea of free fall. But to which they will provide all that it can have of sociological meaning. Anthropology teaches us that, in such cultures, children treat certain of their cousins as parents, and facts of this kind ultimately make it possible to draw a diagram of the kinship system in the civilization considered. But the correlations thus noted only give the outline of kinship in the civilization, an overlapping of conduct called, by nominal definition, kinship at certain significant points x, y, z, still anonymous. In short, they do not yet have any sociological meaning, and the formulas which summarize them could just as easily represent a given physical or chemical process of the same form, as long as we have not succeeded in settling into the institution thus circumscribed, understood the style of parenting to which all these facts allude, understood in what sense in this culture certain subjects see other subjects of their generation as their parents, finally grasped the basic personal and interpersonal structure, the institutional relationships with nature and with others, which make the observed correlations possible. Once again, the deep dynamics of the social whole is certainly not given with our narrow experience of life together, but it is only by decentering and refocusing it that we manage to represent it to ourselves, as the generalized number only remains a number for us through the link which connects it to the whole number of elementary arithmetic. We can, based on Freudian conceptions of pregenital sexuality, draw up a table of all the possible modes of accentuation of the orifices of the child's body, and, in this table, those which are produced by our cultural system and have been described by the Freudians are singular variants among a large number of possibilities which are perhaps current in civilizations still unknown to us. But this table tells us nothing about the relationships with others and with nature that define these cultural types as long as we do not refer to the psychological meaning of the mouth, the anus, or the genitals in our lived experience, so as to see, in the different uses that different cultures make of it, different crystallizations of an initial polymorphism of the body as a vehicle of being in the world. The picture presented to us is only an invitation to imagine, based on our experience of the body, other techniques of the body. That which is actualized in us is never reduced to the condition of a simple possibility among all, since it is on the basis of this privileged experience, where we learn to know the body as a structuring principle, that we let us glimpse the other possibles, however different they may be from her. It is important to never separate sociological research from our experience of social subjects. Of other men, since the sociologist's equations only begin to represent the social at the moment when the correlations that they summarize are connected to one another and enveloped in a certain unique view of the social and of one's own nature to the society considered, and become in it, even if it is quite different from the official conceptions which are current there, institution, clandestine principle of all the manifest functioning. If objectivism or scientism never succeeded in depriving sociology of any recourse to meanings, it would only preserve it from philosophy by closing to it the understanding of its object. We would perhaps then do mathematics in the social, we would not have the mathematics of the society considered. The sociologist does philosophy to the extent that he is responsible not only for noting the facts, but for understanding them. At the moment of interpretation, he himself is already a philosopher. This means that the professional philosopher is not disqualified from reinterpreting facts that he himself has not observed if these facts say something other and more than what the scientist saw there. As Husserl says, it was not with phenomenology that the eidetics of physical things began, it was with Galileo. And reciprocally the philosopher has the right to read and interpret Galileo. The separation that we are fighting is no less detrimental to philosophy than to the development of knowledge. How could a conscious philosopher seriously propose to prohibit philosophy from associating with science? Because finally the philosopher always thinks about something, on the square drawn in the sand, on the donkey, the horse, the mule, on the cubic foot of extension, on the cinnabar, on the Roman state, on the hand that sinks into the iron filings. The philosopher thinks about his experience and his world. How, if not by ukase, could we give him the right to forget what science says about this same experience and this same world? Under the collective name of science, there is nothing other than a systematic arrangement, a methodical exercise, narrower and wider, more and less clairvoyant, of this same experience which begins with our first perception. It is a set of means of perceiving, imagining, and finally living, oriented towards the same truth which our first experiences establish in us as a requirement. It may happen that science buys its accuracy at the price of schematization. But the remedy is then to confront it with an integral experience, and not to oppose it with philosophical knowledge that comes from who knows where. It is Husserl's great merit to have, from the maturity of his philosophy, and increasingly as he continued his effort, circumscribed with the vision of essences, the morphological essences and the phenomenological experience, a field and attitude of research where philosophy and effective knowledge could meet. We know that he began by asserting, and always maintained, a rigorous difference between them. It seems to us, however, that his idea of a psychophenomenological parallelism, let us say in general, his thesis of a parallelism between positive knowledge and philosophy, which means that each affirmation of one corresponds to an affirmation of the other, leads in truth to that of a reciprocal envelopment. With regard to the social, it is ultimately a question of knowing how it can be both a thing to be known without prejudice, and a meaning for which the societies of which we learn only provide an opportunity to appear, how it can be in itself and in us. Having entered this labyrinth, let us follow the stages by which Husserl moves towards final conceptions, where they will moreover be preserved as much as superseded. At the starting point, he claims the rights of philosophy in terms such that those of effective knowledge appear abolished. Speaking of this eminent social relationship which is language, he posits in principle one that we cannot understand the functioning of our own language, nor detach ourselves from the pseudo-evidences which relate to what it is ours and enter into the true knowledge of other languages, unless we have first constituted a table of the ideal form of language and the modes of expression which absolutely belong to it if it is to be language. Only then will we be able to understand how German, Latin, Chinese participate, each in its own way, in this universal eidetic, and define each of these languages as a mixture, in original proportions, of universal forms of meaning, a blurred and incomplete realization of general and reasoned grammar. The de facto language therefore had to be reconstructed by a synthetic operation, from the essential structures of all possible language, which enveloped it in their pure clarity. Philosophical thought appeared to be absolutely autonomous, capable, and only capable, of obtaining true knowledge by recourse to essences which gave the key to things. Generally speaking, it is the entire historical experience of the social relationship which is then cast into doubt in favor of the vision of essences. It presents to us many social processes, cultural formations, forms of law, art, religion, but, as long as we remain in contact with these empirical realizations, we do not even know what mean these headings under which we place them, and even much less, consequently, if the historical development of such religion, of such form of law or art really depends on their essence, and judges their value, or if on the contrary this law, this art, this religion contains still other possibilities. History, Husserl said, cannot judge an idea, and, when it does, This history which evaluates surreptitiously borrows from the ideal sphere the necessary connections that it claims to bring out from the facts too. As for the conceptions of the world which resign themselves to being only the assessment, at each moment, of what one is permitted to think, taking into account the acquisitions of effective knowledge, Husserl admits that they pose a real problem, but in terms such that they prohibit themselves from resolving it seriously. The real problem is that philosophy would lose its meaning if it gave up judging the present. Exactly as a morality which would be interminable and transfinite by principle would no longer be morality, a philosophy which would renounce in principle any position taken in the present would no longer be philosophy. 3. Only, the fact is that in wanting to face current problems, to have their system, and in time enough to then be able to live for, the philosophers of the Weltanschauung miss everything. They cannot bring more than rigor than other men, since they are, like them, in the Weltanschauung and have no Weltwissenschaft, and, while they exhaust themselves thinking about the present, they rob true philosophy of the unconditional devotion that she demands. However, once constituted, it would make it possible to think about the present as well as the past and the eternal. Going straight to the present means letting go of the solid for the illusory. When Husserl, in the second part of his career, returns to the problems of history and first of all that of language, we no longer find the idea of a philosophical subject, master of possibilities, who should first distance itself from its language, to find, beyond all actuality, the ideal forms of a universal language. The first task of philosophy, with regard to language, now seems to be to rediscover our inherence in a certain system of speech, which we use with full efficiency precisely because it is present to us as immediately as our body. The philosophy of language is no longer opposed to empirical linguistics as an attempt at total objectification of language to a knowledge always threatened by the prejudices of the native language. On the contrary, it is the rediscovery of the speaking subject in exercise as opposed to a science of language which inevitably treats it as a thing. Mr. Pos 5 has very well shown how, as opposed to the scientific or observational attitude, which is turned towards the language already made, which takes it in the past, and decomposes it into a sum of linguistic facts where its unity disappears, the phenomenological attitude is now the one which allows direct access to the living language present in a linguistic community which uses it not only to preserve, but also to found, to aim for and define a future. Here the language is therefore no longer broken down into elements which would add up little by little, it is like an organ of which all the tissues contribute to the unique functioning, however diverse its origin, however fortuitous its origin may be. Original insertion into the whole. Now, if it is truly the characteristic of phenomenology to approach language in this way, it is because it is no longer the synthetic determination of all possibilities. Reflection is no longer the return to a pre-empirical subject holding the keys to the world, it no longer possesses the constituent elements of the current object, it no longer goes around it. He must become aware of it in a contact or an encounter which first passes his power to understand. The philosopher is first of all the one who realizes that he is situated in language, that he speaks, and phenomenological reflection will no longer be limited to listing in complete clarity the conditions without which there would be no language, it must reveal what makes their speech, the paradox of a subject who speaks and who understands, turn towards the future, despite everything we know about the chances and shifts in meaning that have made language. There is therefore in the actuality of speech a light which is not found in any simply possible expression. There is in our linguistic field of presence an operation which serves us as a model for designing other systems of possible expressions, far from being a particular case of them. Reflection is no longer the transition to another order which absorbs that of current things, it is first of all a more acute awareness of our rooting in them. The passage through the actual is now an absolute condition for a valid philosophy. To tell the truth, there is no need to wait for the recognition of Lebenswelt as the first phenomenological theme to register in Husserl the disavowal of formal reflection. The reader of Ideen I will have already noticed that eidetic intuition has always been an observation, phenomenology and experience. Simply, the upward movement was not emphasized. Thought barely relied on its factual structures to identify its possible structures. An entirely imaginary variation drew from a tiny experience a treasure trove of eidetic affirmations. When the recognition of the lived world, and therefore also of the lived language, becomes, as in the latest writings, characteristic of phenomenology, this is only a more resolute way of expressing that philosophy is not about immediately in possession of the truth of language and the world, that it is rather the recovery and the first formulation of a logos scattered in our world and our life, linked to their concrete structures, this logos of the aesthetic world of which formal and transcendental logic already spoke. Husserl will only complete the movement of all his previous thought when he writes in a posthumous fragment that linguistic incarnation brings the transitory inner phenomenon to ideal existence 6. The ideal existence, which was to found the possibility of language at the starting point, is now its most proper possibility. But then, if philosophy is no longer a passage to the infinity of possibilities or a leap into objectivity absolute, if it is first of all contact with the current, we understand that certain linguistic research anticipates its own and that certain linguists, without knowing it, are already treading on the ground of phenomenology. Husserl does not say it, nor does Mr. Pos, but it is difficult not to think of Saussure when he asks that we return from language object to speech. In reality, the entire relationship of philosophy to history is transformed in the very movement of reflection which sought to free philosophy from history. As he reflects more on the relationship between eternal truths and factual truths, Husserl is forced to substitute, for his initial delineations, a much less simple relationship. His meditations on transcendental reflection and on its possibility, continued for at least 20 years, clearly show that in his eyes this word did not designate as a distinct faculty, which it was possible to circumscribe, to point out, to truly isolate, alongside the other modalities of experience. Despite all the sharp formulas which always reaffirm the radical distinction between the natural attitude and the transcendental attitude, Husserl knows well, from the beginning, that in fact they encroach on one another and that everything makes consciousness carries within itself the transcendental. Concerning, in any case, the relationship between fact and essence, a text as old as Die Philosophie als strenge Wissenschaft, after having distinguished, as we recalled, the ideal sphere and historical facts, predicted expressly the overlap of the two orders, saying that, if historical criticism really shows that such an order of institutions is without substantial reality and is finally only a common name to designate a mass of facts without internal relationship, it is because empirical history contains blurred intuitions of essence and that criticism is always the reverse or the emergence of a positive affirmation which is already there. In the same article, Husserl already admitted that history is precious to the philosopher, because it reveals the Gemengist to him. It is not that difficult to move from these early formulations to the later ones. To say that history teaches the philosopher what the Gemengist is to say that it gives him something to think about the communication of subjects. It places him in the need to understand how there are not only minds, each holding a perspective on the world, that the philosopher could inspect in turn without being allowed, and even less prescribed, to think of them together, but a community of minds coexisting for each other and, therefore, each endowed with an exterior through which they become visible. So that the philosopher can no longer speak of the mind in general, treat everyone and everyone under a single name, nor pride himself on constituting them, but must see himself in the dialogue of minds, situated as they all are, and recognize their dignity as constituents at the very moment when he claims it for himself. We are very close to the enigma formula that Husserl will arrive at in the texts of the Crisis der Europäischen Wissenschaften, when he writes that transcendental subjectivity is intersubjectivity. However, how can we prevent the boundaries of the transcendental and the empirical from blurring if the transcendental is intersubjectivity? Because, with others, it is all that others see of me, it is all my facticity which finds itself reintegrated into subjectivity, or at least posed as an indispensable element of its definition. Thus the transcendental descends into history, or as one would like to say, the historical is no longer the external relationship of two or more absolutely autonomous subjects, it has an interior, it adheres to their own definition, it is no longer just each for himself, it is also for each other that they know themselves to be subjects. In the unpublished works of the last period, the opposition of fact and essence will be explicitly mediated by this idea that the purest reflection discovers, immanent in its objects, a genesis of meaning, the requirement of a development, of a before and an after in the manifestation, of a series of steps or approaches which repeat one another, one of which cannot be in same time as the other and presupposes it as a horizon of the past. Of course, this intentional history is not the simple sum of manifestations taken one by one, it takes them up and orders them, it revives and rectifies, in the actuality of a present, a genesis which without it could abort. But it can only do this through contact with the given, by seeking its motives in it. It is no longer only through an unfortunate accident that the study of meanings and that of facts encroach on one another, a meaning would be empty if it did not condense a certain future of truth. It is to be hoped that we will soon be able to read, in the complete works of Husserl 7, the letter he wrote to Levi-Brühl on March 11, 1935, after having read primitive mythology. He seems to admit here that the philosopher cannot immediately achieve a universal of simple reflection, that he is not in a position to do without anthropological experience, nor to construct, through a simply imaginary variation of his own experiences, what makes sense of other experiences and other civilizations. It is a possible and highly important task, he writes, it is a great task to project ourselves into a humanity closed by its living and traditional sociality, and to understand it as, in its life total social and from it, this humanity possesses the world, which is not for it a representation of the world, but the world which for it is real. However, access to archaic worlds is barred to us by our own world, Levi-Brühl's primitives are without history, it is for them a life which is only present which is flows. On the contrary, we live in a historical world, that is to say one which has a partly realized future and a partly realized future. The intentional analysis which will find and reconstitute the structures of the archaic world cannot limit itself to explaining that of ours, because what gives meaning to these structures is the environment, the Umwelt, of which they are the typical style, and we cannot therefore understand them unless we understand how time passes and how being is constituted in these cultures. Husserl goes so far as to write that on the path to this already largely developed intentional analysis, historical relativism has its incontestable justification, as an anthropological fact. So what does he ultimately do with philosophy? The last lines of the letter indicate this: philosophy must assume all the acquisitions of science, which are the first word of knowledge, and with them, therefore, historical relativism. But, as a philosophy, it is not content with recording the variety of anthropological facts, but anthropology, like any positive science and like all of these sciences, if it is the first word of knowledge, is not the last. There would be an autonomy of philosophy after positive knowledge, not before. It would not exempt the philosopher from collecting everything that anthropology can give us, that is to say basically from testing our effective communication with other cultures. It cannot subtract anything from the scholar's competence that is accessible to his research processes. Simply, it would establish itself in a dimension where no scientific knowledge can challenge it. Let's try to say which one. If the philosopher no longer attributes to himself the unconditional power to think his own thought through and through, if he agrees that his ideas, his evidence are always naive to some extent, and that, taken from the fabric of the culture to which he belongs, it is not enough, to know them in truth, to scrutinize them and make them vary in thought, it is necessary to confront them with other cultural formations, to see them against the background of other prejudices, has he not therefore abdicated, and handed over his rights to positive disciplines and empirical investigation? Precisely no. The same historical dependencies which prohibit the philosopher from claiming immediate access to the universal or the eternal prohibit the sociologist from replacing him in this function, and from giving ontological value to the scientific objectification of the social. The deepest meaning of the concept of history is not to confine the thinking subject to a point in time and space. It can only appear in this way in the light of a thought itself capable of coming out from any locality and any temporality to see him in his place and in his time. However, it is precisely the prejudice of absolute thought that historical sense discredits. There is no question, as historicism does, of simply transferring to science the magisterium that is refused to systematic philosophy. You believe you are thinking forever and for everyone, says the sociologist to the philosopher, and, in this very fact, you are only expressing the prejudices or pretensions of your culture. This is true, but it is no less true of the dogmatic sociologist than of the philosopher himself, who speaks thus. Where is he speaking from? The sociologist can only form this idea of a historical time which would contain philosophers as a box contains an object, only by placing himself outside of history and by claiming the privilege of the absolute spectator. In reality, it is the very conception of the relationships between the mind and its object that historical consciousness invites us to rework. Precisely, the inherence of my thought in a certain historical situation of its own and, through it, in other historical situations which interest it, since it originates in relation to the objective relations with which science maintains us, makes from the knowledge of the social a knowledge of myself, calls for and authorizes a view of intersubjectivity as mine which science forgets while using it, and which is specific to philosophy. If history envelopes us all, it is up to us to understand that what truth we can have is not obtained against historical inherence, but through it. Superficially thought, it destroys all truth; thought radically, it establishes a new idea of truth. As long as I keep within myself the ideal of an absolute spectator, of knowledge without a point of view, I can only see in my situation a principle of error. But if I have once recognized that through it I am involved in all action and all knowledge that can have meaning for me, and that it contains, step by step, everything that can be for me, then my contact with the social in the finitude of my situation reveals itself to me as the point of origin of all truth, including that of science, and, since we have an idea of the truth, since we are in the truth and cannot not get out of it, all I have to do is define a truth in the situation. Knowledge will be based on this irrefutable fact that we are not in the situation as an object in objective space, and that it is for us a principle of curiosity, of investigation, of interest in other situations, as variants of ours, than for our own life, illuminated by others, and considered this time as a variant of others, ultimately what links us to the totality of human experience, no less than what separates us from it. We will call science and sociology the attempt to construct ideal variables which objectify and schematize the functioning of this effective communication. We will call philosophy the awareness that we must maintain of the open and successive community of alter egos living, speaking, and thinking, one in the presence of the other and all in relation to nature, as we divine it behind it. Us, around us, and in front of us, at the limits of our historical field, as well as the ultimate reality whose functioning our theoretical constructions trace and for which they cannot be substituted. Philosophy is therefore not defined by a certain domain of its own. It only speaks, like sociology, of the world, of men, and of the mind. It is distinguished by a certain mode of consciousness that we have of others, of nature, or of ourselves. It is nature and man in the present, not flattened in an objectivity which is second, but as they present themselves in our current commerce of knowledge and action with them. It is nature in us, others in us, and we in them. In this respect, we must not only say that philosophy is compatible with sociology, we must say that it is necessary for it as a constant reminder of its tasks, and that each time the sociologist returns to the living sources of his knowledge, to what, in him, operates as a means of understanding the cultural formations furthest from him, he spontaneously does philosophy. Philosophy is not a certain knowledge, it is the vigilance which does not leave us forgetting the source of all knowledge. We do not claim that Husserl would have ever consented to any definition of this kind, since, until the end, he always considered the return to living speech and history, the return to Lebenswelt as a preparatory step, to which was to follow the properly philosophical task of universal constitution. It is a fact, however, that in his latest published work, rationality is only one of the two possibilities before us, the other being chaos. And it is precisely in the awareness of a sort of anonymous adversity that threatens it that Husserl seeks what can stimulate knowledge and action. Reason as a call and as a task, the latent reason which must be transformed into itself and made to come to itself, becomes the criterion of philosophy. It is only by this that it is decided whether the end innate to the European conception of man since the birth of Greek philosophy, desire to be man on the basis of philosophical reason, incapacity of to be otherwise, in an indefinite movement from latent reason to manifest reason and in an indefinite effort to govern itself by this human truth and authenticity which is its own, if all this is only the simple historical fact of a illusion, the fortuitous acquisition of a fortuitous humanity in the midst of completely different humanities and histories. Or rather, and on the contrary, did not come to light for the first time, in the Greek conception of man, what is included by essence as an entelecheity in the quality of man as such. The quality of man taken in itself consists in essence of being man within generatively and socially linked humanities, and, if man is a being of reason, he can only be so that all humanity to which he belongs is humanity of reason, disposed for reason in a latent manner or openly disposed for entelecheity which has come to itself, become manifest for itself and therefore directs human becoming in a conscious and in all need of gasoline. Philosophy and science would then be the historical movement of revelation of universal reason, innate to humanity as such. Thus the essence of man is not given, nor is the necessity of an unconditional essence, it will only come into play if the rationality of which Greece has deposited in us the idea, instead of remaining an accident, proves itself as essential through knowledge and through the action that it makes possible, and is recognized by irrational humanities. The Husserlian essence is now conveyed by an entelecheity. The role of philosophy as consciousness of rationality in contingency is not an insignificant remainder. Only philosophical awareness of intersubjectivity ultimately allows us to understand scientific knowledge. Without it, he remains indefinitely on borrowed time, always deferred until the end of discussions of causality which, when it comes to man, are, by their nature, interminable. We wonder, for example, if social relations are, as psychoanalytic sociology would have it, only the magnification and generalization of the sexual aggressive drama, or if, on the contrary, this drama itself, in the form in which psychoanalysis describes it, is only a particular case of institutional relations in Western societies. These discussions have the advantage of provoking sociologists to observation, of revealing facts, of generating analyses and intuitions. But they do not contain a conclusion as long as we remain on the ground of causal and objective thought, since we can neither reduce one of the causal chains to anything, nor think of them together as causal chains. We can only hold these views as true altogether, as they are, on the condition of passing to an acausal mode of thought, which is philosophy. We must understand both that the individual drama takes place between roles already inscribed in the institutional whole, that therefore, from the beginning of life, the child proceeds, through the simple perception of the care given to him and the utensils that surround him, to a deciphering of meanings, which immediately generalizes its own drama into the drama of its culture, and that, however, all symbolic consciousness ultimately elaborates what the child experiences or does not experience, suffers or does not suffer, feels or does not feel, so that there is not a detail of his most individual history which does not contribute something to this meaning of his own which he will manifest when, having first thought and lived as he saw fit to do so, and perceived after the imagination of his culture, he finally comes to reverse the relationship and slip into the meanings of his words and his conduct, to convert into culture, even the most secret of his experience. That this centripetal movement and this centrifugal movement are possible together is not thinkable from the point of view of causality. It is only in the philosophical attitude that these reversals, these metamorphoses, this proximity and this distance of the past and the present, of the archaic and the modern, this winding of time and cultural space on themselves, this perpetual overdetermination of human events, which means that, whatever the singularity of local or temporal conditions, the social fact always appears to us as a variant of a single life of which ours is also a part, and that every other is for us another. Ourselves. Philosophy is good, always is, a break with objectivism, a return of constructed to experience, of the world to ourselves. Only this essential approach, and which characterizes it, no longer transports it into the rarefied atmosphere of introspection or into a domain numerically distinct from that of science. It no longer puts it in rivalry with knowledge, since we recognize that the interior to which it brings us is not a private life, but an intersubjectivity which, step by step, connects us to the whole of history. When I realize that the social is not only an object, but first and foremost my situation, and when I awaken in myself the consciousness of this social mine, it is all my synchrony which becomes present to me. It is, through it, the whole past that I become capable of truly thinking as the synchrony that it was in its time. It is all the convergent and discordant action of the historical community which is effectively given to me in my living present. The renunciation of the explanatory apparatus of the system does not make philosophy fall to the rank of an auxiliary or a propagandist of objective knowledge, since it has its own dimension, which is that of coexistence, not as a fact accomplished and object of contemplation, but as a perpetual event and medium of universal praxis. Philosophy is irreplaceable because it reveals to us the movement by which lives become truths, and the circularity of this singular being which, in a certain sense, is already everything it comes to think. 4. Demos. To Claude Lévi-Strauss. What we call social anthropology today, from a word, common outside France, which is spreading in France, is what sociology becomes when it admits that the social, like man himself, has two poles or two faces. It is significant, we can understand it from within, and at the same time the personal intention is generalized, dampened, it tends towards the process, it is, according to the famous word, mediated by things. However, no one in France anticipated this relaxed sociology like Marcel Mauss. Social anthropology is, in several respects, the work of Mauss which continues to live before our eyes. After 25 years, the famous essay on the gift, an archaic form of the exchange, has just been translated for Anglo-Saxon readers with a preface by Evans Pritchard. Few people, writes Claude Lévi-Strauss, have been able to read the essay on the dawn without having the still indefinable, but compelling, certainty of witnessing a decisive event in scientific evolution. It is worth tracing this moment in sociology which left such memories. The new science wanted, in the well-known words of Durkheim, to treat social facts like things, and no longer like systems of objectified ideas. But, as soon as she sought to clarify, she only succeeded in defining the social as psychic. They were, it was said, representations, simply, instead of being individual, they were collective. Hence the much discussed idea of collective consciousness understood as a distinct being at the heart of history. The relationship between it and the individual, as between two things, remained external. What we gave to the sociological explanation, we took away from the psychological or physiological explanation, and vice versa. Furthermore, Durkheim proposed, under the name of social morphology, an ideal genesis of societies through the combination of elementary societies and the composition of the compounds between them. The simple was confused with the essential and with the old. The idea, specific to Lévi-Bruhl, of a prelogical mentality did not open us any further to what could be irreducible to ours in so-called archaic cultures, since it fixed them in a difference insurmountable. In both ways, the French school lacked this access to the other which is nevertheless the definition of sociology. How can we understand the other without sacrificing them to our logic or without sacrificing it to them? Whether it assimilated reality too quickly to our ideas, or on the contrary declared it impermeable, sociology always spoke as if it could hover over its object. The sociologist was an absolute observer. What was missing was patient penetration of the object, communication with it. Marcel Mauss, on the contrary, practiced them instinctively. Neither his teaching nor his work is in controversy with the principles of the French school. Nephew and collaborator of Durkheim, he had every reason to do him justice. It is in their own way of making contact with the social that their difference becomes apparent. In the study of magic, he said, concomitant variations and external correlations leave a residue that must be described, because it is in it that the deep reasons for belief are found. It was therefore necessary to enter into the phenomenon through thought, to read it or decipher it. And this reading always consists of grasping the mode of exchange which is constituted between men by the institution, the connections and the equivalences which it establishes, the systematic way in which it regulates the use of tools, manufactured or food products. Magic formulas, ornaments, songs, dances, mythical elements, just as language regulates the use of phonemes, morphemes, vocabulary, and syntax. This social fact, which is no longer a massive reality, but an effective system of symbols or a network of symbolic values, will be inserted deep within the individual. But the regulation that circumvents the individual does not eliminate it. There is no longer a choice between the individual and the collective. What is true, writes Mauss, is not prayer or the law, but the Melanesian of this or that island, Rome, Athens. Likewise, there is no longer a simple absolute or a pure summation, but everywhere totalities or articulated sets, more or less rich. In the so-called syncretism of primitive mentality, Mauss noticed oppositions, as important to him as the famous participations. By conceiving the social as a symbolism, he had given himself the means of respecting the reality of the individual, that of the social, and the variety of cultures without making one impermeable to the other. An expanded reason had to be capable of penetrating into the irrational aspects of magic and the gift. We must above all, he said, draw up the largest possible catalogue of categories. We must start from all those which we can know that men have used. We will then see that there are still many moons that are dead, or pale, or obscure, in the firmament of reason. But Mauss had this intuition of the social rather than creating a theory of it. This is perhaps why, when it comes to conclusion, he falls short of his discovery. He seeks the principle of exchange in mana, as he had sought that of magic in how. Enigmatic notions, which give less of a theory than they reproduce the indigenous theory. In reality, they only designate a sort of emotional cement between the multitude of facts that had to be linked. But are these facts first distinct, so that we seek to bring them together? Isn't synthesis first? Is mana not precisely the evidence, for the individual, of certain relations of equivalence between what he gives, receives, and returns, the experience of a certain gap between himself and his state? Of institutional balance with others, the primary fact of a double reference of conduct to oneself and to the other, the requirement of an invisible totality of which he himself and the other are in his eyes substitutable elements. Exchange would then not be an effect of society, it would be society itself in action. What is numinous in mana would be due to the essence of symbolism and would become accessible to us through the paradoxes of speech and relationships with others, analogous to this zero phoneme that linguists speak of, and which, without itself having an assignable value, is opposed to the absence of phonemes, or even of the floating signifier which articulates nothing, and yet opens a field of possible meaning. But in speaking like this we follow the movement of Mauss beyond what he said and wrote. We see it retrospectively in the perspective of social anthropology. We have already crossed the line of another conception and another approach to the social, that Claude Lévi-Strauss brilliantly represents. Asterisk. It will call structure the way in which exchange is organized in a sector of society or in society as a whole. Social facts are neither things nor ideas, they are structures. The word, now overused, initially had a precise meaning. It was used by psychologists to designate the configurations of the perceptual field, these totalities articulated by certain lines of force, and where every phenomenon derives its local value from them. In linguistics too, structure is a concrete, embodied system. when he said that the linguistic sign is diacritical, that it only operates through its difference, through a certain gap between it and the other signs, and not first of all by evoking a positive meaning. Saussure made the unity of the language below the explicit meaning, a systematization which takes place in it before the ideal principle is known. For social anthropology, it is systems of this kind that society is made of: system of kinship and filiation, system of linguistic exchange, system of economic exchange, art, myth, and ritual. It is itself the totality of these interacting systems. By saying that these are structures, we distinguish them from the crystallized ideas of ancient social philosophy. The subjects who live in a society do not necessarily have knowledge of the principle of exchange which governs them, any more than the speaking subject needs to go through the linguistic analysis of his language in order to speak. Rather, the structure is practiced by them as self-evident. So to speak, she has them rather than they have her. If we compare it to language, whether to the living use of speech, or even to its poetic use, where words seem to speak for themselves and become beings, the structure, like Janus, has two faces. On the one hand, it organizes according to an interior principle the elements which enter it, it is meaning. But this meaning that it carries is, so to speak, a heavy meaning. When the scientist therefore formulates and conceptually fixes structures and constructs models with the help of which it is a question of understanding existing societies, there is no question for him of substituting the model for reality. In principle, structure is not a Platonic idea. To imagine imperishable archetypes which would dominate the life of all possible societies would be the very error of old linguistics, when it assumed in a certain sound material a natural affinity for a particular meaning. This would be to forget that the same physiognomic traits can have a different meaning in different societies, depending on the system in which they are taken. If American society in its mythology today finds a path that was followed in the past or elsewhere, it is not that a transcendent archetype is incarnated 3 times in the Roman Saturnalia, in the Catcienas of Mexico and in Christmas. American. It is because this mythical structure offers a path for the resolution of some local and current tension, it is because it is recreated in the dynamics of the present. The structure does not take away from society any of its depth or its heaviness. It is itself a structure of structures. How could there be no connection between the linguistic system, the economic system and the kinship system that it practices? But this relationship is subtle and variable. It is sometimes a homology. Other times, as in the case of myth and ritual, one structure is the counterpart and antagonist of the other. Society as a structure remains a multifaceted reality, amenable to several aims. How far can the comparisons go? Will we end up finding, as sociology proper would have it, universal invariance? It's to do. Nothing limits structural research in this sense, but also nothing obliges it by starting to postulate that there is any. The major interest of this research is to replace antinomies everywhere with relationships of complementarity. It will therefore radiate in all directions, towards the universal and towards the monograph, each time going as far as possible to experience precisely what may be missing in each of the aims taken separately. The search for the elementary, in kinship systems, will move, through the variety of customs, towards a structural pattern of which they can be considered as variants. From the moment when consanguinity excludes the alliance, when the man renounces taking a wife in his biological family or in his group and must establish an alliance outside which requires, for reasons of balance, an immediate or mediate, a phenomenon of exchange begins which can become indefinitely complicated when direct reciprocity gives way to generalized exchange. It is therefore necessary to construct models that highlight the different possible constellations and the internal arrangement of different types of preferential marriage and different kinship systems. To reveal these extremely complex and multidimensional structures, our usual mental tools are insufficient, and it may be necessary to resort to a quasi-mathematical expression, all the more usable since mathematics today is not limited to the measurable and to relationships of quantity. We can even dream of a periodic table of related structures comparable to Mendeleev's table of chemical elements. It is healthy to ultimately propose the program of a universal code of structures, which would allow us to deduce one from the other by means of regulated transformations, to construct, beyond existing systems, the different possible systems, would not be this only to direct, as has already happened, empirical observation towards certain existing institutions which, without this theoretical anticipation, would go unnoticed. Thus appears at the bottom of social systems a formal infrastructure, we are tempted to say an unconscious thought, an anticipation of the human mind, as if our science was already made in things, and as if the human order of culture was a second natural order, dominated by other invariants. But even if they exist, even if, like phonology below the phonemes, social science found beneath the structures a metastructure to which they conform, the universal which we would thus arrive at would no longer replace the particular. That generalized geometry does not cancel the local truth of the relations of Euclidean space. There are, in sociology too, considerations of scale, and the truth of generalized sociology would take nothing away from that of microsociology. The implications of a formal structure may well reveal the internal necessity of a particular genetic sequence. They are not the ones who make up that there are men, a society, a history. A formal portrait of societies or even of the general articulations of any society is not a metaphysics. The pure models, the diagrams that a purely objective method draws, are instruments of knowledge. The elementary that social anthropology seeks are still elementary structures, that is to say the nodes of a network thought which leads us back by itself to the other face of the structure and to his incarnation. The surprising logical operations that the formal structure of societies attests must be accomplished in some way by the populations who live in these kinship systems. There must therefore exist a sort of lived equivalent, which the anthropologist must seek, this time, through work which is no longer only mental, at the cost of his comfort and even his security. This connection of objective analysis to experience is perhaps the most specific task of anthropology, the one that distinguishes it from other social sciences, such as economics and demography. Value, profitability, productivity, or maximum population are the objects of a thought that embraces the social. They cannot be expected to appear in their pure state in the experience of the individual. On the contrary, the variables of anthropology must be found sooner or later at the level where the phenomena have an immediately human significance. What bothers us in this method of convergence are the old prejudices which oppose induction and deduction, as if the example of Galileo did not already show that effective thought is a coming and going between experience and intellectual construction or reconstruction. Now experience, in anthropology, is our insertion of social subjects into a whole where the synthesis that our intelligence laboriously seeks has already been made, since we live in the unity of a single life all the systems of which our culture is done. There is some knowledge to be gained from this synthesis that is us. Further, the apparatus of our social being can be unmade and remade by travel, just as we can learn to speak other languages. There is a second path towards the universal, no longer the overhanging universal of a strictly objective method, but as a lateral universal which we acquire through ethnological experience, incessantly put to the test of oneself by the other and of the other by oneself. It is a question of constructing a general system of reference in which the point of view of the native, the point of view of the civilized, and the errors of one on the other can be found, of constituting an enlarged experience which becomes in principle accessible to men from another country and another time. Ethnology is not a specialty defined by a particular object, primitive societies, it is a way of thinking, the one that imposes itself when the object is other, and requires that we transform ourselves. So we become the ethnologists of our own society, if we distance ourselves from it. For several decades, since American society has become less sure of itself, it has opened the door to state services and general staffs for ethnologists. A unique method, it involves learning to see what is ours as foreign, and what was foreign to us as our own. And we cannot even trust our vision of being disoriented. The desire to leave itself has its personal reasons, which can alter the testimony. These reasons will therefore also have to be said, precisely if we want to be true, not because ethnology is literature, but because on the contrary it only ceases to be uncertain if the man who speaks of man does not wear a mask himself. Truth and error live together at the intersection of two cultures, either because our training hides from us what there is to know, or on the contrary it becomes, in life on the ground, a means of identifying the differences in the other. When Fraser said of field work, God forbid, he was not only depriving himself of facts, but of a way of knowing. It is, of course, neither possible nor necessary for the same man to know from experience all the societies of which he speaks. It is enough that he has sometimes and at some length learned to let himself be taught by another culture, because he now has a new organ of knowledge, he has regained possession of the wild region of himself which is not invested in his own culture, and through which he communicates with others. Then, even at his table, and even from afar, he can cross-reference the correlations of the most objective analysis through true perception. Or for example to know the structures of the myth. We know how disappointing the attempts at general mythology were. They would perhaps have been less so if we had learned to listen to the myth as we listen to the story of an informant in the field, that is to say the tone, the pace, the rhythm, the recurrences, no less than the manifest content. Wanting to understand the myth as a proposition, through what it says, is to apply our grammar, our vocabulary, to a foreign language. It is entirely to be deciphered without us even being able to postulate, as the decryptors do, that the code to be found has the same structure as ours. Leaving what the myth tells us at first glance and which would rather divert us from the true meaning, let us study its internal articulation, take the episodes only insofar as they have, to speak like Saussure, a diacritical value, and that they depict a particular relationship or recurring opposition. We would see, said to illustrate the method and not as a theory, that the difficulty in walking straight reappears 3 times in the myth of Oedipus, the murder of a chthonic creature twice. 2 other opposition systems would confirm these. We would be surprised to find comparable ones in North American mythology. And we would arrive, through cross-checks that we cannot reproduce here, at this hypothesis that the myth of Oedipus expresses in its structure the conflict between the belief in the autochthony of man and the overestimation of the relationships of kinship. From this point of view, we can order the known variants, generate one from the other by a regulated transformation, see in them so many logical tools, modes of mediation to arbitrate a fundamental contradiction. We have listened to the myth, and we end up with a logical, one might as well say ontological, diagram. Such a myth from the Canadian Pacific coast supposes, in the final analysis, that being appears to the native as the negation of non-being. Between these abstract formulas and the quasi-ethnological method of the beginning, what is common is that it is always the structure which guides, first felt in its compulsive recurrences, finally apprehended in its exact form. Anthropology comes into contact with psychology here. The Freudian version of the Oedipus myth fits as a special case into its structural version. The relationship between man and the earth is not present there, but what, for Freud, constitutes the Oedipal crisis is indeed the duality of the progenitors, the paradox of the human order of kinship. Freudian hermeneutics too, at its least questionable, is indeed the deciphering of a dreamlike and reluctant language, that of our behavior. Neurosis is an individual myth. And the myth becomes clearer like it, when we see a series of stratifications or layers, we could also say, a spiral thought which always tries again to mask its fundamental contradiction. But, to the acquisitions of psychoanalysis or psychology, anthropology gives new depth by installing them in its own dimension. Freud or the psychologist of today are not absolute observers, they belong to the history of Western thought. We must therefore not believe that the complexes, dreams, or neuroses of Westerners clearly give us the truth of myth, magic or witchcraft. According to the rule of double criticism which is that of the ethnological method, it is also a question of seeing psychoanalysis as myth and the psychoanalyst as sorcerer or shaman. Our psychosomatic research helps us understand how the shaman heals, for example how it helps with difficult childbirth. But the shaman also makes us understand that psychoanalysis is our witchcraft. Even in its most canonical and respectful forms, psychoanalysis only reaches the truth of a life through the relationship of two lives, in the solemn atmosphere of the transference, which is not a pure objective method. Even more so when it becomes an institution, when it is applied to so-called normal subjects themselves, it completely ceases to be a conception that can be justified or discussed by cases. It no longer cures, she persuades, she herself shapes subjects conforming to her interpretation of man, she has her converts, perhaps her refractories, she can no longer have her convinced. Beyond the true and the false, it is a myth, and Freudism thus degraded is no longer an interpretation of the myth of Oedipus, it is a variant of it. More profoundly, for in anthropology it is not a question of being right about the primitive or of proving it right against us, it is a question of settling on a ground where we are both intelligible, without reckless reduction or transposition. This is what we do by seeing in the symbolic function the source of all reason and all unreason, because the number and wealth of meanings available to man always exceed the circle of defined objects which deserve the name of signified, because the symbolic function must always be in advance of its object and only finds reality by getting ahead of it in the imagination. The task is therefore to broaden our reason, to make it capable of understanding what in us and in others precedes and exceeds reason. This effort joins that of other semiological sciences and, in general, of other sciences. Niels Bohr wrote, "The traditional differences resemble in many respects the different and equivalent ways in which physical experience can be described. Each traditional category today calls for a complementary view, that is to say incompatible and inseparable, and it is in these difficult conditions that we seek what constitutes the framework of the world. Linguistic time is no longer the series of simultaneities familiar to classical thought, and of which Saussure was still thinking when he clearly isolated the two perspectives of the simultaneous and the successive. Synchrony, with Trubetskoy, spans, like legendary or mythical time, on succession and on diachrony. If the symbolic function precedes the given, there is inevitably something confused in the whole order of the culture that it carries. The antithesis of nature and culture is no longer clear. Anthropology returns to an important set of cultural facts which escape the rule prohibiting incest. Indian endogamy, the Iranian or Egyptian, or Arab practice of consanguineous or collateral marriage, attest that culture sometimes comes to terms with nature. However, these are precisely forms of culture which made scientific knowledge and accumulative and progressive social life possible. Culture, in its forms, if not the most beautiful, at least the most effective, would rather be a transformation of nature, a series of mediations where the structure never emerges straight away as a pure universal. What can we call, if not history, this environment where a form burdened with contingency suddenly opens a cycle of the future, and commands it with the authority of the instituted? Not undoubtedly the history which would like to compose the entire human field of events located and dated in serial time and instantaneous decisions, but this history which knows well that the myth, the legendary time always haunts, in other forms, human enterprises, which seeks beyond or below fragmentary events, and which is rightly called structural history. A whole regime of thought is established with this notion of structure, whose fortune today in all areas responds to a need of the mind. For the philosopher, present outside of us in natural and social systems, and within us as a symbolic function, structure indicates a path outside of the subject-object correlation that dominates philosophy from Descartes to Hegel. It makes us understand in particular how we are with the socio-historical world in a sort of circuit, man being eccentric to himself, and the social finding its center only in him. But this is too much philosophy, the weight of which anthropology does not have to bear. What interests the philosopher in it is precisely that it takes man as he is, in his actual situation of life and knowledge. The philosopher it interests is not the one who wants to explain or construct the world, but the one who seeks to deepen our insertion into being. His recommendation cannot therefore compromise anthropology since it is based on what is most concrete in his method. Asterisk. The present works of Claude Lévi-Strauss and those he is preparing for the future obviously come from the same inspiration, but, At the same time, research renews itself, it rebounds on its own acquisitions. In the field, he plans to collect documentation in the Melanesian area which would allow, in theory, the transition to the complex structures of kinship, that is to say those to which our matrimonial system in particular relates. However, it now appears to him that this will not be a simple extension of previous work and will, on the contrary, give them additional scope. Modern kinship systems, which abandon the determination of the spouse to demographic, economic, or psychological conditioning, were to be defined, in initial perspectives, as more complex variants of exchange. But the full understanding of the complex exchange does not leave intact the meaning of the central phenomenon of the exchange, it requires and makes possible a decisive deepening of it. Claude Lévi-Strauss does not envisage deductively and dogmatically assimilating complex systems to simple systems. On the contrary, he thinks that we cannot dispense with the historical approach to them, through the Middle Ages, through Indo-European and Semitic institutions, and that historical analysis will impose the distinction of a culture which absolutely prohibits incest, and is the simple, direct, or immediate negation of nature, and of another culture, that which is at the origin of contemporary systems of kinship, which rather tricks nature and sometimes turns the prohibition of incest. It is precisely this second type of culture which has shown itself capable of engaging in a hand-to-hand combat with nature, of creating science, the technical domination of man and what has been called history. Cumulative. From the point of view of modern kinship systems and historical societies, exchange as a direct or immediate negation of nature would appear to be the limiting case of a more general relationship of otherness. Only here will the ultimate meaning of Lévi-Strauss's first research, the profound nature of exchange and the symbolic function, be definitively established. At the level of elementary structures, the laws of exchange, which completely envelop conduct, are susceptible to static study, and man, without even always formulating them in an indigenous theory, obeys them almost as the atom observes the law of distribution which defines it. At the other end of the field of anthropology, in certain complex systems, the structures break down and open up, with regard to the determination of the spouse, to historical motivations. Here exchange, the symbolic function, society no longer play a role as a second nature, as compelling as the other, and which erases it. Everyone is invited to define their own exchange system, thereby, the boundaries of cultures are blurring. For the first time undoubtedly a world civilization is on the agenda. The relationship of this complex humanity with nature and life is neither simple nor clear. Animal psychology and ethnology reveal in animality, not certainly the origin of humanity, but sketches, partial prefigurations, and like anticipated caricatures. Man and society are not exactly outside of nature and the biological, rather, they distinguish themselves from it by bringing together the bets of nature and risking them all together. This upheaval means immense gains, entirely new possibilities, as well as losses that we must know how to measure, risks that we are beginning to notice. The exchange and the symbolic function lose their rigidity, but also their hieratic beauty. Mythology and ritual are replaced by reason and method, but also by a completely profane use of life, accompanied by little compensatory myths without depth. It is taking all this into account that social anthropology is moving towards a balance of the human spirit and towards a view of what it is and can be. Thus research is nourished by facts which initially seemed foreign to it, acquires new dimensions as it progresses, reinterprets its first results through the new investigations which they themselves gave rise to. The extent of the area covered and the precise understanding of the facts increase at the same time. It is by these signs that we recognize a great intellectual endeavor. V. Everywhere and nowhere 1. I philosophy. And the outside. Composing a collective work on famous philosophers, the undertaking may seem innocent. However, we do not attempt it without scruples. It calls into question the idea that we must have of the history of philosophy, and even of philosophy. Because finally, the reader will find here, with faces, anecdotes, the visible life of philosophers, the sketch, in a few pages and by different authors, of what they tried to say through volumes. Even if the life, the work, even better, the whole of a work and a life, had been deciphered perfectly each time, we would only have a history of philosophers or philosophies, not a history of philosophy, and this work on philosophers would therefore be unfaithful to what was their great concern, a truth that goes beyond opinions. How would a collective book have a center of perspective? However, to reveal connections, progress, and setbacks, the same question must be asked of all philosophers, and the development of the problem must be identified as the problem progresses. We cannot therefore have here the genealogy of philosophers, nor the future of truth, and philosophy risks being no more, in our work, than a catalogue of points of view or theories. A series of intellectual portraits will leave the reader with the feeling of a vain attempt, where each one gives as truth the whims inspired by his mood and the accidents of his life, takes up the questions at their beginning and leaves them to his successors whole. Without that, from one mental universe to another, a comparison is possible. The same words, idea, freedom, knowledge, not having the same meaning here and there, and in the absence of a single witness who reduces them to the same denominator, how would we see a single philosophy grow through philosophers? To have regard for what they sought and to speak of them with dignity, should we not on the contrary take their doctrines as the moments of a single doctrine in progress, and save them, in the Hegelian way, by their giving a place in the unity of a system? It is true that the system in its way is casual, since it incorporates them into an integral philosophy. It is therefore because it claims to lead the philosophical enterprise better and further than them. For a philosophy which wanted to express being, it is not to be saved to survive as a moment of truth or the first sketch of a final system which is not it. When we go beyond a philosophy from the inside, we steal its soul, we insult it by keeping it without its limitations, of which we make ourselves judge, that is to say without its words, without its concepts, as if the meanders of Parmenides or the course of the Meditations could be reduced without loss to a paragraph of the system. In reality, the system assumes they are known, and that is why it can go further. Even if it concludes them, it does not include them. It is at the school of others that we learn the full meaning of Hegelian philosophy, which would like to go beyond. The movement of contradictories which pass into one another, the positive which bursts into negation and the negative which turns out to be positive, all this begins in Zeno, in the Sophist, in the doubt of Descartes. The system begins in them. It is the focus where the rays of many mirrors are concentrated. It would fall to degree zero if they ceased for a single moment to shine their lights towards it. There is transgression, transgrowth of the past into the present, and the truth is an imaginary system, contemporary with all philosophies, which can keep their significant power without loss, and of which an existing philosophy is obviously only the shapeless outline. Hegel knew this too. The history of philosophy, he said, is all in the present. Which means that Plato, Descartes, Kant are not true only in what they have seen, with the exception of what they have not seen. The detours by which Hegelian philosophy was prepared are not over, they remain permitted, moreover, necessary, they are the path, and the truth is only the memory of everything we found along the way. Hegel closes his system on history, but past philosophies continue to breathe and move there. He enclosed with them the anxiety, the movement, the work of contingency. To say that the system is the truth of what preceded it is also to say that the great philosophies are indestructible too, not for having seen in part what the system was to discover in its entirety, but rather for having planted boundaries, reminiscence, the ideas of Plato, the phi sigma iota of Aristotle, the evil genius of Descartes, through which posterity would never cease to pass. Sartre one day opposed the Descartes who lived this life, uttered these words, wrote these works, an unbreakable block, an indestructible boundary stone, and Cartesianism, a wandering philosophy, elusive because it constantly changes in the hands of people. Heirs. He was right, except that no boundary indicates how far Descartes goes and where his successors begin, and that there would be no more sense in counting the thoughts that are in Descartes and those that are in them, than to take inventory of a language. Subject to this reservation, what matters is the thinking life that we call Descartes and of which his works are the fortunately preserved trail. What makes Descartes present is that, surrounded by circumstances that are now abolished, haunted by the worries and some illusions of his time, he responded to these chances in a way that teaches us to respond to ours, although they are different, and our response different too. One does not enter the pantheon of philosophers for having applied himself to having only eternal thoughts, and the accent of truth never vibrates so long as when the author calls into question his life. The philosophies of the past do not survive in their minds alone, as moments of a final system. Their access to the timeless is not entry to the museum. They last with their truths and their follies, as total enterprises, or they do not last at all. Hegel himself, this head who wanted to contain being, lives today and gives us food for thought not only through his depths, but also through his manias and his tics. There is no one philosophy that contains all philosophies, the entire philosophy is, at certain moments, in each. To use the famous word, its center is everywhere and its circumference nowhere. So the truth, everything is there from the beginning, but as a task to be accomplished, and so they are not there yet. This singular relationship of philosophy with its past generally sheds light on its relationships with the outside world and, for example, with personal and social history. Like past doctrines, it lives on everything that happens to the philosopher and his time, but it disintegrates it or it transports it into the order of symbols and of the truth uttered, so that there is no more meaning in judging the work by life than life by the work. We do not have to choose between those who think that the history of the individual or of society holds the truth of the symbolic constructions of the philosopher, and those who think on the contrary that philosophical consciousness has in principle the keys to social and personal history. The alternative is imaginary, and the proof is that those who defend one of these theses surreptitiously resort to the other. We can only think of replacing the internal study of philosophies with a socio-historical explanation by referring to a history whose meaning and course we believe we clearly know. We assume, for example, a certain idea of the total man or a natural balance of man with man and of man with nature. So, this historical tau lambda omicron being given, any philosophy can be presented as diversion, alienation, resistance with regard to this necessary future, or, on the contrary, as a step and progress towards it. But where does the guiding idea come from and what is its value? The question should not be asked. To ask it is already to resist a dialectic which is in things, it is to take sides against it. But how do you know it's there? By philosophy. Simply, it is a secret philosophy, disguised as a process. What we oppose to the internal study of philosophies is never the socio-historical explanation, it is always another philosophy, hidden within it. It is shown that Hegel conceived of alienation as he did, because he had before his eyes the alienation of capitalist society and thought according to it. This explanation would only settle Hegelian alienation and make it an episode of capitalism if we could show a society where man objectifies himself without alienating himself. Such a society was only an idea for Marx, and even for us, the least we can say is that it is not a fact. What we oppose to Hegel is not a fact, it is an idea of the relationship between man and the social whole. Under the name of objective explanation, it is always a thought which challenges another thought and denounces it as an illusion. If we answer that the Marxist idea, as a historical hypothesis, sheds light on the history of capitalism before and after Marx, we move into the realm of facts and historical probability. But it will be necessary, in this area, to try the Hegelian idea of alienation in the same way, and to see, for example, if it does not help to understand even societies founded on the Marxist idea. We exclude precisely such an investigation when we learnedly declare that the Hegelian idea of alienation is a product of the society in which Hegel lived. We therefore do not stand on the ground of facts, and historical explanation is a way of philosophizing without appearing to do so, of disguising ideas as things and of thinking without precision. A conception of history only explains philosophies on condition of becoming philosophy itself, and implicit philosophy. For their part, The philosophers most keen on interiority strangely fail in their principles when they summon cultures and regimes to their tribunal and judge them from the outside, as if interiority ceased to be important when it's not theirs. Thus the partisans of pure philosophy and those of the socio-economic explanation exchange their roles before our eyes, and we do not have to enter into their perpetual debate. We do not have to take sides between a false conception of inside and a false conception of outside. Philosophy is everywhere, even in facts, and nowhere does it have a domain where it is preserved from the contagion of life. We have much to do to eliminate the twin myths of pure philosophy and pure history and to rediscover their effective relationships. We would first need a theory of the concept or meaning which takes the philosophical idea as it is, never freed from historical imports, and never reducible to its origins. As the new forms of grammar and syntax, born from the debris of an old linguistic system or from the accidents of general history, are nevertheless organized according to an expressive intention which makes them a new system, the idea philosophical, born in the ebb and flow of personal and social history, is not only a result and a thing, it is a beginning and an instrument. As a discriminator in a new type of thought and in a new symbolism, it constitutes a field of application which is incommensurable with its origins and can only be understood from within. The origin is not a sin and nor is it a merit, and it is the whole in its maturity which must be judged, according to the views and insights it gives us on experience. Rather than explaining a philosophy, the historical approach serves to show the excess of its meaning over the circumstances, and how, as a historical fact, it transmutes its initial situation into a means of understanding it itself and of understand others. The philosophical universal resides in this moment and in this point where the limitations of a philosopher are invested in another history which is not parallel to that of psychological or social facts, but which sometimes crosses it and sometimes flows from it. Apart, or rather which does not belong to the same dimension. To understand this relationship, it is also our idea of psychological or historical genesis that must be changed. We should rethink psychoanalysis and Marxism as experiences where principles, measurements, are always in question in the face of the measured. It is not a question of classifying men or societies according to whether they approach the canon of the classless society or the man without conflicts. These negative entities cannot be used to think about an existing society or man. Above all, we should understand the functioning of their contradictions, the type of balance in which they have somehow settled, whether it paralyzes or whether it brings life, and this in all respects, taking into account, in the psychoanalysis of the profession and work as well as sexual life, and, as far as Marxism is concerned, real-life relationships as well as variables of economic analysis, the human quality of relationships as well as production, social roles clandestine as well as official regulations. Comparisons of this kind, if they confound a preference and a choice, do not give an ideal genetic series, and the relationship of one historical formation to another, like that of one type of man to another, will never be the simple relationship of false to true. The healthy man is not so much the one who has eliminated contradictions from himself, it is the one who uses them and involves them in his vital work. We should also put into perspective the Marxist idea of a prehistory which will give way to history, of an immanence of the total and true society, where man is reconciled with man and with nature, because this is indeed the demand of our social criticism, but there is no force in history which is destined to produce it. Human history is not, as of now, constructed in such a way as to mark one day, and on all its dials at once, the high noon of identity. The progress of socio-economic history, and even its revolutions, are not so much a transition to homogeneous or classless society as the search, through always atypical cultural apparatuses, for a life which is not unlivable for most. Between this history which always moves from positive to positive and never overcomes itself in pure negation, and the philosophical concept which never breaks its links with the world, the relationships are as close as one wishes, not just the same meaning. Unequivocally inhabits the rational and the real, as Hegel and Marx, in different ways, thought, but because the real and the rational are cut from the same cloth, which is the historical existence of men, and that through it reality is, so to speak, promised to reason. Even when considering a single philosopher, he is teeming with interior differences, and it is through these discrepancies that we must find his total meaning. The absolute Descartes of which Sartre spoke, the one who lived and wrote once and for all 3 centuries ago, if I have difficulty finding his fundamental choice, it is perhaps because Descartes himself, no moment, coincided with Descartes. What he is in our eyes according to the texts, he was only little, by reaction of himself on himself, and the idea to grasp it entirely at its source is perhaps illusory if Descartes is not some central intuition, an eternal character, an absolute individual. But this hesitant discourse at first, which is affirmed through experience and the exercise, which learns itself little by little, and never quite stops aiming at the very thing it has resolutely excluded. We do not choose a philosophy like an object. Choice does not eliminate what is not chosen, but keeps it on the margins. The same Descartes, who distinguishes so well between what pertains to pure understanding and what pertains to the use of life, finds himself tracing at the same time the program of a philosophy which would take as its main theme the cohesion of the orders that he distinguishes. The philosophical choice is never simple. And it is through their ambiguity that philosophy and history touch each other. This is enough, certainly not to define philosophy, but to absolve a work such as this, the mixture of philosophy, history, and anecdote. This disorder is part of philosophy. She finds the way to create her unity there, by digression and return to the center. This is the kind of unity of a landscape or a discourse, where everything is linked indirectly by secret reference to a center of interest or perspective that no reference initially indicates. Like Europe or Africa, the history of philosophy is a whole, although it has its gulfs, its capes, its relief, its deltas, its estuaries. And although it is housed in a larger world, we can read there signs of everything that is happening. How then could any mode of approach be prohibited and unworthy of philosophers? A series of portraits is not in itself an attack on philosophy. And as for the plurality of perspectives and commentators, it would only break the unity of philosophy if it was a unity of juxtaposition or accumulation. But since philosophies are so many languages which are not immediately translatable into each other nor superimposable term to term, since it is in its singular way that each is necessary to the others, the diversity of comments barely increases that philosophies. Moreover, if we ask each person, as we did, rather than an objective account, their reaction to a philosopher, perhaps, at this height of subjectivity, we find a sort of convergence, and a kinship between the questions that each of these contemporaries asks their famous philosopher, face to face. These problems are not resolved by a preface, nor should they be. If the unity of philosophy is successively reduced by difference or gap, we must rediscover the difficulty of thinking about it at each moment of this book. When we have to delimit philosophy in relation to Eastern thought or to Christianity, we will have to ask ourselves whether the name philosophy only belongs to doctrines which are themselves translated into concepts, or else if we can extend it to experiences, to wisdom, to disciplines which do not go as far as this degree or this type of consciousness, and it is the problem of the philosophical concept and its nature that we will find. Each time we venture to trace lines of development which the philosophers themselves certainly did not see, and to order them around themes which were not expressly theirs, in a word, with each part of this work, we will still have to ask ourselves how far our right goes to place past philosophies in a day which is ours, if we can flatter ourselves, as Kant said, of understanding them better than they understood themselves. And finally to what extent philosophy is the mastery of meaning. Between us and the past, between us and the Orient, between philosophy and religion, each time we will have to learn anew to bridge the hiatus and rediscover indirect unity, and the reader will see the question we have just come back to return to formulate at the beginning, because it is not a preface to philosophy, it is philosophy itself. To the East and philosophy. Is this immense literature of thought, which alone would require a volume, really part of philosophy? Is it possible to compare it with what the West has called by this name? Truth is not understood as the horizon of an indefinite series of research, nor as the intellectual conquest and possession of being. It is rather a treasure scattered in human life before all philosophy, and undivided between doctrines. Thought does not feel responsible for pushing old attempts further, nor even for choosing between them, and even less for truly going beyond them by forming a new idea of the whole. It is given as commentary and syncretism, echo and conciliation. The old and the new, the opposing doctrines form a single unit, and the lay reader does not see that there is anything acquired or bygone there. He feels like he is in a magical world where nothing is ever finished, where dead thoughts persist, and where those thought to be incompatible mix together. Of course, we must allow for our ignorance here. If we saw Western thought as cavalierly and from as far away as that of India and China, perhaps it would also give us the impression of a rehashing, of an eternal reinterpretation, of a hypocritical betrayal, of an involuntary change which is not directed. However, this feeling towards the Orient persists among connoisseurs. Mr. Massenoursel said of India, "We are dealing here with an immense world, without any unity, where nothing appears at any moment in a completely new way, where nothing that one would believe outdated is not abolished either, chaos of human groups, inextricable jungle of disparate religions, proliferation of doctrines." A contemporary Chinese author writes 3, in certain philosophical writings, such as those of Mencius or Sun Tzu, we find systematic reasoning and arguments. But, compared to the philosophical writings of the West, they are not yet sufficiently articulated. It is a fact that Chinese philosophers used to express themselves in the form of aphorisms, apophthegms, or allusions and apologues. The words and writings of Chinese philosophers are so inarticulate that their power of suggestion is limitless. The brief sentences of the Analects of Confucius and the philosophy of Lao Tzu are not simply conclusions whose premises are lost. We can bring together all the ideas contained in Lao Tzu and write them down in a new book of 5,000 or even 500,000 words. Whether it is done well or poorly, it will be a new book. We can compare it page by page with the original Lao Tzu. It will perhaps help greatly in understanding it, but it will never be able to replace it. Cao Shang is one of the great commentators on Chuan Tzu. His commentary itself constitutes a classic book of Taoist literature. He transcribed the allusions and metaphors of Chuan Tzu in the form of reasoning and arguments. But, between the suggestive style of the latter and the articulate style of Cao Shang, we can still ask ourselves, what is the best? A monk of the Chen or Zen Buddhist school of a later period said one day, "Everyone says that Cao Shang wrote a commentary on Chuan Tzu. I would like to say that it was Chuan Tzu who wrote a commentary on Cao Shang." Certainly, during the last 20 centuries of Western philosophy, Christian themes remain. And perhaps, once again, it is necessary, as has been said to be in a civilization to perceive, under the appearance of stagnation, movement, and history. However, it is difficult to compare the duration of Christianity in the West and that of Confucianism in China. The Christianity that persists among us is not a philosophy, it is the story and meditation of an experience, of a set of enigmatic events which, in themselves, called for several philosophical elaborations and did not in fact cease to give rise to philosophies, even when a privilege was recognized by one of them. Christian themes are leavens, not relics. Do we have anything comparable to the proliferation of apocrypha in the Confucian tradition, to the amalgamation of themes in the Neo-Taoism of the 3rd century and the 4th century AD, to these crazy undertakings of complete census and conciliation to which generations of Chinese scholars dedicated themselves to this philosophical orthodoxy which lasted from Chuhai until the abolition of exams in 1905? And, if we enter into the content of the doctrines, as we should, since finally the external forms of Chinese philosophy depend on the relationship it expresses between man and the world, has no Western doctrine never taught such a rigorous concordance of the microcosm and the macrocosm, fixed for each thing and each man, without even the escape of Stoic contempt, a place and a name which are theirs, defined correction as a cardinal virtue? We have the feeling that Chinese philosophers do not understand, like those of the West, the very idea of understanding or knowing, that they do not propose the intellectual genesis of the object, that they do not seek to understand it, grasp, but only to evoke it in its primordial perfection, and this is why they suggest, this is why we cannot distinguish among them the commentary and what is commented on, the enveloping and the enveloped, the signifier and the signified. This is why, with them, the concept is just as much an allusion to the aphorism as the aphorism is an allusion to the concept. If this is true, how, in this inarticulate ontology and time, can we discover a profile, a future, a history? How can we identify the contribution of each philosopher, when they all gravitate around the same immemorial world that they do not seek to think, but only to make present? The relationship of the Chinese philosopher with the world is a fascination, and one cannot enter into it by halves. Either one initiates oneself, through history, customs, civilization, and Chinese philosophy then becomes one of the superstructures, without internal truth, of this historical prodigy. Or else we must give up understanding. Like everything that man makes or institutes, India and China have immense interest. But, like all institutions, they expect us to discern their true meaning, they don't quite give it to us. China and India are not in full possession of what they are saying. They lack, in order to have philosophies, to seek to understand themselves and everything else. These remarks, now banal, do not, however, settle the question. They come to us from Hegel. It was he who invented going beyond the Orient by understanding it. It was he who opposed to the Orient the Western idea of truth, that of the concept as a total recovery of the world in its variety, and defined the Orient as a failure in the same enterprise. It is worth recalling the terms of the sentence before deciding whether we can take it on ourselves. Eastern thought is indeed, for Hegel, philosophy, in the sense that the mind learns to free itself from appearance and vanity. But, like many other oddities of the human world, like the pyramids, it is only philosophy in itself, that is to say that the philosopher reads in it the announcement of the spirit, which is not there. Not in his state of consciousness or purity. Because the mind is not yet mind as long as it is separated, placed above appearances, this abstract thought has as its counterpart the proliferation of undominated appearances. On the one hand, then, we have an intuition which sees nothing, a thought which thinks nothing, the incorporeal one, the eternal, calm, immense substance, an incomparable meditation, the mystical name of God, the syllable Om, murmured indefinitely, that is to say unconsciousness and emptiness. And, on the other hand, a mass of absurd details, absurd ceremonies, infinite inventories, excessive enumerations, a cunning technique of the body, of breathing, and of the senses from which we expect anything, the divination of the thoughts of others, the strength of the elephant, the courage of the lion and the speed of the wind. Among the fakirs, as among the cynics of Greece and the mendicant monks of Christianity, we find a profound abstraction of external relations, but itself provocative, showy, picturesque. Nowhere is there mediation, or passage from the inside to the outside and return to oneself from the outside. India ignores the radiance of the notion in the finite, and this is why this presentiment of the mind ends in puerility. 5. China has a history, it distinguishes barbarism from culture and deliberately progresses from one to the other, but it is a culture which stabilizes within its principle and which does not develop beyond it. At another level than India, it maintains the immediate and paralyzing tête-à-tête of the interior and the exterior, of the universal and of a prosaic wisdom, and we see it seeking the secret of the world in a tortoise shell, practicing formalist law and without moral criticism. It would never occur to a European to place sensitive things so close to abstraction. 6. Thought slides profitlessly from abstraction to the sensible, and during this time does not become, does not mature. Let us not even say, adds Hegel, that Eastern thought is religion. It is as foreign to religion in our sense as to philosophy, and for the same reasons. Western religion presupposes the principle of freedom and individuality. She went through the experience of reflective subjectivity, of the mind working on the world. The West has learned that it is the same thing for the mind to seize and leave itself, to make and deny itself. Eastern thought does not even suspect this negation, which realizes, it is beyond the reach of our categories, neither theism, nor atheism, nor religion, nor philosophy. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva are not individuals, nor the figure and emblem of fundamental human situations, and what India says about them does not have the inexhaustible power of meaning of Greek myths or Christian parables. They are almost entities or philosophemes, and the Chinese pride themselves on having the least religious and most philosophical civilization there is. In fact, it is no more philosophical than religious, for lack of knowledge of the work of the spirit in contact with the immediate world. The thought of the Orient is therefore original, it only reveals itself to us if we forget the terminal forms of our culture. But we have reason to understand it in our individual or collective past. It resides in the undecided region where there is not yet religion and not yet philosophy. It is the impasse of the immediate mind that we have been able to avoid. This is how Hegel goes beyond it by incorporating it, as aberrant or atypical thought, into the true becoming of the spirit. These views of Hegel are everywhere. When we define the West by the invention of science or by that of capitalism, it is always from him that we draw inspiration, because capitalism and science can only define a civilization when we understand them as asceticism in the world or work of the negative, and the reproach we make to the East is always to have ignored them. The problem is therefore completely clear. Hegel and those who follow him only recognize Eastern thought as having philosophical dignity by treating it as a distant approximation of the concept. Our idea of knowledge is so demanding that it places every other type of thought in the alternative of submitting as the first sketch of the concept, or disqualifying itself as irrational. Now this absolute knowledge, this concrete universal to which the East has closed the way, the question is whether we can, like Hegel, claim it. If we do not actually have it, our entire evaluation of other cultures must be reviewed. Even at the end of his career, when he exposed the crisis of Western knowledge, Husserl wrote that China, India, are empirical or anthropological specimens 7. He therefore seems to be following the path of Hegel. But if it retains its privilege to Western philosophy, it is not by virtue of a right that it would have, and as if it possessed in absolute evidence the principles of all possible culture, it is in the name of a fact, and to assign it a task. Husserl admitted that all thought is part of a historical whole or a lived world. In principle therefore, they are all anthropological specimens, and none has any particular rights. He also admits that so-called primitive cultures play an important role in the exploration of the lived world, by offering us variations of this world without which we would remain stuck in our prejudices and would not even see the meaning of our own life. But the fact remains, precisely, that the West has invented an idea of truth which obliges it and which authorizes it to understand other cultures, and therefore to recover them as moments of total truth. In fact, there was this miraculous reversal of a historical formation on itself, through which Western thought emerged from its particularity and its locality. Presumption, intention which still awaits their fulfillment. If Western thought is what it claims to be, it must prove it by understanding all the lived worlds, by attesting to its unique meaning beyond anthropological specimens. The idea of philosophy as rigorous science, or as absolute knowledge, therefore reappears here, but now with a question mark. Husserl said in his last years, philosophy as a rigorous science, the dream is well over 8. The philosopher can no longer, in conscience, claim to have absolutely radical thought, nor arrogate to himself intellectual possession of the world and the rigor of the concept. Control of oneself and of all things remains his task, but he has never finished with it, since he must now pursue it across the field of phenomena over which no formal a priori guarantees him mastery in advance. Husserl understood this. Our philosophical problem is to open the concept without destroying it. There is something irreplaceable in Western thought. The effort to conceive, the rigor of the concept remain exemplary, even if they never exhaust what exists. A culture is judged by the degree of its transparency, by the awareness it has of itself and of others. In this regard, the West remains a system of reference. it is the West which invented the theoretical and practical means of raising awareness, which opened the path to truth. But this possession of oneself and of truth, which the West alone has taken as its theme, nevertheless runs through the dreams of other cultures, and, in the West itself, it is not accomplished. What we have learned about the historical relations of Greece and the East, and vice versa, everything that we have discovered of Western and Eastern thought prohibits us from drawing a geographical boundary between philosophy and non-philosophy. Pure or absolute philosophy, in the name of which Hegel excludes the Orient, also excludes a good part of the Western past. Perhaps even, rigorously applied, the criterion would only grace Hegel. And above all, since, as Husserl said, the West has to justify its value as a historical entelecheia by new creations, since it too is a historical creation, only promised to the onerous task of understanding the others, its very destiny is to re-examine its very idea of truth and concept, and all the institutions, science, capitalism and, if you like, the Oedipus complex, which, directly or indirectly, are related to his philosophy. Not necessarily to destroy them, but to face the crisis they are going through, to find the source from which they derive and to which they owe their long prosperity. Through this, civilizations which do not have our philosophical or economic equipment regain educational value. It is not a question of seeking truth or salvation in what is below science or philosophical consciousness, nor of transporting pieces of mythology as they are into our philosophy, but, in the presence of these variants of humanity from which we are so far away, to acquire a sense of the theoretical and practical problems with which our institutions are confronted, to rediscover the field of existence where they were born and which their long success made us forget. The puerility of the Orient has something to teach us, if only the narrowness of our adult ideas. Between the East and the West, as between the child and the adult, the relationship is not that of ignorance to knowledge, of non-philosophy to philosophy, it is much more subtle. It admits, on the part of the East, all anticipations, all prematurations. The unity of the human spirit will not be achieved by simple rallying and subordination of non-philosophy to true philosophy. It already exists in the lateral relationships of each culture with the others, in the echoes that one awakens in the other. We should apply to the problem of philosophical universality what travelers tell us about their relationships with foreign civilizations. Photographs of China give us the feeling of an impenetrable universe, if they stop at the picturesque, that is to say precisely at our division, at our idea of China. If, on the other hand, a photograph simply tries to capture the Chinese living together, paradoxically, they begin to live for us, and we understand them. The very doctrines which seem rebellious to the concept, if we could grasp them in their historical and human context, we would find there a variant of the relations of man with being which would enlighten us on ourselves, and as an oblique universality. The philosophies of India and China sought, rather than dominating existence, to be the echo or resonator of our relationship with being. Western philosophy can learn from them to rediscover the relationship with being, the initial option from which it was born, to measure the possibilities that we have closed to ourselves by becoming Western and, perhaps, to reopen them. This is why we had to make the Orient appear in the Museum of Famous Philosophers, and why, not being able to give it all the space that a detailed study would require, we preferred to generalities a few rather precise samples, where the reader will perhaps discern the secret contribution of the East to philosophy. 3. Christianity and philosophy. The confrontation with Christianity is one of the tests where philosophy best reveals its essence. Not that there is, on the one hand, unanimous Christianity and, on the other, unanimous philosophy. On the contrary, what was striking in the famous discussion which took place on this subject 25 years ago is that one could guess, behind the dispute over the notion of Christian philosophy or over the existence of philosophies Christians, another deeper debate on the nature of philosophy, and that here Christians were not all on the same side, nor were non-Christians. E. Gilson and J. Maritain said that philosophy is not Christian in its essence, that it is only in its state, by the mixture at the same time and finally in the same man of thought and religious life, and, in this sense, they were not so far from Hebreer, who separated philosophy as a rigorous system of notions and Christianity as the revelation of a supernatural history of man, and concluded, for his part, that no philosophy as philosophy can be Christian. On the other hand, when L. Brunswick, thinking of Pascal and Malebranche, reserved the possibility of a philosophy which notes the discordance of existence and the idea, and therefore its own insufficiency, and thereby introduces Christianity as an interpretation of existing man and the world, he was not so far from Mr. Blondel, for whom philosophy was the thought realizing that it cannot locating and feeling within us and outside of us a reality of which philosophical consciousness is not the source. Past a certain point of maturity, experience, or criticism, what separates or unites men is not so much the letter or the final formula of their convictions, but rather, Christian or not, the way in which they treat their own duality and organize in themselves the relationships between the notional and the real. The real question, which is at the heart of the debate on Christian philosophy, is that of the relationship between essence and existence. Will we admit an essence of philosophy, a pure philosophical knowledge, which is compromised in man with life, but nevertheless remains what it is, strictly and directly communicable, eternal verb which illuminates everything man coming into this world, or shall we say, on the contrary, that philosophy is radical precisely because it digs beneath what appears to be immediately communicable, beneath available thoughts and knowledge through ideas, and reveals between men, as between men and the world, a link which is prior to ideality, and which establishes it. That this question governs that of Christian philosophy, we would verify by following the discussion of 1931 in its twists and turns. Some, having posited, in the order of principles, notions, and the possible, the autonomy of philosophy and that of religion, admit, when they turn to facts or to history, a religious contribution to philosophy, whether it is the idea of creation, that of infinite subjectivity, or that of development and history. There is therefore, despite the essences, an exchange between religion and reason, which entirely raises the question, since finally, if what is of faith can give rise to thought, it must be admitted that faith reveals certain sides of being, that thought, which ignores them, does not loop, and that the unseen things of the faith and the evidence of reason cannot be delimited as two domains. If, on the contrary, with Hebreer, we go straight to history to show that there has been no philosophy which was Christian, we only arrive at this by rejecting as foreign to philosophy the notions of Christian origin which pose an obstacle, or by seeking at all costs antecedents outside of Christianity, which sufficiently proves that we are referring here to a history prepared and divided according to the idea of philosophical immanence. Thus, either we ask a question of fact, but, on the ground of pure history, Christian philosophy can only be affirmed or denied in a completely nominal manner, and the so-called judgment of fact will only be categorical. Only if it envelopes a conception of philosophy. Or we openly pose the question in terms of essences, and then everything has to start again when we move from there to the order of mixtures and existing philosophies. In both cases, we miss the problem, which only exists for a historical systematic thought, capable of digging beneath the essences, of going back and forth between them and the facts, of contesting the essences through facts and facts by essences, and, in particular, to question one's own immanence. For this open thought, in a sense, the question, as soon as it is asked, is resolved. Since it does not take its essences as such as the measure of all things, since it does not believe so much in essences as in knots of meanings which will be undone and remade differently in a new network of knowledge and experience, and will only survive as its past, we do not see in the name of why this misguided thought would refuse the name of philosophy to indirect or imaginative modes of expression, and reserve it for the doctrines of the timeless word and immanent, themselves placed above all history. There is therefore undoubtedly a Christian philosophy, just as there is a Romantic philosophy or a French philosophy, and incomparably more extensive, since it contains, in addition to these two, everything that has been thought in the West for 20 centuries. How can we remove from Christianity, and attribute them to a universal reason without a native place, ideas such as those of history, subjectivity, incarnation, positive finitude? What is not decided by this, and constitutes the real problem of Christian philosophy, is the relationship of this instituted Christianity, mental horizon, or matrix of culture, with Christianity actually lived and practiced in a positive faith. It is another thing to find meaning and immense historical merit in Christianity and to take it on a personal level. To say yes to Christianity as a fact of culture or civilization is to say yes to St. Thomas, but also to St. Augustine, and to Occam, and to Nicholas of Cusa, and to Pascal and to Malebranche, and this assent does not cost us not an ounce of the trouble each of them had to take to be flawless themselves. The struggles they sustained, sometimes in solitude and until death, philosophical and historical consciousness transmutes them into the benevolent universe of culture. But precisely because he understands them all, the philosopher or the historian is not one of them. The historian also gives the same attention and the same infinite respect to a shard of pottery, to shapeless daydreams, to absurd rituals. For him it is only a question of knowing what the world is made of and what man is capable of, not of being burned for this proposition or slaughtered for this truth. The Christianity of which our philosophy is full is, for the philosopher, the most striking emblem of self-transcendence by self. For itself Christianity is not a symbol, it is the truth. In a sense, the tension is greater between the philosopher who understands everything as a human question, and the narrow and deep practice of the very religion that he understands, than between a rationalism which claimed to explain the world and a faith which in his eyes was nothing but nonsense. There is therefore a new conflict between philosophy and Christianity, but it is a conflict that we find within the Christian world and within each Christian as a conflict between understood Christianity and lived Christianity, between the universal and the option. Inside philosophy too, when it comes up against the Manichaeism of commitment. The complex relationship between philosophy and Christianity would only be discovered if we compared a Christianity and a philosophy internally worked by the same contradiction. Thomist peace and Cartesian peace, the innocent coexistence of philosophy and Christianity taken as two positive orders or two truths still hide from us the secret conflict of each with itself and with the other and the tormented relationships which result. If philosophy is a self-sufficient activity, which begins and ends with the apprehension of the concept, and faith an assent to things not seen and given to believe by revealed texts, the difference between them is too profound for there may even be conflict. There will be conflict when rational adequacy is presented as exhaustive. But if only philosophy recognizes, beyond the possibilities of which it is the judge, an order of the current world whose detail comes from experience, and if we take the revealed datum as a supernatural experience, there is no rivalry between faith and reason. The secret of their agreement is in infinite thought, the same when it conceives possibilities and when it creates the current world. We do not have access to everything she thinks and her decrees are only known to us by their effects. We are therefore unable to understand the unity of reason and faith. What is certain is that it is done in God. Reason and faith are thus in a state of indifferent equilibrium. We are sometimes surprised to see Descartes, after having defined natural light so scrupulously, accept another light without difficulty, as if, as soon as there are two, at least one of the two did not become relative darkness. But the difficulty is no greater, and not otherwise resolved, than that of admitting the distinction that the understanding makes between the soul and the body, and, moreover, their substantial union. There is the understanding, and its sovereign distinctions, and there is the existing man, the understanding aided by the imagination and joined to a body, which we know by the use of life because we are this man, and the two orders are one because the same God is guarantor of the essences and foundation of our existence. Our duality is reflected and transcended in him like that of his understanding and his will. We are not responsible for understanding how. God's absolute transparency gives us assurance of the fact, and we must, respect the difference in orders and live in peace on both levels. However, this concordat is unstable. If man is truly committed to the two orders, their connection is also made in him, and he must know something about them. His philosophical relationships with God and his religious relationships must be of the same type. Philosophy and religion must symbolize. This is, in our opinion, the meaning of Malebranche's philosophy. Man cannot be on the one hand a spiritual automaton and on the other the religious subject who receives supernatural light. In his understanding, we find the structures and discontinuities of religious life. Understanding is, in the natural order, a kind of contemplation, it is vision in God. Even in the order of knowledge, we ourselves are not our light, nor the source of our ideas. We are our soul, but we have no idea of it, we have with it only the obscure contact of feeling. All that there may be of light and intentional being in us comes from our participation in God. We do not have the power to conceive, all our initiative in knowledge is to address, this is what we call attention, a natural prayer to the Word who was only obliged to answer it always. What is ours is this invocation, and the passive testing of the knowing events that result from it, in Malebranche's terms, perception, feeling. What is still ours is this present and more lively pressure of the intelligible extension on our soul, which makes us believe we see the world. In fact, we do not see the world in itself. This appearance is our ignorance of ourselves, of our soul, of the genesis of its modalities, and all that is true in the experience we have of the world is the certainty of principle of a current and existing world beyond what we see, depending on which God makes us see what we see. The slightest sensitive perception is therefore a natural revelation. Natural knowledge is shared between idea and perception, like religious life between the light of mystical life and the chiaroscuro of revealed texts. What allows us to say that it is natural is only that it obeys laws, and that God, in other words, only intervenes through general wills. Yet the criterion is not absolute. If natural knowledge is woven from religious relationships, the supernatural in return imitates nature. We can outline a sort of dynamic of grace, glimpse laws, an order according to which most often the incarnate Word exercises its mediation. For the longitudinal division of philosophy, the domain of pure understanding, and of the created and existing world, the domain of natural or supernatural experience, Malebranche substitutes a transversal division, and distributes between reason and religion the same structures typical of light and feeling, the ideal and the real. The concepts of natural philosophy invade theology, religious concepts invade natural philosophy. We no longer limit ourselves to evoking the infinite, incomprehensible to us, where orders that are distinct for us would unify. The joints of nature only hold together through the action of God. Almost all the interventions of grace are subject to rules. God as cause is required by every idea we think, and God as light manifests in almost all his wills. Never have we been closer to the Augustinian program. True religion is true philosophy, and, in turn, true philosophy is true religion. Thus Malebranche seeks to think about the relationship between religion and philosophy, instead of accepting it as a fact about which there is nothing to say. But can identity be the formula for this relationship? Taken as contradictory, reason and faith coexist without difficulty. Likewise and vice versa, as soon as we identify them, they enter into rivalry. Between natural revelation and prayer, which are for all, and supernatural revelation and prayer which were first taught only to a few, between the eternal Word and the incarnate Word, between the God that we let us see as soon as we open our eyes and the God of the sacraments and of the Church, whom we must gain and merit through supernatural life, between the architect who we divine in his works, and the God of love who is only achieved in the blindness of sacrifice, the community of categories underlines the discordance. It is this very discordance that we should take as our theme if we want to create a Christian philosophy. It is in it that we should seek the articulation of faith and reason. In what way we would distance ourselves from Malebranche, but also draw inspiration from him, because if he communicates to religion something of rational light, and ultimately identifies them in a single universe of thought, if he extends to religion the positivity of the understanding, it also announces the invasion of our rational being of religious reversals. He introduces the paradoxical thought of a madness which is wisdom, of a scandal which is peace, of a gift which is gain. Between philosophy and religion, what would then be the relationship? Maurice Blondel wrote, "Philosophy hollows out within itself and before itself a void prepared not only for its subsequent discoveries and on its own ground, but for lights and contributions of which it is not itself and cannot become the real origin." Philosophy reveals gaps, a descente being, the expectation of something to go beyond. It prepares, without necessitating them and without presupposing them, positive options. It is the negative of a certain positive, not any void, but the lack precisely of what faith will bring, and not masked faith, but the universally observable premise of a faith which remains free. We move from one to the other neither by extension nor by simple addition, but by a reversal that philosophy motivates without accomplishing it. Is the problem resolved? Or rather is it not reborn at the suture of negative philosophy and positive faith? If, as Blondel wanted, philosophy is universal and autonomous, how could it leave the responsibility for conclusions to an absolute decision? What she sketches in dotted lines, in notional terms, in the peace of the universal, only has its full meaning in the irreparable and partiality of a life. But, of this very passage, how could she not want to be a witness? How would it remain in the negative and abandon the positive to an absolutely other authority? She herself must recognize in a certain fullness what she drew in advance in hollow, and in practice at least something of what has been seen by theory. The relationship of philosophy to Christianity cannot be the simple relationship of negation to position, of interrogation to affirmation. The philosophical interrogation itself includes its vital options and, in a sense, it is maintained in religious affirmation. The negative has its positive, the positive its negative, and it is precisely because each has its opposite within itself that they are capable of passing into each other and that they perpetually play in history. The role of enemy brothers. Is it forever? Between the philosopher and the Christian, will there ever be a true exchange? This would only be possible, in our opinion, if the Christian, reserving the ultimate sources of his inspiration, of which he judges alone, accepted without restriction the task of mediation which philosophy cannot renounce without eliminating itself. It goes without saying that these lines only engage their signatory, and not the Christian collaborators who were kind enough to give their support. It would be wrong to recognize this to create the slightest equivocation between their feelings and his. So he does not give this as an introduction to their thinking. Rather, they are reflections and questions that he writes down, to submit to them, in the margins of their texts. These texts themselves, and here we will undoubtedly be unanimous, give us a lively feeling of the diversity of Christian research. They recall that Christianity has nourished more than one philosophy, whatever privilege one of them may have, that in principle it does not include a single and exhaustive philosophical expression, and that in this sense, whatever its acquisitions, Christian philosophy is never a done deal. For the great rationalism. We should call little rationalism that which was professed or discussed in 1900, and which was the explanation of being by science. He supposed an immense science already made in things, which effective science would join on the day of its completion, and which would leave us nothing more to ask, every sensible question having received its answer. It is very difficult for us to relieve the state of thought, even though it is so close. But it is a fact that we dreamed of a moment when the mind, having enclosed in a network of relations the totality of reality, and as if in a state of repletion, would henceforth remain at rest, or would not have more than to draw the consequences of definitive knowledge, and to ward off, by some application of the same principles, the last jolts of the unpredictable. This rationalism seems to us full of myths, myth of the laws of nature located vaguely halfway between norms and facts, and according to which, we thought, this nevertheless blind world was constructed, myth of scientific explanation, as if the knowledge of relationships, even extended to everything observable, could one day transform the very existence of the world into an identical and self-evident proposition. To these, we should add all the ancillary myths which proliferated at the limits of science, for example around the notions of life and death. It was the time when people wondered with enthusiasm or with anguish if man could create life in the laboratory, and when rationalist orators spoke willingly of nothingness, another and calmer environment of life, then they flattered themselves that they would join, after this, as one joins a supersensible destiny. But we didn't think we were giving into a mythology. We thought we were speaking in the name of reason. Reason was confused with the knowledge of conditions or causes. Wherever a conditioning was revealed, it was thought to have silenced all questions, resolved the problem of essence with that of origin, brought the fact under the obedience of its cause. The question between science and metaphysics was only to know whether the world is a single great process subject to a single generating axiom, of which all that would remain, at the end of time, is to repeat the mystical formula, or there are, for example at the point where life arises, gaps, discontinuities where we can accommodate the antagonistic power of the spirit. Each conquest of determinism was a defeat of the metaphysical sense, the victory of which required the bankruptcy of science. If this rationalism is difficult for us to think about, it is because it was disfigured, unrecognizable, a heritage, and because we are occupied with the tradition which little by little had produced it. It was the fossil of a great rationalism, that of the 17th century, rich in a living ontology, which had already withered away in the 18th century and of which only a few external forms remained, in the rationalism of 1900. The 17th century is this privileged moment when knowledge of nature and metaphysics believed to find a common foundation. He created the science of nature and yet did not make the object of science the canon of ontology. He admits that a philosophy overlooks science, without being a rival to it. The object of science is an aspect or degree of being, it is justified in its place, perhaps it is even through it that we learn to know the power of reason. But this power does not exhaust itself in him. In different ways, Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Malebranche, under the chain of causal relations, recognize another type of being, which underlies it without breaking it. Being is not entirely reduced or flattened to the plane of external being. There is also the being of the subject or the soul, and the being of its ideas, and the relations of ideas between them, the internal relation of truth, and this universe is as great as the other, or rather it envelopes it, since, however strict the link of external facts may be, it is not one which provides the final reason for the other, they participate together in an interior that their connection manifests. On the contrary, the philosophy of the 17th century never ceases to pose all the problems that a scientific ontology will eliminate by settling uncritically in external being as a universal environment. How can we understand that the mind acts on the body and the body on the mind, and even the body on the body, or the mind on the other mind or on itself, since finally, however rigorous the connection may be particular things in us and outside us, none of them is ever in all respects sufficient cause of what comes out of it. Where does the cohesion of everything come from? Each of the Cartesians conceives it quite differently. But, in everyone, beings and external relationships offer themselves to an inspection of their deep premises. Philosophy is neither stifled by them, nor forced, to make room for itself, to contest their solidity. This extraordinary agreement of the exterior and the interior is only possible through the mediation of a positive infinity, or infinitely infinite. It is in him that the effective existence of things parties extra parties and the extension thought by us which, on the contrary, is continuous and infinite, communicate or weld together. If there is, at the center and as at the core of being, an infinitely infinite, every partial being directly or indirectly presupposes it, and in return is really or eminently contained there. Everything we can have in relation to being must be simultaneously founded there. First of all, our idea of truth, which has led us to infinity and therefore cannot be called into question by it. Then all the vivid and confused notions that the senses give us of existing things. However diverse these two kinds of knowledge may be, they must have a single origin, and even the sensitive, discontinuous, partial, and mutilated world must ultimately be understood, on the basis of our bodily organization, as a particular case of relationships, interiors of which intelligible space is made. The idea of positive infinity is therefore the secret of great rationalism, and it will only last as long as it remains in force. Descartes had glimpsed in a flash the possibility of negative thinking. He had described the spirit as a being which is neither a subtle matter, nor a breath, nor any existing thing, and which remains itself in the absence of any positive certainty. He had measured with his eyes this power to do and not to do, which, he said, does not include a degree, which is therefore infinite in man as in God, and infinite in negation, since, in a freedom which is not to do as well as to do, the position can never be anything but negation denied. It is in this way that Descartes is more modern than the Cartesians, that he anticipates the philosophies of subjectivity and the negative. But this is only the beginning for him, and he goes beyond irreversible negativity when he finally states that the idea of the infinite precedes in him that of the finite, and that every negative thought is a shadow in this light. Whatever their differences elsewhere, the Cartesians will be unanimous on this point. Malebranche will say 100 times that nothingness has no properties or is not visible, and that there is therefore nothing to say about this nothing. Leibniz will wonder why there is something rather than nothing. He will pose for a moment nothingness in relation to being, but this retreat below being, this evocation of a possible nothingness is, for him, as proved by the absurd, it is only the background, the minimum of shadow necessary to reveal the sovereign production of being by itself. Finally, the determination which is negation of Spinoza, understood later in the sense of a determining power of the negative, can only be for him a way of emphasizing the immanence of determined things to the substance equal to it even and positive. Never, in the future, will we find this agreement between philosophy and science, this ease in going beyond science without destroying it, in limiting metaphysics without excluding it. Even those of our contemporaries who call themselves Cartesians give the negative a completely different philosophical function, and this is why they cannot find the balance of the 17th century. Descartes said that God is conceived by us, not understood, and this no expressed a deprivation in us and a defect. The modern Cartesian 11 translates, the infinite is absence as much as presence, which is to bring the negative, and man as witness, into the definition of God. Leon Brunswick admitted everything about Spinoza, except the descending order of the Ethics. The first book, he said, is no more primary than the fifth. Ethics must be read in a circle, and God presupposes man as man presupposes God. This is perhaps, it is surely, drawing its truth from Cartesianism. But a truth that he himself did not possess. There is an innocent way of thinking starting from the infinite, which created the great rationalism and which nothing will make us rediscover. Let us not see nostalgia in these words. Otherwise the lazy one, of a time when the mental universe was not torn apart, and where the same man could, without concessions or artifice, devote himself to philosophy, to science. But this peace, this undividedness could only last as long as we remained at the entrance to the three paths. What separates us from the 17th century is not decadence, it is progress in consciousness and experience. The following centuries have taught us that the agreement between our obvious thoughts and the existing world is not so immediate, that it is never without appeal, that our evidence can never claim to subsequently govern all development of knowledge, that the consequences flow back on the principles, that we must prepare to recast even the notions that we could believe to be primary, that the truth is not obtained by composition by going from the simple to the complex and from essence to properties, that we cannot and will not be able to settle at the center of physical and even mathematical beings, that we must inspect them gropingly, from the outside, approach them by oblique processes, question them like people. The very conviction of grasping in the inner evidence the principles according to which an infinite understanding has conceived or conceives the world, which had supported the enterprise of the Cartesians and had long seemed justified by the progress of Cartesian science, a moment came when it has ceased to be a stimulant of knowledge to become the threat of a new scholasticism. It was then necessary to return to the principles, to reduce them to the level of idealizations, justified as long as they animate research, disqualified when they paralyze it, learn to measure our thinking on this existence which, Kant was to say, is not a predicate, go back, to go beyond it, to the origins of Cartesianism, rediscover the lesson of this creative act which had established, with it, a long period of a fruitful thought, but which had exhausted its virtue in the pseudo-Cartesianism of the epigones, and now required itself to be started again. We had to learn the historicity of knowledge, this strange movement by which thought abandons and saves its ancient formulas by integrating them as particular and privileged cases into a more comprehensive and more general thought, which cannot be declared exhaustive. This air of improvisation and provisionality, this somewhat haggard appearance of modern research, whether in science or in philosophy, or in literature or in the arts, is the price that must be paid to acquire a more conscious awareness. Maturity of our relationships with being. The 17th century believed in the immediate agreement of science with metaphysics and, moreover, with religion. And, in this, he is very far from us. Metaphysical thought, for 50 years, has been seeking its way outside the physico-mathematical coordination of the world, and its role towards science seems to be to awaken us to the non-relational basis 12 that science thinks and does not think. At its most lively, religious thought goes in the same direction, which puts it in consonance, but also in rivalry, with atheist metaphysics. The atheism of today does not claim, like that of 1900, to explain the world without God. It claims that the world is inexplicable, and the rationalism of 1900 is in its eyes a secularized theology. If the Cartesians returned among us, they would have the triple surprise of finding a philosophy and even a theology which have as their favorite theme the radical contingency of the world, and which, in this very respect, are rivals. Our philosophical situation is completely opposed to that of great rationalism. And yet, he remains great for us, and he is close to us in that he is the obligatory intermediary towards the philosophies which reject him, because they reject him in the name of the same requirement which animated him. At the very moment when he was creating the science of nature, he, at the same time, showed that it was not the measure of being and raised awareness of the ontological problem to its highest point. In this he did not pass. Like him, we seek, not to restrict or discredit the initiatives of science, but to situate it as an intentional system in the total field of our relationships with being, and if the passage to the infinitely infinite does not seem to us not be the solution, it is only that we are taking up more radically the task which this intrepid century believed it would carry out forever. V. Discovery of subjectivity. What is common to these philosophies scattered over 3 centuries, which we group under the banner of subjectivity? There is the self that Montaigne loved more than anything, and that Pascal hated, the one of which we keep record day by day, of which we note the darings, the escapes, the intermittences, the returns, which we put to the test or tested as a stranger. There is the I which thinks of Descartes and of Pascal again, the one which only comes together for an instant, but then it is all in its appearance, it is all that it thinks it is and nothing else, open to everything, never fixed, with no other mystery than this very transparency. There is the subjective series of English philosophers, the ideas which know themselves in a silent contact, and as if by a natural property. There is Rousseau's self, an abyss of guilt and innocence, which itself organizes the plot in which it feels caught, and yet rightly claims, in the face of this destiny, its incorruptible goodness. There is the transcendental subject of the Kantians, as close and closer to the world as to psychological intimacy, who contemplates them both after having constructed them, and yet also knows himself to be the inhabitant of the world. There is the subject of Byron, who not only knows himself to be in the world but who is there, and could not even be a subject if he did not have a body to move. Finally, there is subjectivity in Kierkegaard's sense, which is no longer a region of being, but the only fundamental way of relating to being, which means that we are something instead of hovering over all things. In an objective thought, which, ultimately, really thinks nothing. Why make these discordant subjectivities the moments of a single discovery? And why discovery? Are we therefore to believe that subjectivity was there before the philosophers, exactly as they were then to understand it? Once the reflection has occurred, once the I think has been pronounced, the thought of being has so completely become our being that, if we try to express what preceded it, all our effort goes only to proposing a pre-reflexive cogito. But what is this contact of oneself with oneself before it is revealed? Is this anything other than another example of the retrospective illusion? Is the knowledge we gain really only a return to what was already known through our lives? But I didn't know myself, in my own words. What then is this feeling of self which does not possess itself and does not yet coincide with itself? It has been said that to remove consciousness from subjectivity is to remove being from it, that unconscious love is nothing, since to love is to see someone, actions, gestures, a face, a body like lovable. But the cogito before reflection, the feeling of oneself without knowledge, offers the same difficulty. Either consciousness is unaware of its origins, or, if it wants to reach them, it can only project itself into them. In both cases, we should not speak of discovery. Reflection has not only revealed the unreflective, it has changed it, if only in its truth. Subjectivity did not await philosophers as unknown America awaited its explorers in the mists of the ocean. They built it, made it, and in more ways than one. And what they have done may need to be undone. Heidegger thinks that they lost being the day they founded it on self-consciousness. However, we do not give up talking about a discovery of subjectivity. These difficulties only require us to say in what sense. The kinship of the philosophies of subjectivity is first obvious as soon as we place them in relation to the others. Whatever their discordances, the moderns have in common the idea that the being of the soul or the being subject is not a lesser being, that it is perhaps the absolute form of being, and this is what our title wants to mark. Many elements of a philosophy of the subject were present in Greek philosophy. It spoke of man, the measure of all things. She recognized in the soul the singular power of ignoring what it knows with the pretension of knowing what it ignores, an incomprehensible capacity for error, linked to its capacity for truth, a relationship with non-being as essential in it as its relationship with being. It has, moreover, conceived a thought which is thought only of itself, and a radical freedom, beyond all the degrees of our power. She therefore experienced subjectivity as night and as light. But it remains that the being of the subject or of the soul is never for the Greeks the canonical form of being, that for them the negative is never at the center of philosophy, nor responsible for making appear, to assume, to transform the positive. On the contrary, from Montaigne to Kant and beyond, it is the same being subject that is in question. The discordance of philosophies is due to the fact that subjectivity is neither thing nor substance, but the extremity of the particular as well as the universal, to the fact that it is proteus. Philosophies follow its metamorphoses as best they can, and beneath their divergences, it is this dialectic that is hidden. There are, basically, only two ideas of subjectivity, that of empty, unbound, universal subjectivity, and that of full subjectivity, mired in the world, and it is the same idea, as we see. Well, in Sartre, the idea of nothingness which comes into the world, which drinks up the world, which needs the world to be anything, even nothingness, and which, in the sacrifice it makes of itself to be, remains foreign to the world. And certainly, this is not a discovery in the sense that we discovered America or even potassium. It is one, however, in the sense that, once introduced into philosophy, the thought of the subjective can no longer be ignored. Even if philosophy finally eliminates it, it will never again be what it was before this thought. The truth, however constructed it may be, then becomes as solid as a fact, and the thought of the subjective is one of those solids that philosophy will have to digest. Or again, let's say that once infected by certain thoughts, it can no longer cancel them, she must cure it by inventing better. The very philosopher who today regrets Parmenides and would like to give us back our relationships with being as they were before self-consciousness owes precisely to self-consciousness his sense and his taste for primordial ontology. Subjectivity is one of those thoughts beyond which we cannot return, even and especially if we go beyond them. 6. Existence and dialectic. We know the writer's discomfort when he is asked to write the story of his thoughts. The discomfort is hardly less when we have to summarize our famous contemporaries. We cannot separate them from what we learned by reading them, nor from the environments which received their books and made them famous. We would have to guess what matters, now that this rumor has died down, what will matter tomorrow for new readers, if there are any, for these foreigners who will come, grab the same books, and do something else with them. There is perhaps a sentence, written one day in the silence of the 16th arrondissement, in the pious silence of Aix, in the academic silence of Fribourg, or in the noise of the Rue de Rennes, or in Naples or in Vicine, that the first readers burned like a useless station, and at which those of tomorrow will stop, a new Bergson, a new Blondel, a new Husserl, a new Allon, a new Croce, which we cannot imagine. This would distribute our evidence and our questions, our fullness and our voids as they will be distributed among our nephews. It would make us other ourselves, and all the objectivity in the world does not go that far. By designating as essential, in the past half-century, the themes of existence and dialectic, we are perhaps saying what one generation has read in its philosophy, not undoubtedly what the next will read there, and even less what the philosophers in question were conscious of saying. It is nevertheless a fact, for us, that they all worked, even those who were most keen to do so, to go beyond criticism, and to reveal, beyond relationships, what Brunswick called the uncoordinatable and that we call existence. When Bergson made perception the fundamental mode of our relationship with being, when Blondel proposed to develop the implications of a thought which, in fact, always precedes itself, is always beyond itself, when Allon described freedom based on the course of the world like a swimmer on the water which holds him back and which is his strength, when Croce placed philosophy in contact with history, when Husserl took the carnal presence as the type of evidence of the thing, all questioned the narcissism of self-consciousness, all sought a passage between the possible and the necessary towards the real, all designated our de facto existence and that of the world as a new dimension of research. Because the philosophy of existence is not only, as a hasty reader who adheres to Sartre's Manifesto 13 would believe, the philosophy which places freedom before essence in man. This is only a striking consequence, and, under the idea of the sovereign choice, there was, in Sartre himself, as we see in Being and Nothingness, the other, and indeed antagonistic, idea, of a freedom which is only freedom incorporated into the world, and as work accomplished in a factual situation. And from then on, even in Sartre, existing is not only an anthropological term, existence reveals, in the face of freedom, a whole new figure of the world as promise and threat for it, the world which offers it traps, seduces it or yields to it, no longer the flat world of Kantian objects of science, but a landscape of obstacles and paths, finally the world that we exist and not only the theater of our knowledge and our free arbitrator. We will perhaps have more difficulty convincing the reader that the century, moving towards existence, was also moving towards dialectics. Blondel, Allon talked about it, and Croce naturally. But Bergson, but Husserl? It is quite well known that they sought intuition, and that, for them, dialectics was the philosophy of reasoners, the blind and talkative philosophy, or, as J. Beaufret says, ventriloquist. Rereading old manuscripts, Husserl sometimes wrote in the margins, Das Ewigkeit. What do these philosophers dedicated to what they see, positive, methodically naive, have in common with the Roué philosopher, who always digs beneath intuition to find the other intuition, and whom each spectacle refers to itself? It is the contemporary history of dialectic and that of the Hegelian renewal that should be evoked to answer these questions. The dialectic that contemporaries rediscover is, as N. von Hartmann already said, a dialectic of reality. the Hegel that they rehabilitated is not the one from which the 19th century had turned away, the holder of a marvelous secret to speak of all things without thinking about them, by mechanically applying dialectical order and connection to them. It is the one who did not want to choose between logic and anthropology, who brought out the dialectic of human experience, but defined man as the empirical bearer of the logos, who placed these two at the center of philosophy. Perspectives and the reversal which transforms one into the other. This dialectic and intuition are not only compatible, there is a moment when they converge. We can follow through Bergsonism as through the career of Husserl the work which little by little sets intuition in motion, changes the positive notation of immediate data into a dialectic of time, the vision of essences into a phenomenology of genesis, and links, in a living unity, the opposite dimensions of a time which is ultimately coextensive with being. This being, glimpsed through the movement of time, always targeted by our temporality, by our perception, by our carnal being, but where there can be no question of being transported, because the removed distance would deprive it of its consistency of being, this being of the distant, will say Heidegger, always proposed to our transcendence, it is the dialectical idea of being as defined by Parmenides, beyond the empirical multiplicity of things which are, and by principle aimed through them. Since, separated from them, it would only be lightning or night. As for the subjective face of dialectic, the moderns rediscover it as soon as they want to grasp us in our affective relationship with the world. Because they then encounter the first and deepest oppositions, the inaugural and never liquidated phase of the dialectic, the birth of reflection which, by principle, separates and separates only to grasp the unreflective. The search for the immediate, or the thing itself, as soon as it is sufficiently conscious, is not the opposite of mediation. Mediation is only the resolute recognition of a paradox that intuition, willingly or unwillingly, undergoes. To possess oneself, one must begin by getting out of oneself. To see the world itself, one must first get away from him. If these remarks are correct, only the logical positivism of the Anglo-Saxon and Scandinavian countries would remain outside the philosophy of the century. There is a language common to all the philosophies that we have just named, and, on the other hand, all their problems jointly are, for logical positivism, nonsense. The fact cannot be hidden or mitigated. One can only wonder if it is sustainable. If we eliminate from philosophy all the terms which do not offer an immediately assignable meaning, does this purification, like all the others, not reveal a crisis? Once the apparently clear field of univocal meanings has been put in order, will we not allow ourselves to be tempted again by the problematic that is all around? Is it precisely the contrast between a transparent mental universe and a lived universe which is less and less transparent, the pressure of nonsense on meaning not leading logical positivism to revise its criteria of clarity? And the obscure, by an approach which is, said Plato, the very approach of philosophy. If this reversal of values occurred, logical positivism would have to be appreciated as the last and most energetic resistance to concrete philosophy which, in one way or another, the beginning of this century has not ceased to present. Seek. A concrete philosophy is not a happy philosophy. It would have to stay close to experience, and yet not limit itself to the empirical, but restore in each experience the ontological figure with which it is internally marked. However difficult it may be, in these conditions, to imagine the future of philosophy, two things seem certain: it will never regain the conviction of holding, with its concepts, the keys to nature or of history, and it will not renounce its radicalism, this search for presuppositions and foundations which produced the great philosophies. It will renounce it all the less since, while the systems were losing their credibility, the techniques were surpassing themselves and relaunching philosophy. Never, like today, has scientific knowledge overturned its own preconceptions. Literature has never been so philosophical as in the 20th century, has never reflected so much on language, on truth, on the meaning of the act of writing. Never, like today, has political life shown its roots or its fabric, challenged its own certainties, those of conservation first, and today those of revolution. Even if the philosophers weakened, the others would be there to remind them of philosophy. Unless this anxiety devours itself, and the world destroys itself by experiencing itself, we can expect a lot from a time which no longer believes in triumphant philosophy, but which, through its difficulties, is a permanent call for rigor, criticism, universality, and militant philosophy. We will perhaps ask what remains of philosophy when it has lost its rights to the a priori, to the system or to the construction, when it no longer overlooks experience. Almost all of it remains. Because the system, the explanation, the deduction have never been the essential thing. These arrangements expressed, and hid, a relationship with being, others, the world. Despite the appearance, the system was never more than a language to translate a Cartesian, Spinozist, or Leibnizian way of situating oneself in relation to being, and it is enough for hard philosophy, that this relationship remains a problem, that it is not taken for granted, that the tête-à-tête subsists of the being and of the one who, in every sense of the word, emerges from it, that judges him, welcomes him, rejects him, transforms him, and finally leaves him. It is this same relationship that we are trying to formulate directly today, and hence it is that philosophy feels at home wherever it takes place, that is to say everywhere, as well in the testimony of an ignorant person who loved and lived as best he could, in the tricks that science invents, shamelessly speculative, to solve problems, in barbaric civilizations, in regions of our life which had not previously of official existence, then in literature, in sophisticated life, or in discussions of substance and attribute. Established humanity feels problematic and the most immediate life has become philosophical. We cannot imagine a new Leibniz, a new Spinoza who would enter it today with their fundamental confidence in its rationality. The philosophers of tomorrow will not have the anaclastic line, the monad, the conatus, the substance, the attributes, the infinite mode, but they will continue to learn in Leibniz and in Spinoza how the happy centuries thought of taming the Sphinx, and of responding in their own way, less figurative and more abrupt, to the multiplied enigmas that it offers them. 6. Philosopher. And his shadow. Tradition is forgetting origins, said the last Husserl. Precisely if we owe him a lot, we are in no position to see exactly what is his. With regard to a philosopher whose enterprise has aroused so many echoes, and apparently so far from the point where he himself stood, any commemoration is also treason, whether we pay him the very superfluous homage of our thoughts, as if to find them a guarantor to which they have no right, or on the contrary, with a respect which is not without distance, we reduce him too strictly to what he himself wanted and said. But these difficulties, which are those of communication between the egos, Husserl knew them well, and he does not leave us without resources when faced with them. I borrow myself from others, I do it with my own thoughts. This is not a failure of the perception of others, it is the perception of others. We would not overwhelm him with our importunate comments, we would not avariciously reduce him to what is objectively attested to him, if first he were not there for us, no doubt not with the frontal evidence of something. But installed across our thinking, holding within us, as another ourselves, a region which is none other than itself. Between a history of objective philosophy, which would mutilate the great philosophers of what they gave others to think, and a meditation disguised as dialogue, where we would ask questions and answer them, there must be a middle, where the philosopher of whom we speak and the one who speaks are present together, although it is, even in law, impossible to separate at each moment what is to each. If we believe that interpretation is required to be distorted or taken literally, it is because we want the meaning of a work to be entirely positive, and legally capable of an inventory which delimits what it contains, is and what is not there. But this is to be mistaken about the work and about thinking. When it comes to thinking, Heidegger roughly writes, the greater the work done, which in no way coincides with the extent and number of writings, the richer is, in this work, the unthought. That is to say what, through this work and through it alone, comes to us as never before thought one. When Husserl ends his life, there is an unthought of Husserl, which is indeed his, and which nevertheless opens onto something else. To think is not to possess objects of thought, it is to circumscribe through them a domain to think, which we therefore do not yet think. As the perceived world is only held together by the reflections, the shadows, the levels, the horizons between things, which are not things and which are not nothing, which on the contrary alone delimit the fields of possible variation in the same thing and the same world, in the same way the work and thought of a philosopher are also made up of certain articulations between the things said, with regard to which there is no dilemma of objective interpretation and arbitrary, since these are not objects of thought, since, like the shadow and the reflection, we would destroy them by subjecting them to analytical observation or to isolating thought, and we cannot be faithful to them and find them only by thinking again. We would like to try to evoke this unthought of Husserl, in the margins of a few old pages. This will seem rash coming from someone who has not experienced daily conversation, nor even Husserl's teaching. Perhaps, however, this essay has its place alongside other approaches. Because, to the difficulties of communicating with a work are added, for those who have known the visible Husserl, those of communicating with an author. Certain memories here provide the aid of an incident, of a short circuit of the conversation. But others would rather mask the transcendental Husserl, the one who now solemnly establishes himself in the history of philosophy, not because he is a fiction, but because it is Husserl freed from his life, made to the interview with his peers and to his omnitemporal audacity. Like all those close to us, and, moreover, with the power of fascination and disappointment of genius, Husserl, present in person, could not, I imagine, leave those around him in peace. Their entire philosophical life must have been for a time in this extraordinary and inhuman occupation of witnessing the continued birth of a thought, of watching for it day after day, of helping it to become objectified or even to exist as a communicable thought. How then, when Husserl's death and their own growth returned them to adult solitude, could they easily rediscover the full meaning of their former meditations, which they certainly pursued freely, according to Husserl or against Husserl, but in any case from him? They join him through their past. Is this path shorter than that of the work? Having first placed all philosophy in phenomenology, do they not now risk being too severe for it at the same time as for their youth, and of reducing to what they were in their original contingency and in their empirical humility such phenomenological motifs which on the contrary, for the foreign spectator, retain all their relief? Asterisk. Or the theme of phenomenological reduction, which we know never ceased to be an enigmatic possibility for Husserl, and that he always returned to it. To say that he never succeeded in establishing the foundations of phenomenology would be to be mistaken about what he was looking for. The problems of reduction are not for him a preliminary or a preface, they are the beginning of the research, they are in a sense the whole of it, since the research is, as he said, a continued beginning. We should not imagine Husserl hampered here by unfortunate obstacles. The identification of obstacles is the very meaning of his research. One of its results is to understand that the movement of returning to ourselves, of returning into ourselves, said Saint Augustine, is as if torn apart by an opposite movement that it provokes. Husserl rediscovers this identity of entering into oneself and going out of oneself which, for Hegel, defined the absolute. To reflect, he said it in Ideen I, is to reveal an unreflective person who is at a distance, since we are no longer naively him, and of whom we cannot doubt, however, that reflection reaches him, since it is by itself that we have notion of it. It is therefore not the unreflective who contests reflection, it is reflection which contests itself, because its effort of resumption, possession, interiorization, or immanence has by definition no meaning. Only with regard to a term already given, and which withdraws into its transcendence under the very gaze which seeks it there. It is therefore not chance or naivete that Husserl recognizes contradictory characteristics in the reduction. He says there what he wants to say, what is imposed by the factual situation. It's up to us not to forget half of the truth. On the one hand, therefore, the reduction goes beyond the natural attitude. It is not of nature, which means that reduced thought no longer looks at the nature of the natural sciences, but in a sense the opposite of nature 3, namely nature as pure meaning of the acts which make up the natural attitude 4, nature becomes again the noema that it has always been, reintegrated into the consciousness which has always and through constituted it. In a regime of reduction, there is only consciousness, its actions, and their intentional object. Which allows Husserl to write that there is a relativity of nature to the mind, that nature is the relative and the mind the absolute 5. But this is not the whole truth, that there is no nature without spirit, or that nature can be suppressed in thought without suppressing spirit. This does not mean that nature is a production of the mind, nor that any combination, even subtle, of these two concepts is sufficient to give the philosophical formula of our situation in being. We can think the mind without nature and we cannot think nature without the mind. But perhaps it is not according to the bifurcation of nature and the spirit that we have to think about the world and ourselves. The fact is that the most famous descriptions of phenomenology point in a direction that is not that of philosophy of mind. When Husserl says that the reduction goes beyond the natural attitude, it is to immediately add that this going beyond preserves the entire world of the natural attitude. The very transcendence of this world must retain meaning with regard to reduced consciousness, and transcendental immanence cannot be its simple antithesis. From idem 2, it seems clear that reflection does not place us in a closed and transparent environment, that it does not make us move, at least immediately, from the objective to the subjective, that it has rather the function of revealing a third dimension where this distinction becomes problematic. There is indeed an I who makes himself indifferent, pure knower, in order to grasp without remainder, display before him, objectify all things and acquire intellectual possession of them, a pure theoretical attitude, which aims to make visible the relationships which can provide knowledge of being in its nascent state 6. But precisely this I is not the philosopher, this attitude is not philosophy, it is the science of nature, more profoundly, a certain philosophy from which the sciences of nature were born, which return to the pure I and its correlative things simply things, stripped of any praxical predicate and any predicate of value. From Ideen 2 onwards, Husserlian reflection eludes this tête-à-tête between the pure subject and pure things. It seeks beneath the fundamental. It is an understatement to say that Husserl's thought goes elsewhere, it does not ignore the pure correlation of subject and object, it very deliberately goes beyond it, since it presents it as relatively founded, true in a derivative way, as a constitutive result that she undertakes to justify at her rank and at her time. But from what and before what deeper authority? What is false in the ontology of the blasé sachant is that it absolutizes an attitude of pure theory, it is that it omits or takes for granted a relationship with being which founds this one and measures its value. Relative to this naturalism, the natural attitude includes a superior truth that must be rediscovered. Because it is nothing less than naturalist. We do not naturally live in the world of blasé sachant. Before any reflection, in conversation, in the use of life, we hold a personalist attitude which naturalism cannot account for, and things are then for us, not nature in itself, but our surroundings 7. Our most natural human life aims at an ontological environment which is other than that of the in itself, and which therefore, in the constitutive order, cannot be derived from it. Even regarding things, we know, in the natural attitude, much more than the theoretical attitude can tell us, and above all we know it differently. Reflection speaks of our natural relationship to the world as an attitude, that is to say a set of acts. But this is a reflection which presupposes itself in things, which sees no further than itself. At the same time as it attempts a universal recovery, Husserl notes that there are there, in the unreflective, syntheses which reside below any thesis 8. The natural attitude only truly becomes an attitude, a tissue of judicatory and propositional acts, when it becomes a naturalist thesis. It itself is unscathed by the complaints that can be made against naturalism, because it is above all thesis, because it is the mystery of a well thesis before all theses, of a primordial faith, of an original opinion, says elsewhere Husserl, which are therefore not, even in law, translatable in terms of clear and distinct knowledge, and which, older than any attitude, any point of view, give us, not a representation of the world, but the world itself. Reflection cannot surpass this opening to the world, except by using the powers it owes. There is a clarity, an evidence specific to the zone of the well thesis which does not derive from that of our theses, an unveiling of the world precisely by its concealment in the chiaroscuro of the Dasein. If Husserl insists that phenomenological reflection begins in the natural attitude, he repeats it in Ideen 2 to refer to the analysis he has just made of the corporeal and intersubjective implications of the Sachsen Blase 9. This is not just a way of expressing that we must begin and go through opinion before arriving at knowledge. The Dasein of the natural attitude is an Dasein. It opposes the origin of theoretical consciousness to the originating from our existence. Its priority titles are definitive and the reduced consciousness must account for it. The truth is that the relationships between the natural attitude and the transcendental attitude are not simple, that they are not next to each other, or one after the other, like the false or the apparent and the true. There is a preparation for phenomenology in the natural attitude. It is the natural attitude, by reiterating one's own steps, which shifts into phenomenology. It is itself which goes beyond itself in phenomenology, and it therefore does not go beyond itself. Reciprocally, the transcendental attitude is still and despite everything natural. There is a truth of the natural attitude, even a truth, second and derived, of naturalism. The reality of the soul is based on corporeal matter, and not this on the soul. More generally, the material world is, within the total objective world, which we call nature, a self-enclosed and particular world, which does not need the support of any other reality. On the contrary, the existence of spiritual realities, of a real spiritual world, is linked to the existence of a nature in the primary sense, that of material nature, and this not for contingent reasons, but for reasons of principle. While the residential extensa, when we question its essence, contains nothing which pertains to the spirit, nor anything which mediately requires a connection with the real spirit, we find on the contrary that a real spirit, in essence, can only be linked to materiality, as the real spirit of a body. 11. We quote these lines only to counterbalance those which affirmed the relativity of nature and the unrelativity of the mind, and destroyed the sufficiency of nature and the truth of the natural attitude reaffirmed here. Phenomenology is ultimately neither materialism nor a philosophy of mind. Its own operation is to reveal the pre-theoretical layer where the two idealizations find their relative right and are overcome. How can this infrastructure, secret of secrets, below our theses and our theory, be able in turn to rest on the acts of absolute consciousness? Does the descent into the domain of our archaeology leave our instruments of analysis intact? Does it change nothing in our conception of noesis, of noema, of intentionality, in our ontology? Afterwards, as before, are we justified in seeking in an analysis of actions what ultimately affects our life and that of the world? We know that Husserl never explained much about this. A few words are there, like indexes which indicate the problem, which signal something unthought to be thought. Firstly, that of a pre-theoretical constitution. 12, responsible for accounting for predata. 13, these cores of meaning around which the world and men revolve, and of which we can say indifferently that for us they are always already constituted or that they are never completely constituted, in short that with regard to them consciousness is always behind or in advance, never contemporary. It is undoubtedly while thinking of these singular beings that Husserl evoked elsewhere a constitution which would not proceed by grasping a content as exemplary of a meaning or an essence, an intentionality operant or latent like that which animates time, older than the intentionality of human acts. For us there must be beings which are not yet carried into being by the centrifugal activity of consciousness, meanings which it does not spontaneously confer on contents, contents which participate obliquely in a meaning, which indicate it without joining it, and without it being yet readable in them like the monogram or the stamp of the thetic consciousness. There is still a grouping of intentional threads around certain nodes which control them, but the series of retro-references which leads us ever deeper cannot end with the intellectual possession of a noema. There is an ordered sequence of steps, but it is without end as well as without beginning. As much as by the whirlwind of absolute consciousness, Husserl's thought is attracted by the blindness of nature. In the absence of explicit theses on the relationship of one to the other, all we have to do is question the samples of pre-theoretical constitution that he gives us, and to formulate, at our risk, the unthought that we believe we guess there. There is undoubtedly something between transcendent nature, the in itself of naturalism, and the immanence of the spirit, of its acts and its noemas. It is in this in-between that we must try to move forward. Asterisk. Idem 2 brings to light, under the objective material thing, a web of implications where we no longer feel the pulsation of the constituent consciousness. Between the movements of my body and the properties of the thing that they reveal, the relationship is that of I can to the wonders that it is in its power to arouse. However, my body must itself be meshed with the visible world. Its power comes precisely from the fact that it has a place from which it sees. So it's one thing, but one thing where I reside. He is, if you like, on the side of the subject, but is not foreign to the locality of things. Between him and them, the relationship is that of the absolute here to the there, of the origin of the distances to the distance. It is the field where my perceptive powers are located. But what is the link between them and him, if it is not objective covariation? If a consciousness, says Husserl, experience satiety when the water tank of a locomotive is full, and warmth each time the fireplace is lit, the locomotive would not necessarily be the body of this consciousness. 14. What is there more, between my body and me, than the regularities of occasional causality? There is a relationship between my body and itself which makes it the vinculum of self and things. When my right hand touches my left hand, I feel it as a physical thing, but at the same moment, if I want, an extraordinary event occurs, my left hand also begins to feel my right hand, es word lib, es empfindet 15. The physical thing comes to life, or more precisely it remains what it was. The event does not enrich it, but an exploring power comes to rest on it or inhabit it. So I touch myself touchingly, my body performs a kind of reflection. In him, through him, there is not only a one-way relationship between the one who feels and what he feels, the relationship is reversed, the hand touched becomes touching, and I am obliged to say that touching here is widespread in the body, that the body is a sentient thing, subject-object 16. We must clearly see that this description also disrupts our idea of the thing and the world, and that it results in an ontological rehabilitation of the sensible. Because now we can literally say that space itself is known through my body. If the distinction between subject and object is blurred in my body, it is also blurred in the thing, which is the pole of the operations of my body, the term where his exploration ends. 17, therefore caught in the same intentional fabric as him. When we say that the thing perceived is grasped in person or in its flesh, this is to be taken literally, the flesh of the sensitive, this tight grain which stops the exploration, this optimum which ends it. Reflect my own incarnation and are its counterpart. There is there a genre of being, a universe with its unparalleled subject and its object, the articulation of one on the other and the definition once and for all of an irrelative of all the relativity of sensitive experience, which is the legal foundation for all constructions of knowledge. 18. All knowledge, all objective thought lives from this inaugural fact that I felt, that I had, with this color or whatever the sensitive in question, a singular existence which suddenly stopped my gaze, and yet promised him an indefinite series of experiences, the concretion of possibilities that are already real in the hidden sides of things, a period of time given at once. The intentionality that connects the moments of my exploration, the aspects of the thing, and the two series to each other is not the binding activity of the spiritual subject, nor the pure connections of the object, it is the transition that I make as a carnal subject from one phase of movement to another, always possible for me in principle because I am this animal of perceptions and movements which is called a body. Certainly, there is a problem there, What will intentionality be if it is no longer the grasping by the mind of a sensitive matter as an example of an essence, the recognition in things of what we have there? Put. Nor can it be the sustained functioning of a transcendent preordination or teleology, or, in the Cartesian sense, of an institution of nature which operates in us without us. It would be, at the moment when we come to distinguish it, to reintegrate the order of the sensible into the world of objective projects or plans, that would be to forget that it is being at a distance, the dazzling attestation here and now of an inexhaustible richness, that the things are only half open before us. Revealed and hidden, we account for all this as poorly by making the world an end as by making it an idea. The solution, if there is a solution, can only be to question this layer of the sensitive, or to tame ourselves to its enigmas. We are still far from the Cartesian blase-sation. The thing for my body is the solipsistic thing, it is not yet the thing itself. It is taken in the context of my body, which itself only belongs to the order of things through its fringe or its periphery. The world has not yet closed in on him. The things he perceives would only really be so if I learned that they are seen by others, that they are presumptively visible to any spectator who deserves the name. The in itself will therefore only appear after the constitution of others. But the constitutive steps which still separate us from it are of the same type as the unveiling of my body. They use, we will see, a universal which it has already made appear. My right hand witnessed the advent of active touch in my left hand. It is no different that the body of others comes to life before me, when I shake the hand of another man or when I even look at it. 19. By learning that my body is a sentient thing, that it is excitable, and not just my consciousness, I prepared myself to understand that there are other animalia and possibly other men. It must be clearly seen that there is no comparison, no analogy, no projection, or introjection. 20. If, by shaking the other man's hand, I have evidence of his being there, it is because it replaces my left hand, because my body annexes the body of others in this sort of reflection of which it is paradoxically the seed. My two hands are compresent or coexist because they are the hands of a single body, the other appears by extension of this compare sense. 21. He and I are like the organs of a single intercorporeality. The experience of others for Husserl is first of all aesthesiological, and it must be, if others actually exist, and not as the ideal term, the fourth proportional which would complete the relations of my consciousness with my objective body and with his. What I perceive first is another sensibility, and, from there only, another man and another thought. This man over there sees and hears, on the basis of his perceptions, he makes such and such judgments, poses such and such evaluations or volitions, according to all the different possible forms. That in him, in that man over there, and I think arises, this is a fact of nature based on the body and on bodily events, determined by the causal and substantial connection of nature. 22. It will perhaps be asked how I can extend the understanding of bodies to minds, and if it is not through a return to myself which brings back projection or introjection, is it not in myself that I learn that does an empfine barket, sensory fields, presuppose a consciousness or a mind? But first of all the objection postulates that others can be spirits for me exactly in the sense that I am spirits for myself, and nothing is less certain after all. The thoughts of others are never completely independent for us. Makes a thought. The objection would further imply that the problem here is to constitute another spirit, while the constituent is itself still only animated flesh. Nothing prevents us from reserving for the moment when he will speak and listen the advent of another who, too, speaks and listens. But above all the objection would ignore the very thing that Husserl wanted to say, namely, that there is not the constitution of a mind for a mind, but of a man for a man. Through the effect of a singular eloquence of the visible body, the Einfühlung goes from the body to the spirit. When, through a first intentional encroachment 23, another exploring body, another behavior appears to me, it is man as a whole which is given to me with all the possibilities, whatever they may be, of which I have before me, in my incarnate being, the irrefutable attestation. I will never be able to strictly think the thoughts of the other, I can think that he thinks, construct, behind this mannequin, a self-presence on the model of mine, but it is still me that I put in him. It is then really that there is introjection. On the other hand, that this man over there sees, that my sensitive world is also his, I know without a doubt, because I witness his vision. It is seen in the way his eyes take in the spectacle, and when I say, I see that he sees, there is no more there, as in, I think that he thinks, nesting of two propositions one inside the other, main vision and subordinate vision are dissenter each other. A form was there that resembled me, but busy with secret tasks, possessed by an unknown dream. Suddenly a light appeared a little below and in front of the eyes, the gaze rises and comes to take in the very things that I see. Everything that for my part is based on the animal of perceptions and movements, everything that I will ever be able to build on it, and my thought too, but as a modalization of my presence in the world, falls from a single shot in the other. I say that there is a man there, and not a mannequin, as I see that the table is there, and not a perspective or appearance of the table. It is true, I would not recognize it if I were not a man myself. If I did not have the absolute contact of thought, another cogito would not arise before me, but these tables of absence do not translate what has just happened overall, they note partial solidarities which derive from the advent of others and do not constitute it. Any introjection presupposes what we would like to explain by it. If it was really my thought that had to be put into others, I would never put it there. No appearance would ever have the virtue of convincing me that there is a cogito there and could not motivate the transference, when all the convincing force of mine is due to what I am. If others must exist for me, it must first be below the order of thought. Here, the thing is possible, because the perceptual opening to the world, dispossession rather than possession, does not claim a monopoly on being, and does not institute the death struggle of consciences. My perceived world, the things half open before me, have, in their depth, enough to provide states of consciousness for more than one sensitive subject. They are entitled to many other witnesses than me. That a behavior emerges in this world which already exceeds me, this is only one more dimension in the primordial being, which includes them all. From the solipsistic layer therefore, the other is not impossible, because the sensitive thing is open. It becomes actual when another behavior and another look takes possession of my things, and this itself is done. This articulation on my world of another corporeality is carried out without introjection, because my sensitives, by their aspect, their configuration, their carnal texture, already realized the miracle of things which are things by the fact that they are offered to a body, made of my corporeality a test of being. Man can create the alter ego that thought cannot do, because he is outside himself in the world and an ecastasis is composable with others. And this possibility is accomplished in the perception as vinculum of raw being and of a body. The whole enigma of Einfühlung is in its initial, aesthesiological phase, and it is resolved there because it is a perception. The one who posits the other man is a perceiving subject, the body of the other is a thing perceived, the other himself is posed as perceiving. It's never just about co-perception. I see that man over there sees, as I touch my left hand touching my right hand. The problem of Einfühlung like that of my incarnation therefore leads to the meditation of the sensible, or, if one prefers, it is transported there. The fact is that the sensitive, which announces itself to me in my most strictly private life, calls into question all other corporeality. He is the being who reaches me in the most secret, but also whom I reach in the raw or wild state, in an absolute presence which holds the secret of the world, of others, and of truth. There are objects there which are not only originally present to a subject, but which, if they are to a subject, can ideally be given in original presence to all other subjects. The totality of objects which can be present originally, and which for all communicating subjects constitute a domain of common original presence, is nature in the first and original sense. 24. Nowhere perhaps better than in these lines can we see the double meaning of Husserlian reflection, analytical of essences and analytical of existences. For it is ideally that what is given to one subject is given by principle to every other, but it is from the original presence of the sensible that the evidence and universality which are conveyed by these relationships of essence. Let us reread, if we doubt it, the extraordinary pages 25 where Husserl suggests that, even if we intended to posit absolute or true being as the correlative of an absolute spirit, it would need, to merit its name, to have some relation with what we other men call being, that the absolute spirit and we should recognize each other, as two men can only by understanding each other recognize that the things that one sees and those that the other sees are the same. 26, that therefore the absolute mind should see things through sensitive appearances which can be exchanged between it and us in an act of reciprocal understanding, or at least in a communication one way, as our phenomena can be exchanged between us other men, and that finally he should also have a body, which would bring back the dependence on sense organs. Certainly, there are more things in the world and in us than what is sensible in the restricted sense of the word. The other's very life is not given to me with his behavior. To have access to it, I would have to be the other himself. Correlatively, whatever my claims to grasp being itself in what I perceive, I am in the eyes of the other locked in my representations, I remain below his sensitive world and therefore transcend it. But this is because we are using a mutilated notion of the sensible and of nature. Kant said that it is the set of objects of the senses. 27. Husserl rediscovers the sensible as a universal form of raw being. The sensible is not only things, it is also everything that is outlined there, even hollowly, everything that leaves its trace there, everything that appears there, even as a deviation and as a certain absence. What can be grasped by experience in the original sense of the word, the being which can be given in original presence is not the whole being, and not even the whole being of which there is experience. The animalia are realities which cannot be given in original presence to several subjects, they contain subjectivities. These are very particular kinds of objects which are originally given in such a way that they presuppose original presences without being able to themselves be given in original presence. 28. Animalia and men are that, absolutely present beings who have a trail of negative. A perceiving body that I see is also a certain absence that its behavior hollows out and leaves behind. But absence itself is rooted in presence, it is through his body that the soul of another is soul in my eyes. The negativities also matter in the sensible world, which is decidedly the universal. Asterisk. From all this, what results with regard to the constitution? By moving to the pre-theoretic, prethetic, or pre-objective order, Husserl disrupted the relationships between the constituted and the constituent. Being in itself, being for an absolute spirit, now draws its truth from a layer where there is neither absolute spirit, nor immanence of intentional objects in this spirit, but only incarnated spirits which belong through their body to the same world. 29. This does not mean, of course, that we have moved from philosophy to psychology or anthropology. Between logical objectivity and carnal intersubjectivity the relationship is one of those two-way Fundierung relationships that Husserl spoke of elsewhere. Intercorporeality culminates in the advent of the Blase-Sachsen without it being possible to say that one of the two orders is first in relation to the other. The order of the pre-objective is not primary, since it is only fixed and, in fact, only begins to exist by being accomplished in the establishment of logical objectivity. This, however, is not sufficient, it is limited to consecrating the work of the pre-objective layer, it only exists as the outcome of the logos of the aesthetic world and is only valid under its control. Between the deep layers and the upper layers of the constitution, we can guess the singular relationship of Selbstvergessenheit which Husserl already names in the Ideen 1130, and which he was later to take up in the theory of sedimentation. Logical objectivity derives from carnal intersubjectivity on the condition that it has been forgotten as such, and this forgetting is produced by itself as it moves towards logical objectivity. The forces of the constitutive field therefore do not go in one direction, they turn against themselves. Intercorporeality goes beyond itself and finally ignores itself as intercorporeality, it displaces and transforms its initial situation, and the source of the constitution cannot be found in its beginning any more than in its terminus. These relationships are found at each of its degrees. the intuitive thing is based on the own body. This does not mean in the psychologist's sense that the thing is made up of kinestheses. We can also say that the entire functioning of the body is suspended from the intuitive thing on which the circuit of behavior closes. The body is nothing less, but nothing more than the condition of possibility of the thing. When we go from him to her, we go neither from principle to consequence, nor from means to end. We witness a sort of propagation, encroachment, or enjambment which prefigures the passage from the solus ipsi to the other, from the solipsistic thing to the intersubjective thing. Because the solipsistic thing is not primary for Husserl, nor is the solus ipsi. Solipsism is a thought experiment 31, solus ipsi a constructed subject 32. This method of isolating thought is intended rather to reveal the bonds of the intentional fabric than to sever them. If we could break them in reality or only in thought, truly cut the solus ipsi of others and of nature, in this fragment of the whole, the only one preserved, the references to the whole of which it is made would be preserved in full, we would still not have the solus ipsi. The solus ipsi in reality does not deserve its name. The abstraction that we have accomplished because it is intuitively justified does not give the isolated man or the isolated human person. It would not, moreover, consist of preparing a collective murder of the men and animals around us, in which only the human subject that I am would be spared. The subject who would remain alone in this case would still be a human subject, it would still be the intersubjective object always seizing itself and posing itself as such 33. This remark goes a long way. To say that the ego before others is alone is already to situate it in relation to a ghost of another, it is at least to conceive of an environment where others could be. True and transcendental solitude is not this, it only takes place if the other is not even conceivable, and this requires that there be no self to claim it either. We are only truly alone if we do not know it, it is this very ignorance that is our solitude. The so-called solipsistic layer or sphere is without ego and without ipsi. The solitude from which we emerge into intersubjective life is not that of the monad. It is only the mist of an anonymous life that separates us from being, and the barrier between us and others is impalpable. If there is a break, it is not between me and the other, it is between a primordial generality where we are confused and the precise system me the others. What precedes intersubjective life cannot be distinguished numerically from it, since precisely there is at this level neither individuation nor numerical distinction. The constitution of others does not come after that of the body. Others and my body are born together from original ecstasy. The corporeality to which the primordial thing belongs is rather corporeality in general, like the egocentrism of the child. The solipsistic layer is also transitivism and confusion of the self and the other. All this, one will no doubt say, represents what solipsistic consciousness would think and say about itself if there could be thought and speech at this level. But whatever illusion of neutrality it may have, it is an illusion. The sensible gives itself as being for the child who asks his mother to console him for the pain she is suffering is still turned toward himself. At least that is how we evaluate his conduct, we who have learned to distribute between unique lives what there is of pain and pleasure in the world. But the truth is less simple, the child who expects devotion and love attests to the reality of this love, and that it is understood by him, and that in his own way, weak and passive, he plays his role in it. There is in the Fouriernanders tête-à-tête a coupling of selfishness and love which erases their limits, an identification which overcomes solipsism, both in the one who reigns and in the one who devotes herself. Egoism and altruism are based on belonging to the same world, and to want to construct this phenomenon from a solipsistic layer is to make it impossible once and for all, and this is perhaps to ignore what Husserl tells us. Said from deeper. There is indeed, for any man reflecting on his life, the possibility in principle of seeing it as a series of private states of consciousness, as the white and civilized adult does. But he only does this on condition of forgetting, or reconstituting in a way that caricatures them, experiences that span this daily and serial time. From, we die alone to, we live alone, the consequence is not good, and if pain and death are the only ones consulted when it comes to defining subjectivity, then it is life with others and in the world that will be impossible for her. We must therefore conceive, not certainly a soul of the world or of the group or of the couple, of which we would be the instruments, but a primordial we which has its authenticity, which moreover never ceases, supports the greatest passions of the adult, and each perception of which renews the experience in us, since, as we have seen, communication is not a problem at this level, and only becomes doubtful if I forget the field of perception to reduce myself to what reflection will do to me. The reduction to elegy or to the sphere of belonging, like any reduction, is only a test of primordial attachments, a way of following them down to their ultimate extensions. If from my own body I can understand the body and the existence of others, if the compare sense of my consciousness and my body extends into the compare sense of others and me, it is that the I can and the other exists already belong to the same world, that the own body is a premonition of others, the einfeeling echo of my incarnation, and that a flash of meaning makes it substitutable in the absolute presence of origins. Thus the entire constitution is anticipated in the fulguration of the Urempfindung. The absolute here of my body and the there of the sensitive thing, the close thing and the distant thing, the experience that I have of my senses and that which others must have of theirs, are in the relationship of the originary to the modified, not because the there is a degraded or weakened here, the other an ego projected outside 34, but because, according to the prodigy of carnal existence, with the here, the near, the me, the system of their variance is placed there. Each here, each close thing, each me, experienced in absolute presence, attest beyond themselves to all the others which, for me, are incompossible with them, and which yet are elsewhere, at this same moment, experienced in absolute presence. Neither simple development of a future implied in its beginning, nor simple effect in us of an external regulation, the constitution is free from the alternative of the continuous and the discontinuous, since each layer is made of the forgetting of the previous ones, continues from one end to the other, because this forgetting is not simple absence, as if the beginning had not been, but forgetting of what it literally was for the benefit of what it has become in the following. Internalization in the Hegelian sense, Erinnerung. Each layer takes its place from the previous ones and encroaches on the following ones, each one is anterior and posterior to the others, and therefore to itself. This is undoubtedly why Husserl does not seem to be very surprised by the circles into which he is led in the course of analyzing the thing and the experience of others, since the fully objective thing is based on the experience of others, this on the experience of the body, which itself is in some way a thing. 35. Circle again between nature and people, since nature in the sense of the natural sciences is to begin with the whole of the world, that as such, it includes people, who, moreover, directly explained, envelop nature as the object that they constitute in common. 37. This is undoubtedly also why, in a prophetic text from 1912, Husserl did not hesitate to speak of a reciprocal relationship between nature, the body, and the soul, and, as has been well said, of their simultaneity. 38. These adventures of constitutive analysis, these encroachments, these twists and turns, these circles, they do not seem, we said, to worry Husserl very much. After having shown somewhere 39 that the world of Copernicus refers to the lived world and the universe of physics to that of life, no doubt, he said peacefully, we will find this a little strong, and even quite crazy. 40. But it is only necessary, he adds, to better question the experience. 41 and to follow its intentional implications as closely as possible. Nothing can prevail against the evidence of the constitutive analysis. Is this the claim of essences against the truths of fact? Is this, Husserl himself asks, philosophical hubris? Is it once again the right that consciousness arrogates to itself to stick to its thoughts, against all odds? But it is sometimes experience that Husserl claims, as the foundation of ultimate law. The idea would then be this: since we are at the junction of nature, the body, the soul, and philosophical consciousness, since we live it, we cannot conceive of any problem whose solution is not outlined in us and in the spectacle of the world. There must be a way of composing in our thoughts what goes from one piece to our life. If Husserl holds firm to the evidence of the constitution, this is not the madness of consciousness, nor does it have the right to substitute what is clear to it for natural dependencies which are noted. It is that the field transcendental cease to be only that of our thoughts, to become that of the entire experience. It is because Husserl trusts in the truth in which we are by birth, and which must be able to contain the truths of consciousness and those of nature. If the retro-references of constitutive analysis do not have to prevail against the principle of a philosophy of consciousness, it is because the latter has expanded or transformed enough to be capable of everything, and even of what contests it. That the possibility of phenomenology is for itself a question, that there is a phenomenology of phenomenology on which the final meaning of all prior analyses depends, that phenomenology is integral or closed on itself or resting in itself remains problematic. Husserl said it later, but it is already visible when reading Ideen 2. He does not hide the fact that the intentional analytic leads us jointly in two opposite directions. On the one hand it descends towards nature, towards the sphere of Représentierbar, while on the other it is drawn towards the world of people and spirits. This does not necessarily mean, he continues, and should not mean that the two worlds have nothing to do with each other, and that their meaning does not manifest relations of essence between them. We know of other cardinal differences between worlds which are nevertheless mediated by relationships of meaning and essence. For example, the relationship between the world of ideas and the world of experience, or that of the world of pure consciousness, phenomenologically reduced, and the world of transcendent units constituted within it. 42. There are therefore problems of mediation between the world of nature and the world of persons, more, between the world of constituent consciousness and the results of the work of constitution, and the final task of phenomenology as a philosophy of consciousness is to understand its relationship with non-phenomenology. What in us resists phenomenology, natural being, the barbaric principle of which Schelling spoke, cannot remain outside of phenomenology and must have its place within it. The philosopher has his cast shadow, which is not a simple absence of the future light. It is already, says Husserl, a very exceptional difficulty not only to grasp, but to understand from the inside the relationship between the world of nature and the world of spirit. At least it is overcome practically in our life, since we slide easily and constantly from the naturalist attitude to the personalist attitude. It is only a matter of matching reflection to what we do quite naturally in passing from one attitude to another, of describing changes in intentional grasps, articulations of experience, essential relationships between constituent multiplicities which account for the differences of being between the constituted. Phenomenology can here unravel what is tangled, remove misunderstandings which are due precisely to the fact that we pass naturally and without our knowledge from one attitude to another. However, if these misunderstandings exist, and this natural transition, it is undoubtedly because there is a difficulty in principle in unraveling the link between nature and people. What will it be like when it is necessary to understand from the inside the passage from the naturalist or personalist attitude to absolute consciousness, from the powers which are natural to us to an artificial attitude, which in truth should no longer be to be an attitude among others, but the intelligence of all attitudes, the very being speaking in us? What is this interiority which will be capable of the very relationships between the inside and the outside? Since, at least implicitly and a fortiori, Husserl asks this question 44, it is because for him non-philosophy is not immediately included in philosophy, nor is the transcendent constituted in immanence. Of the constituent is that he at least glimpses, behind the transcendental genesis, a world where everything is simultaneous, mu omicron upsilon nu pi nu tau alpha. Is this last problem so surprising? Had not Husserl, from the beginning, warned that any transcendental reduction is inevitably eidetic? This was to say that reflection only grasps the constituted in its essence, that it is not coincidence, that it does not place itself in a pure production, but only reproduces the design of intentional life. He always presents the return to absolute consciousness as a title for a multitude of operations which are learned, carried out little by little, and are never completed. We never get confused with the constitutive genesis, and we barely accompany it over short segments. What then on the other side of things, responds to our reconstitution? On our side, there is nothing but convergent but discontinuous aims, moments of clarity. We constitute the constituent consciousness through rare and difficult efforts. She is the presumptive or supposed subject of our attempts. The author, said Valery, is the instant thinker of a work which was slow and laborious. And this thinker is nowhere. As the author is for Valery an imposture of the human writer, the constituent consciousness is the professional imposture of the philosopher. It is in any case, for Husserl, the artifact to which the teleology of intentional life results, and not the Spinozist attribute of thought. A project of intellectual possession of the world, the constitution increasingly becomes, as Husserl's thought matures, the means of revealing the other side of things that we have not constituted. There was a need for this insane attempt to submit everything to the proprieties of conscience, to the limpid play of its attitudes, its intentions, its impositions of meaning. It was necessary to push to the end the portrait of a wise world that the classical philosophy has left us, to reveal everything else, these beings, below our idealizations and our objectifications, which secretly nourish them, and where we have difficulty recognizing noimas, the earth, for example, which is not in movement like objective bodies, but neither at rest, since we do not see to what it would be nailed, ground or stump of our thought as of our life, that we can well move or postpone, when we inhabit other planets, but then we will have enlarged our homeland, we cannot eliminate it. As the earth is, by definition, unique, any ground that we tread immediately becomes a province. The living beings with whom the sons of the earth will be able to communicate will at the same time become men, or if we wish, terrestrial men, variants of a more general humanity which will remain unique. The earth is the matrix of our time as well as our space. Any constructed notion of time presupposes our proto-history of carnal beings present in a single world. Any evocation of possible worlds refers to the vision of ours. Every possibility is a variant of our reality, is a possibility of effective reality. These analyses of late Husserl 45 are neither scandalous, nor even disconcerting, if we remember everything that announces them from the beginning. They explain the thesis of the world before any thesis and any theory, below the objectivations of knowledge, of which Husserl always spoke, and which has only become for him our only recourse in the impasse into which they have led Western knowledge. Willy-nilly, against his plans and according to his essential audacity, Husserl awakens a wild world and a wild spirit. The things are there, no longer just, as in the perspective of the Renaissance, according to their projective appearance and according to the demands of the panorama, but on the contrary standing, insistent, scratching the eye with their edges, each claiming an absolute presence which is incompossible with that of the others, and which they nevertheless all have together, by virtue of a sense of configuration of which the theoretical sense does not give us an idea. The others are also there, not first as spirits, nor even as psychisms, but such, for example, that we confront them in anger or in love, faces, gestures, words to which, without an interposed thought, respond to our own, to the point that sometimes we turn their words against them before they have even reached us, as surely, more surely than if we had understood, each one weighing on the others, and confirmed by them in his body. This Baroque world is not a concession of the spirit to nature, because if meaning is figurative everywhere, it is everywhere about meaning. This renewal of the world is also renewal of the spirit, rediscovery of the raw spirit which is not tamed by any culture, which is asked to create culture anew. The irrelative, from now on, is not nature in itself, nor the system of seizures of absolute consciousness, nor man, but this teleology of which Husserl speaks, which is written and thought in quotation marks, joint and limb of being which is accomplished through man. 7. Bergson doing 1. There is more than one paradox in the fortunes of Bergsonism. This philosopher of freedom, P. Guy said in 1913, had the Radical Party and the University against him. This enemy of Kant had the French Action Party against him, this friend of the spirit had the Devout Party against him, not only, therefore, its natural enemies, but the enemies of its enemies. In these years when he seemed to have a predilection for irregulars like Piguy and Georges Sorel, we could almost describe Bergson as a cursed philosopher, if we forgot that at the same date he had been followed for 13 years at the Collège de France by a unanimous audience, for 12 years member of an academy, and soon of the academy. The generation to which I belong has only known the second Bergson, already withdrawn from teaching and almost silent during the long preparation of the two sources, already considered by Catholicism as a light rather than a peril, already taught in classes by rationalist teachers. Among our elders, whom he had trained, without there having ever been a Bergsonian school, his credit was immense. We have to wait for the recent period to see the appearance of a shady, exclusive post-Bergsonism, as if we did not better honor Bergson by admitting that he is for everyone. How could the man who had revolutionized philosophy and letters become this almost canonical author? Is he the one who changed? We will see that it has hardly changed. Or did he change his audience, did he win them over to his own boldness? The truth is that there are two Bergsonisms, that of audacity, when Bergson's philosophy fought, and, says Piguy, fought well, and that after victory, convinced in advance of what Bergson took a long time to find, already supplied with concepts, when Bergson made his own. Identified with the vague cause of spiritualism or some other entity, Bergsonian intuitions lose their bite, they are generalized, minimized. This is nothing more than retrospective or external Bergsonism. It found its formula when Father Sertilanges wrote that the Church today would no longer put Bergson on the index, not because it reverses its judgment of 1913, but because it now knows how the work should finish. Bergson, for his part, did not wait to know where his path led to take it, or rather to do it. He did not wait for the two sources to allow himself matter and memory and creative evolution. Even if the two sources corrected the condemned works, they would not have their meaning without them, they would not be famous without them. Take it or leave it. You cannot have the truth without risks. There is no longer any philosophy if we look first at the conclusions. The philosopher does not look for shortcuts, he takes the whole route. Established Bergsonism distorts Bergson. Bergson worried, he reassured. Bergson was a conquest, Bergsonism defends, justifies Bergson. Bergson was a contact with things, Bergsonism is a collection of received opinions. Conciliations and celebrations should not make us forget the path that Bergson traced alone and which he never denied, this direct, sober, immediate, unusual way of remaking philosophy, of seeking the profound in the appearance and the absolute before our eyes, finally, under extreme propriety, the spirit of discovery which is the first source of Bergsonism. He ended his 1911 course with these words which were collected in the journal Etudes: if the scholar, the artist, the philosopher are attached to the pursuit of fame, it is because they lack absolute security for having created something viable. Give them this assurance, and you will immediately see them paying little attention to the noise surrounding their name. The only thing he ultimately wishes for is to have written books that live. Now, we can only give this testimony by saying how it is present in our work, in which pages of his work, with our preferences and our partialities, we believe, like his listeners in 1900, to feel it. In contact with the thing. Asterisk. He is a philosopher first of all by his way of rediscovering the whole of philosophy as if without his knowledge, by examining one of the principles of mechanics which Spencer used without rigor. It is then that he realizes that we do not approach time by squeezing it, as if between pliers, between the benchmarks of measurement, that on the contrary, to have an idea of it, we must let it happen. Freely, accompany the continual birth which makes it always new and, precisely in this, always the same. His philosophical gaze found there something else and more than he was looking for. For if time is that, it is nothing that I see from the outside. From the outside, I would only have the trace of it, I would not witness the generating thrust. Time is there for me, I am the duration that I grasp, it is in me the duration which grasps itself. And from now on we are at the absolute. Strange absolute knowledge, since we know neither all our memories, nor even all the depth of our present, and my contact with myself is partial coincidence, a word that Bergson will often use and which, to tell the truth, it's a problem. In any case, when it comes to me, it is because the contact is partial that it is absolute, it is because I am caught up in my duration that I know it as a person, it is because it overwhelms me that I have an experience of it that one could not imagine closer or closer. Absolute knowledge is not overview, it is inherence. It is a great novelty in 1889, and which has a future, to give as principle to philosophy, not an I think and its immanent thoughts, but a being itself whose cohesion is also torn apart. Since it is here with a non-coincidence that I coincide, the experience is capable of extending beyond the particular being that I am. The intuition of my duration is the learning of a general way of seeing, the principle of a sort of Bergsonian reduction which reconsiders all things sub specie durationis, and what we call subject, and what we call object, and even what we call space, because we already see a space taking shape from within, an extension, which is the world where Achilles walks. There are beings, structures, like melody, which are nothing but a certain way of lasting. Duration is not only change, becoming, mobility, it is being in the lively and active sense of the word. Time is not put in the place of being, it is understood as nascent being, and it is now the entire being that must be approached from the side of time. We saw this clearly when matter and memory appeared, or at least we should have seen it. But the book surprised, seemed obscure, it is still today the least read of Bergson's great books. However, this is where the scope of duration and the practice of intuition broaden in a decisive way. Forgetting, as he said, his previous book, following for itself another line of facts, making contact with the compound of soul and body, Bergson was led back to duration, but she received in this other approach new dimensions, and it would be to ignore the law of a philosophy which does not claim to be a system, but to full reflection, and which wants to make being speak, to reproach Bergson here for what we call a shift of meaning, and which is the research itself. From now on, duration is the environment where the soul and the body find their articulation because the present and the body, the past and the spirit, different in nature, nevertheless pass into one another. Intuition is definitely no longer a simple coincidence or fusion, it extends to limits, such as pure perception and pure memory, and also to the in-between, to a being which, says Bergson, opens to the present and to space to the exact extent that it aims for a future and has a past. A lifetime ago, Maurice Blondel had to say a hybridization of intuitions, a double relaxation towards matter and towards memory. It is by taking opposites in their extreme difference that intuition sees them coming together. For example, we would greatly distort Bergson by minimizing the astonishing description of the perceived being given by matter and memory. He does not say at all that things are images in the restrictive sense, of the psychic or of souls, he says that their fullness before my gaze is such that it is as if my vision was made in them rather than in me, as if being seen was only a degradation of their eminent being, as if being represented, appearing, says Bergson, in the dark room of the subject, far from being their definition resulted from their natural profusion. Never before have we established the circuit between the being and me, which means that the being is a spectator for me, but that in return the spectator is for the being. Never before has the raw being of the perceived world been described in this way. By revealing it after the nascent duration, Bergson finds in the heart of man a pre-Socratic and pre-human sense of the world. Duration and simultaneity, which is, Bergson repeats, a book of philosophy, will settle even more resolutely in the perceived world. Today, as 35 years ago, physicists criticize Bergson for introducing the observer into relativistic physics, which, they say, only makes time relative to measuring instruments or the reference system. But what Bergson wants to show is precisely that there is no simultaneity between things in themselves, which, however close they may be, are each in themselves. Only things perceived can participate in the same line of present, and on the other hand as soon as there is perception, there is immediately, and without any measure, simultaneity of simple sight, not only between two events in the same field, but even between all perceptual fields, all observers, all durations. If we took all the observers at once, and not as they are seen by one of them, but as they are for themselves and in the absolute of their life, these solitary durations, not being able to no longer be applied one on the other, measured one by the other, would no longer offer any discrepancy and would therefore cease to fragment the universe of time. Now this restitution of all durations together, which is not possible at their interior source, since each of us only coincides with his own, it is done, said Bergson, when the incarnate subjects perceive each other, when their field's perceptual elements overlap and envelop each other, when they see each other perceiving the same world. Perception posits a universal duration in its own order, and the formulas which allow us to move from one system of reference to another are, like all of physics, secondary objectivations which cannot decide what has meaning in our experience of embodied subjects, nor of integral being. It was to outline a philosophy which would base the universal on the mystery of perception and which would propose, as Bergson rightly said, not to hover over it, but to sink into it. Perception is for Bergson the set of these complementary powers of the understanding which are the only ones capable of measuring being, and which, opening us to it, perceive themselves at work in the operations of nature. If only we know how to perceive life, the being of life will prove to be of the same type as these simple and undivided beings of which the things before our eyes, older than all fabricated things, have offered us the model, and the operation of life will appear to us as a kind of perception. When we see that she sets up, through long preparations, a visual apparatus on a line of evolution, and sometimes the same apparatus on divergent lines of evolution, we believe we see a unique gesture, like that of my hand for me, behind it. The details converge, and the walk to vision in species suspends itself from the total act of vision as described by matter and memory. Bergson refers to it expressly. It is he says, who descends more or less into the organisms. This does not mean that the world of life is a human representation, nor is human perception a cosmic product. It means that the original perception that we find in ourselves and that which appears in evolution as its principal interior, intertwine, encroach or not on each other. Whether we find within ourselves the openness to the world or whether we grasp life from the inside, it is always the same tension between one duration and another duration which borders it from the outside. We therefore see quite clearly in the Bergson of 1907 the intuition of intuitions, the central intuition, and it is far from being, as has been unfairly said, a je sais quoi, a fact of uncontrollable genius. The source from which he draws and from which he takes the meaning of his philosophy, why wouldn't it simply be the articulation of his interior landscape, the way in which his gaze encounters things or life, his experienced relationship with himself? Nature and the living, its contact with being within us and outside of us? And, for this inexhaustible intuition, is not the best mediating image the visible and existing world itself, as described by matter and memory? Even when he passes to transcendence from above, Bergson will only think he can access it through a sort of perception. Life in any case, it which, below us, always resolves problems differently than we would have done, resembles less a human mind than this immanent or eminent vision that Bergson glimpsed in things. The perceived being is this spontaneous or natural being that the Cartesians did not see, because they were looking for being against a background of nothingness and because, says Bergson, to overcome non-existence, they needed the necessary. He describes a preconstituted being, always supposed to be on the horizon of our reflections, always already there to diffuse the anxiety and dizziness about to be born. It is really a question of knowing why he did not think about history from within as he had thought about life from within, why he did not set out, thereto, in search of the simple and undivided acts which, for each period or each event, arrange the fragmentary facts. By positing that each period is all that it can be, an entire event, all in action, and that pre-romanticism, for example, is a post-romantic illusion, Bergson seems to decline once and for all this history of the depths. P. Guy, however, had sought to describe the emergence of the event, when some begin and others respond, and also the historical accomplishment, the response of one generation to what was started by another. He saw the essence of history in this junction of individuals and times, which is difficult, since the act, the work, the past are inaccessible in their simplicity to those who see them from the outside, since this revolution which was made one day, it takes years to write the story, this page which was written in an hour, an infinite commentary does not exhaust it. The chances of error, deviation, failure are enormous. But it is the cruel law of those who write, who act, or who live publicly, that is to say ultimately of all incarnated spirits, to expect, from others or successors, another accomplishment of what they do, another and the same, says P. Guy profoundly, because they are also men, exactly, because they make themselves, in this substitution, similar to the initiator. There is there, he said, a sort of scandal, but a justified scandal and consequently a mystery. The meaning is remade at the risk of being undone, it is a voluble meaning, well in conformity with the Bergsonian definition of meaning, which is less a thing thought than a movement of thought, less a movement than a direction. In this network of calls and responses, where the beginning metamorphoses and is accomplished, there is a duration that belongs to no one and everyone, a public duration, the rhythm and speed proper to the event of the world, which would be, said P. Guy, the theme of a true sociology. He had therefore proven by the fact that a Bergsonian intuition of history is possible. But Bergson, who said of him in 1915 that he had known his essential thought, did not follow him on this point. In Bergson there is no specific value of historical inscription, nor of calling generations and responding generations, there is only a heroic call from the individual to the individual, a mysticism without mystical body. For him there is not a single fabric where good and evil hold together, there are natural societies pierced by the eruptions of mysticism. During the long years in which he prepared the two sources, he did not seem to have immersed himself in history as he had immersed himself in life, he did not find, at work in history, as formerly in life, complementary powers of the understanding in intelligence with our own duration. He remains too optimistic regarding the individual and his power to find the sources, too pessimistic regarding social life, to admit, as the definition of history, a justified scandal. And perhaps this retreat of opposites comes back to the whole doctrine. The fact is that thought and the moving, around the time of the two sources, rectifies in the direction of a clear delimitation, not without encroachments it is true, the relationships of implication that the introduction to metaphysics had established between philosophy and science, intuition and intelligence, spirit and matter. If there is definitely no mystery of history for Bergson, if he does not see, like P. Guy, men involved in one another, if he is not sensitive to the attentive presence of symbols around us and to the profound exchanges of which they are the vehicle, if for example it only finds, in the origins of democracy, its evangelical essence and the Christianity of Kant and Rousseau, this way that it has of cutting short certain possibilities and stopping the final meaning of his work must express a fundamental preference, it is part of his philosophy, and we must seek to understand it. What in him is opposed to any philosophy of mediation and history is a very ancient fact of his thought, the certainty of a semi-divine state where man would ignore vertigo and anguish. The meditation on history has displaced this conviction without attenuating it. At the time of creative evolution, the philosophical intuition of natural being was sufficient to reduce the false problems of nothingness. In the two sources, the divine man has become inaccessible, but it is always on him that Bergson puts human history into perspective. Natural contact with being, joy, serenity, quietism, remain essential in Bergson, they are only carried over, from the generalizable experience of the philosopher to the exceptional experience of the mystic, which opens onto another nature, on a second positivity, unlimited those. It is the splitting of nature into an irreconcilable naturing nature and a natural nature which achieves in the two sources the distinction between God and his action on the world, which remained virtual in the previous works. Bergson certainly does not say Deus of Natura, but if he does not say it, it is because God is another nature. At the very moment when he definitively identifies the transcendent cause of his earthly delegation, it is still the word nature that comes to his pen. In God is now concentrated everything that was truly active and creative in the world, which ultimately is nothing more than a stop or a created thing. But the relationship between man and the supernature remains the direct relationship that previous books found between intuition and natural being. There is the simple act which created the human species, there is the simple and simplifying action of God in the mystical, there is no simple act that establishes the domain of history and evil. It's really just the in-between. Man is made of two simple principles rather than being double. History, oscillating between natural nature and natural nature, has no substance of its own. Certainly, it is not cursed, the universe remains a machine for making gods, and this is not impossible after all, since natural nature has its source in natural nature. But if one day the machine for making gods achieves what it has always failed to do, it will be as if the stopped creation were set in motion again. Nothing announces this great spring. We do not read anywhere, and not even in Enigma, of a sign which unites our two natures. Evil and failure have no meaning. Creation is not a drama that moves towards a future. It is rather a bogged-down effort, and human history an expedient to get the mass moving again. Hence an extraordinary religious philosophy, very personal, and in certain respects pre-Christian. The mystical experience is what remains of the primordial unity, which was broken when the created thing appeared by simple cessation of the creative effort. How can we overcome this wall behind us which is our origin? How can we find traces of nature? It is not intelligence that will do it, we cannot remake creation with created things. Even the immediate test of our duration cannot cancel the fission which is its origin, to rejoin nature itself. This is why Bergson says that mystical experience does not have to ask whether the principle in contact with which it places us is God himself or his delegation on earth. She experiences the consented invasion of a being who can immensely more than her. Let's not even say of an omnipotent being, the idea of the whole, says Bergson, is as empty as that of nothingness, and the possible remains for him the shadow of the real. Bergson's God is immense rather than infinite, or even he is an infinite of quality. It is the element of joy or the element of love in the sense that water and fire are elements. Like sentient beings and human beings, it is a radiation and not an essence. The metaphysical attributes, which seem to determine it, are, says Bergson, like all determinations, negations. Even if through impossibility they became visible, no religious man would recognize in them the God to whom he prays. Bergson's God is a singular being, like the universe, an immense this, and Bergson kept his promise even in theology of a philosophy made for actual being, and which applies only to him. If we enter into the calculation of the imagination, we must admit, he says, that the whole could have been very superior to what it is. No one will make someone's death a part of the best possible world. But it is not only the solutions of classical theodicy that are false, it is its problems which do not make sense in the order in which Bergson places himself, and which is that of radical contingency. It is not a question here of the conceived world or of the conceived God, but of the existing world and of the existing God, and what in us knows this order is below our opinions and our statements. No one will make men not love their lives, however miserable they may be. This vital judgment places life and places God below both accusations and justifications. And if we ask to understand how naturing nature was able to produce a natural nature where it was not really realized, why, at least provisionally, the creative effort stopped, what obstacle it encountered and how an obstacle could be insurmountable for him, Bergson would agree, apart from other planets, where life has perhaps been more successful, that his philosophy does not answer this type of question, but it is also that it has not to pose them, being ultimately, not a genesis of the world, not even, as it almost was, integration and differentiation of being, but the deliberately partial, discontinuous, almost empirical identification of several homes of being. Asterisk. All in all, we must agree with Guy entirely when he says that this philosophy has for the first time, drawn attention to what is specific to being itself and the articulation of the present. The nascent being, from whom no representation separates me, which contains in advance the views, even discordant, even incompossible, that we can take of it, which stands before us, younger and older than is possible and necessary. And which, once born, can never cease to have been, and will continue to be at the bottom of other presents. We understand that at the beginning of the century the books which rediscovered this forgotten being and its powers were felt as a rebirth, a deliverance from philosophy, and their virtue in this regard is intact. It would have been beautiful if the same view of the origins had then been returned to the passions, events, techniques, law, language, literature, to find their own spirituality, taking them as monuments and prophecies of a man hieratic, figures of an interrogative mind. Bergson believed in observation and invention, he did not believe in interrogative thought. But, in this very restriction of his field, he is exemplary in his fidelity to what he saw. In the religious conversations of recent years, where his philosophy was found, as an experimental contribution and a voluntary auxiliary, framed within the Thomistic whole, as if it were not clear that something essential was happening. Lost when we add to it, what, for my part, strikes me is the tranquility with which Bergson, at the very moment when he gives personal assent and moral adhesion to Catholicism, maintains his method in philosophy. After having strictly kept his line in the storms, he held it in the final reconciliations. His effort and his work, which brought philosophy back to the present and showed what an approach to being can be today, also teach how a man of the past remained irreducible, that nothing should be said other than what that we can show, that we must know how to wait and make people wait, to displease and even please, to be oneself, to be true, and that moreover among men this firmness is not even cursed, since, seeking the real one, he also had Bergsonism. 8. Einstein. And the crisis of reason. Science, at the time of Auguste Comte, was preparing to dominate existence theoretically and practically. Whether it was technical action or political action, we thought we could access the laws according to which nature and society are made, and govern them according to their principles. It is something completely different, almost the opposite, that has happened, far from the fact that, in science, light and efficiency have grown together, applications which are shaking up the world have been born from a highly speculative science, on the meaning last of which we don't get along well. And far from science being subject to politics, on the contrary we have had a physics full of philosophical and almost political debates. Einstein himself was a classical mind. So categorically as he claims the right to construct, and without any respect for the a priori notions which claim to be the invariable framework of the mind one, he has never stopped thinking that this creation joins a truth deposited in the world. I believe in a world in itself, a world governed by laws that I try to understand in a wildly speculative way too. But precisely this meeting of speculation and reality, of our image of the world and of the world, which he sometimes calls pre-established harmony 3, he does not dare to base it categorically, like the great Cartesian rationalism, on a divine infrastructure of the world nor, like idealism, on this principle that reality for us cannot be anything other than what we can think. Einstein sometimes refers to Spinoza's God, but more often he describes rationality as a mystery and as the theme of a cosmic religiosity for the least understandable thing in the world, he said, is for the world to be understandable. If we call classical a thought for which the rationality of the world is self-evident, the classical spirit, in Einstein, is therefore at its extreme limit. We know that he was never able to bring himself to consider as definitive the formulations of wave mechanics, which do not relate, like the concepts of classical physics, to the properties 5 of things, of physical individuals, but describe the appearance and probabilities of certain collective phenomena within matter. He was never able to rally around this idea of a reality which, in itself, and in the final analysis, would be a web of probabilities. However, he added, I cannot invoke any logical argument to defend my convictions, except my little finger, the only and weak witness to an opinion deeply rooted in my skin. 6. Humor was not for Einstein a pirouette, he made it an essential component of his conception of the world, almost a means of knowledge. Humor was for him the mode of risky certainties. His little finger was the awareness, paradoxical and irrepressible in the creative physicist, of accessing a reality through an invention that was nevertheless free. To hide so well, Einstein thinks, God must be sophisticated or refined. But there cannot be a malicious God. He therefore held both ends of the chain, the ideal of knowledge of classical physics and his own wildly speculative, revolutionary way. The physicists of the next generation have, for the most part, given up the first end. The meeting of speculation and reality that Einstein postulates, as a clear mystery, the public does not hesitate to see it as a miracle. A science which blurs the evidence of common sense, and at the same time capable of changing the world, inevitably arouses a sort of superstition, even among the most cultured witnesses. Einstein protests, he is not a god, these excessive praises are not addressed to him, but to my mythical namesake who makes my life singularly hard. 7. We don't believe him, or rather his simplicity further enlarges his legend, since he is so astonished by his glory, and he cares so little about it, it is because his genius is not entirely him. Einstein is rather the consecrated place, the tabernacle of some supernatural operation. This detachment is so complete that sometimes, when dealing with him, we have to remember that we are really dealing with him. We think we're dealing with a double. I even had the incredible suspicion that he thinks he's the same as the others. 8. Lewis, in a time which believed in an eternal source of all our acts of expression, the great writer or the great scholar was only the man ingenious enough to capture some of these words or these laws inscribed in things. When there is no longer a universal reason, they must be miracle workers. Today, as in the past, there is only one marvel, a considerable one it is true, and that is that man speaks or calculates, in other words, that he has constituted himself these prodigious organs, the algorithm, the language, which do not wear out, but on the contrary increase through use, capable of indefinite work, capable of producing more than we put into it, and yet without ceasing to relate to things. But we do not have a rigorous theory of symbolism. We therefore prefer to evoke some animal power which, in Einstein, would generate the theory of relativity just as in us it produces respiration. Einstein may well protest, he must be made differently from us, he must have another body, other perceptions, and among them, luckily, relativity. American doctors lay him on a bed, cover this noble forehead with detectors, and command, think about relativity, as one commands do or count, 21, 22, and like if relativity were the object of a sixth sense, of a beatific vision, as if it did not take as much nervous energy, and conducted by circuits as subtle, to learn to speak when one is an infant as to think about relativity when you are Einstein. It is only a step away from the extravagances of journalists who consult genius on questions most foreign to its field. After all, since science is thaumaturgy, why would it not perform one more miracle? And since Einstein showed that at a great distance a present is contemporary with a future, why not ask him the questions that were asked of the Pythia? These follies are not unique to Western journalism. At the other end of the world, Soviet assessments of Einstein's work also amount to occultism. To condemn as idealist or bourgeois physics to which we also reproach no inconsistency, no disagreement with the facts, is to suppose an evil genius wandering in the infrastructures of capitalism and who whispers to Einstein thoughts which are this time suspicious. It is, under the appearance of a rational social doctrine, to disavow reason where it clearly shines. From one end of the world to the other, whether we exalt it or repress it, Einstein's wildly speculative work causes unreason to proliferate. Once again he did nothing to put his thoughts into this day it remained a classic. But was this just the luck of a well-born man, the strength of a good cultural tradition? And when this tradition is exhausted, can the new science only be, for those who are not physicists, a lesson in irrationalism? On April 6, 1922, Einstein met Bergson at the Philosophical Society of Paris. Bergson had come to listen. But, as happens, the discussion languished. He therefore decided to present some of the ideas that he was defending in duration and simultaneity, and in short proposed to Einstein a means of disarming the paradoxical appearance of his theory and of reconciling it with men simply men. Take, for example, the famous paradox of multiple times, each linked to the observer's station point. Bergson proposed to distinguish here physical truth and simple truth. If, in the physicist's equations, a certain variable, which we are used to calling time because it represents elapsed times, appears to be linked to the system of reference in which we place ourselves, no one will refuse to the physicist the right to say that time expands or shrinks depending on whether we consider it here or there, and therefore that there are several times. But is he then talking about what other men call by that name? Would this variable, this entity, this mathematical expression still designate time if we did not attribute to it the properties of another time, the only one which is succession, becoming, duration, in short the only one which is truly time, of which we have experience or perception before all physics? In the field of our perception, there are simultaneous events. Furthermore, we also see other observers whose field encroaches on ours, we imagine still others whose field encroaches on that of the previous ones, and this is how we come to extend our idea of the simultaneous up to events as far apart as we want from each other, and which do not come under the same observer. This is how there is a single time for everyone, a single universal time. This certainty is not undermined, it is even implied, by the physicist's calculations. When he says that Peter's time is expanded or contracted to the point where Paul is, he does not at all express what is experienced by Paul, who, for his part, perceives all things from his point of view and therefore has no reason to feel the time that passes in him and around him differently than Pierre feels his own. The physicist wrongly attributes to Paul the image that Peter has of Paul's time. He brings to the absolute the views of Pierre with whom he makes common cause. He supposes himself to be a spectator of the whole world. He does what philosophers are so criticized for. And he speaks of a time that is no one's, of a myth. Here, says Bergson, we must be more Einsteinian than Einstein. I am a painter, and I have to represent two characters, Jean and Jacques, one of whom is at my side, while the other is 200 or 300 meters from me. I will draw the first life-size and reduce the other to the size of a dwarf. One of my colleagues, who will be close to Jacques and who also wants to paint both of them, will do the opposite of what I do, it will show Jean very small and Jacques in life-size. We will both be right. But, since we are both right, do we have the right to conclude that Jean and Jacques have neither the normal size nor that of a dwarf, or that they have both another at a time, or that it is as we wish? Obviously not. The multiplicity of times that I obtain in this way does not prevent the unity of real time, rather it would presuppose it, just as the reduction in size with distance, on a series of canvases where I represent Jacques more or less distant, would indicate that Jacques retains the same size 9. Profound idea, rationality, the universal founded again, and not on the divine right of a dogmatic science, but on this pre-scientific evidence that there is only one world, on this reason before reason which is involved in our existence, in our commerce with the perceived world and with others. In speaking thus, Bergson was going ahead of Einstein's classicism. We could reconcile relativity with the reason of all men, if only we agreed to treat multiple times as mathematical expressions, and to recognize, below or beyond the physico-mathematical image of the world, a philosophical view of the world which is at the same time that of existing men. If only we agreed to rediscover the concrete world of our perception with its horizons, and to locate the constructions of physics in it, physics could freely develop its paradoxes without allowing unreason. What would Einstein say? He had listened very well, as his first words prove. The question therefore arises as follows: is the time of the philosopher the same as that of the physicist 10? But he didn't approve. He undoubtedly admitted that the time we experience, perceived time, is the starting point of our notions of time, and that it led us to the idea of a unique time from one end to the next, to the other side of the world. But this lived time was without competence beyond what each of us sees, and did not allow us to extend our intuitive notion of the simultaneous to the entire world. There is therefore no time for philosophers. It is from science alone that we must ask for the truth about time as about everything else. And the experience of the perceived world with its evidence is only a beginning before the clear words of science. Either. But this refusal puts us face to face with the crisis of reason. The scientist does not agree to recognize any reason other than physical reason, and it is to this that he relies as in the time of classical science. Now this physical reason, thus invested with a philosophical dignity, abounds in paradoxes, and destroys itself, for example when it teaches that my present is simultaneous with the future of another observer quite distant from me, and thus ruins the meaning even from the future. Precisely because he kept the classical scientific ideal and claimed for physics the value, not of a mathematical expression and a language, but of a direct notation of reality, Einstein as a philosopher was condemned to the paradox that he never sought as a physicist or as a man. It is not by claiming for science a kind of metaphysical or absolute truth that we will protect the values of reason that classical science taught us. The world, in addition to neurotics, has a good number of rationalists who are a danger to living reason. And, on the contrary, the vigor of reason is linked to the rebirth of a philosophical sense which, certainly, justifies the scientific expression of the world, but in its order, in its place in the whole of the human world. 9. Reading Montaigne 1. I have difficulty committing. We must live among the living. We believe we have said everything about him by saying that he is skeptical, that is to say that he questions himself and does not answer, refusing even to admit that he knows nothing, and sticking to the famous "what do I know?" All this doesn't go far. Skepticism has two sides. It means that nothing is true, but also that nothing is false. He rejects all opinions and all conduct as absurd, but he thereby deprives us of the means of rejecting any of them as false. Destroying dogmatic, partial, or abstract truth, it insinuates the idea of a total truth, with all the facets and all the necessary mediations. If he multiplies contrasts and contradictions, it is because the truth demands it. Montaigne begins by teaching that all truth contradicts itself. Perhaps he ends up recognizing that contradiction is truth. I contradict myself at times, but the truth, as Demades said, I do not contradict it. The first and most fundamental contradiction is that by which the refusal of each truth discovers a new kind of truth. We will therefore find everything in Montaigne, a doubt seated on itself and without end, religion, Stoicism. It would be vain to pretend that he excludes or ever adopts any of these positions. But, in this ambiguous self, offered to everything, and which he has never finished exploring, perhaps he finally finds the place of all obscurities, the mystery of all mysteries, and something like a final truth. Asterisk. Self-awareness is his constant, the measure for him of all doctrines. We could say that he never escaped a certain astonishment at himself which constitutes the whole substance of his work and his wisdom. He never tired of experiencing the paradox of a conscious being. At every moment, in love, in political life, in the silent life of perception, we adhere to something, we make it ours, and yet we withdraw from it and keep it at a distance, otherwise we wouldn't know anything about it. Descartes will overcome the paradox and make spirit consciousness. It is not the eye which sees itself, but rather the mind, which alone knows, the eye and itself too. Montaigne's consciousness is not immediately spirit, it is bound at the same time as free, and, in a single ambiguous act, it opens to external objects, and feels foreign to them. He does not know this place of rest, this self-possession, which will be the Cartesian understanding. The world is not for him a system of objects of which he has an idea within himself, the self is not for him the purity of an intellectual consciousness. For him, as later for Pascal, we are interested in a world to which we do not have the key, equally incapable of remaining in ourselves and in things, referred from them to us and from us to them. We must correct the oracle of Delphi. It's good to make us come into ourselves. But we escape no less than things. It is always vanity for you, inside and out, but it is less vanity when it is less extensive. Except you, O man, said this God, everything is studied first and has, according to its need, limits to its works and desires. There is no one so empty and needy as you, who embrace the universe. You are the scrutinizer without knowledge, the magistrate without jurisdiction, and, after all, the joker of the joke. Faced with the world of objects or even animals which rest in their nature, consciousness is hollow and greedy. It is consciousness of all things because it is nothing, it takes hold of all and holds on to none. Engaged despite everything in this flow that they want to ignore, our clear ideas risk being, rather than the truth of ourselves, masks under which we hide our being. Self-knowledge in Montaigne is a dialogue with oneself. It is a question addressed to this opaque being that he is and from whom he expects a response. It is like an essay 3 or an experience of himself. He proposes an investigation without which the purity of reason would be illusory and ultimately impure. We are surprised that he wanted to say even the details of his mood and his temperament. This is because for him any doctrine, separated from what we do, threatens to be a lie, and he imagined a book where for once not only ideas would be expressed, but also the very life in which they appear and which modifies its meaning. Underneath the clear idea and the thought, he therefore finds a spontaneity which abounds in opinions, in feelings, in unjustifiable acts. Myson, one of the 7 wise men, asked what he laughed about alone. The same thing I laugh about, he replied. How many stupid things do I say and answer every day in my opinion, and willingly therefore how much more frequent according to others. There is an essential madness to consciousness, which is its power to become anything, to make itself. To laugh alone, there is no need for an external cause. It is enough to think that one can laugh alone and be a society for oneself. It is enough to be double and to be conscious. What we notice as rare about the king of Macedonia Perseus, that his spirit, not attached to any condition, wandered through all kinds of life and represented morals so wrung out and vagabond that it was known neither to him nor any other man he was, seems to me to suit almost everyone. We always think elsewhere, and it could not be otherwise. To be conscious is, among other things, to be elsewhere. The very powers which are found in the animal and which we relate to the body are transformed in man and disfigured because they are caught in the movement of a consciousness. We see dogs barking while dreaming, so they have images. But man does not just have a few images painted in his brain. It can live in the imagination. It is an astonishing spectacle, that of actors so deeply committed to a role of mourning that they still cry at home, or that of a lone man who forms a crowd around him, grimaces, is surprised, laughs, fight and triumph in this invisible world, or this prince who has his beloved brother killed because of a bad dream, this other who kills himself because his dogs howled. Considering the body alone, sex should only give a specific pleasure, comparable to that of other functions. But in most of the world, this part of our body was deified. In the same province, some skinned it to offer and consecrate a plot, others offered and consecrated their seed. In another, the young men pierced it publicly and opened in various places between flesh and leather, and passed through these openings skewers, the longest and largest that they could tolerate, and from these skewers afterwards made fire as an offering to their gods, considered not very vigorous and not very chaste if they were surprised by the force of this cruel pain. Thus life carries itself beyond itself. The extremity of pleasure resembles pain, for nature, I fear, itself attaches to man some instinct towards inhumanity. This is because our body and its peaceful functions are crossed by the power we have to devote ourselves to something else and to give ourselves absolutes. Moreover, there is no desire which goes only to the body, and which does not seek another desire or consent outside of it. So they say that it is the will that they undertake and are right. I have a horror of imagining a body deprived of affection as mine. Love is not of the body only since it targets someone, and it is not of the spirit only since it targets him in his body. The word strange is the one that comes up most often when Montaigne speaks of man. Or absurd. Or monster. Or miracle. What a monstrous animal who horrifies himself, whose pleasures weigh him down, who holds himself to misfortune. Descartes will briefly note the union of the soul and the body and will prefer to think of them as separate because they are then clear to the understanding. The mixture of the soul and the body is, on the contrary, the domain of Montaigne. He is only interested in our actual condition, and his book describes endlessly this paradoxical fact that we are. This means that he thinks of death, the counter-test of our incarnation. When traveling, he never stopped at a house without wondering if he could get sick and die there at ease. I feel death continually pinching my throat or my kidneys. He spoke very well against the meditation of death. It distorts and misses its object, since it concerns distant death, and distant death is harder, being everywhere in our future, than present death, which advances before our eyes in the form of an event. It is not a question of corrupting life with the thought of death. What interests Montaigne is not the pathos of death, its ugliness, the last sighs, the funeral apparatus, usual motifs of speeches on death, images of death for the use of the living. These do not consider death in itself, they do not judge it, it is not there where they stop their thoughts, they run, they aim at a new being. Those who listen to the consolations of the priest, raise their eyes and hands to heaven, pray aloud, they flee the struggle, they turn their consideration away from death, as one entertains children while one wants to give them the blow of death. Lancet. Montaigne wants us to measure non-being with a dry eye, and that, knowing death quite nakedly, we know life quite nakedly. Death is the single character act. It cuts out from the confused mass of being this particular zone which is us, it places in a secondless evidence this inexhaustible source of opinions, dreams, and passions which secretly animated the spectacle of the world, and thus it teaches us better that no episode of life is the fundamental chance which made us appear and will make us disappear. When he writes, I study myself more than any other subject. It's my metaphysics, it's my physics, you have to take these words literally. The explanations of man that metaphysics or physics can give us, he rejects in advance, because it is still man who proves philosophies and sciences, and they are explained by him, rather than him by them. If, for example, we wanted to isolate the mind and the body by relating them to different principles, we would make what is to be understood disappear, the monster, the miracle, man. In all conscience, there can therefore be no question of resolving the problem of man, it can only be a question of describing man as a problem. Hence this idea of a search without discovery, of a hunt without a catch, which is not the vice of a dilettante, but the only suitable method when it comes to describing man. The world is just a school of inquisition. Hence also the attention he pays to the flow of thoughts, to the spontaneity of dreams, and which makes him anticipate at times the accent of Proust 5, as if for him already the only victory over time was to express the time. Asterisk. Thus leaving, attentive to what is fortuitous and unfinished in man, he is the opposite of religion, if religion is an explanation and a key to the world. Although he often puts her outside of his research and his attacks, nothing he says prepares us to believe. 6. We are among the peat and dung of the world, attached to the most dead and rotten part of the universe. Animal instinct is more perfect than our reason. Our religion is customary, we are Christians in the same way as we are Perigord or German. Circumcision, fasting, Lent, the cross, confession, the celibacy of priests, the use of a sacred language in worship, the incarnation of God, purgatory, all these elements of Christianity are found in the pagan religions. In every village, miracles are created before our eyes through ignorance and hearsay. A Platonic legend has Socrates born to a virgin visited by Apollo. We sought and found in Homer all the oracles and all the predictions we needed. Revealed religion is not very different in short from what the madness of men makes appear on earth. It remains to be seen whether we should conclude, as Montaigne sometimes does, that barbaric religions are already inspired, or that ours is still barbaric. How can we doubt his answer when he even reproaches Socrates for his demonaries and his ecstasies? In morality as in knowledge, he opposes our earthly inherence to any supernatural relationship. We can, he says, repent of an action, we do not repent of being ourselves, and yet this is what we should do according to religion. There is no new birth. We can't cancel anything about ourselves, I usually do what I do and work all in one piece. He reserves the case of a few men who are already living eternity, but casts suspicion on them by adding, between us, these are things that I have always seen in singular agreement, supercelestial opinions and subterranean morals. What he keeps from Christianity is the vow of ignorance. Why assume hypocrisy in places where he puts religion above criticism? Religion is valid in that it reserves the place for the strange and knows that our fate is enigmatic. All the solutions she gives to the enigma are incompatible with our monstrous condition. As a question, it is founded on the condition that it remains unanswered. It is one of the modes of our madness, and our madness is essential to us. When we place at the center of man, not the self-satisfied understanding, but a consciousness which is astonished at itself, we cannot cancel the dream of one towards things, nor repress the wordless invocation of this beyond. What is certain is that, if there is some reason of the universe, we are not in its secrets, and in any case have to govern our life according to us. I allow myself ignorance and carelessness to handle the general law of the world. I'll know it enough when I feel it. Who would dare to reproach us for using this life and this world which make up our horizon? Asterisk. But if we reject religious passion, should we not also reject all others? Montaigne speaks often of the Stoics, and with favor. He who has written so much against reason and shown so well that in no case can we go beyond opinion to see an idea face to face, he resorts to the seed of universal reason imprinted in every undis toward man. As there is in him the invocation of an unknown God, there is that of an impossible reason. Even if nothing is entirely in our power, even if we are not capable of autonomy, should we not at least withdraw, make a retreat of indifference from which we will look at our actions and our life as unimportant roles? This is found in Montaigne among other things. You must lend yourself to others and only give yourself to yourself. Marriage, for example, is an institution that has its laws and conditions of balance. It would be crazy to mix passion into it. The love which enslaves us to others is only acceptable as a free and voluntary exercise. Montaigne even talks about it as a bodily function that relates to hygiene, and treats the body as a mechanism with which we do not have to make common cause. All the more reason will he place the state among those external apparatuses to which we find ourselves joined by chance and which we must use according to their law without putting anything of ourselves into it. Imagination and prestige always reign in our relationships with others. Much more in public life. It associates us with those we did not choose, and with many fools. Now, it is impossible to deal in good faith with a fool. Not only is my judgment corrupted by the hand of such an impetuous master, but also my conscience. In public life, I go crazy with crazy people. Montaigne feels keenly that there is a curse in the social world. Everyone here puts in place of their thoughts their reflection in the eyes and the words of others. There is no longer any truth, there is no longer, Pascal will say, consent of oneself to oneself. Everyone is literally alienated. Let's get out of there. The public good requires that we betray and lie and massacre. Let us resign this commission to more obedient and more flexible people. It is true that we cannot always abstain, that moreover it is letting things happen, and that finally we need statesmen or a prince. What can they do? The prince will have to lie, kill, deceive. Let him do it, but let him know what he is doing, and let him not disguise the crime as virtue. What remedy? No remedy. If he was truly embarrassed between the two extremes, he had to do it, but if he did so without regret, if it did not weigh on him to do so, it is a sign that his conscience is on bad terms. And we who are watching? All we have to do, as we will say later, is to obey with contempt. It must be despised since the state is against everything that matters in the world, against freedom, against conscience. But we must obey, since this madness is the law of life together, and it would be another madness not to treat the state according to its laws. Yet Plato puts the philosopher in government, he imagines a just city, he undertakes to build it. But is there any evil in the police that is worth fighting with such a deadly drug? Plato does not consent to violence being done to the rest of his country to heal it, and does not accept the amendment which costs blood and ruins citizens, establishing the office of a good man, in this case, to leave everything there. It is absurd to want to settle by reason a story which is made up of chances. I have seen in my time the wisest heads of this kingdom assembled, with great ceremony and public expense, for treaties and agreements, the real decision of which however depended in complete sovereignty on the desires of the ladies' cabinet and the inclination of some little woman. Foresight and laws will never be able to match the variety of cases, reason will never be able to think about public life. At a time when it is split into 1,000 particular conflicts, Montaigne does not even suspect that we can find a meaning in it. We cannot reconcile ourselves with this chaos. To live in public affairs is to live according to others. Montaigne obviously inclines to live according to oneself. Yet is this his last word? On love, on friendship, and even on politics, he sometimes spoke differently. Not that in this he simply contradicted himself, but because the Stoic division of exterior and interior, of necessity and freedom, is abstract, or self-destructive, and we are indivisible within and without. We cannot always obey if we despise, always despise if we obey. There are occasions when to obey is to accept and when to despise is to refuse, where life as a double party ceases to be possible, where the exterior and the interior are no longer distinguishable. We then have to enter into the madness of the world, and we need a rule for that moment. Montaigne knew it, he did not shirk it. And how would he have done it? He had described consciousness, even solitary, already mixed with the absurd and crazy by its principle. How could he have ordered her to remain in herself, since he thinks that she is completely outside of herself? Stoicism can only be a passage. It teaches us against the exterior to be and to judge, he cannot rid us of them. Montaigne's cleanest part is perhaps in the little he told us about the conditions and reasons for this return to the world. Asterisk. It is not a question of obtaining a reassuring conclusion at all costs, nor of forgetting at the end what we found along the way. It is from doubt that certainty will come. Moreover, it is doubt itself which will reveal itself as certainty. We must therefore measure its extent. Let us repeat that all belief is passion and puts us beside ourselves, that we can only believe by ceasing to think, that wisdom is a resolution of irresolution, that it condemns friendship, love, life public. We are back to ourselves. It is to find chaos again, with, on the horizon, death, the emblem of all disorders. Cut off from others, cut off from the world, incapable of finding in himself, like the Stoic sage, and in an interior relationship with God, the means of justifying the comedy of the world, the wise man of Montaigne no longer has, one would think, other conversation than with this life that he feels surging madly within him for some time to come, other resource than the most general derision, other motive than contempt for oneself and for all things. Why, in this mess, not give up? Why not take animals as a model, these horses that neigh, these swans that sing as they die, why not join them in unconsciousness? The best would be to rediscover the childish security, the ignorance of animals. Or to invent, against the feeling of death, some religion of nature, the failure of one life is the passage to 1,000 other lives? This movement is found in Montaigne. But another too, and just as often. Because, after all the doubts, precisely if we know that every attempt to know multiplies the questions and obscures what it wants to clarify, and that, for a severed head, the hydra of ignorance grows 3 new ones, it remains to be explained that there are opinions, that we first believed we had truths, that doubt needs to be learned. I know better what man is than I know what animal or mortal or rational is. Descartes will remember this word. He means that the movement and irresolution of the mind are only half of the truth. The other half is this marvel that our volubility has stopped and, at every moment, still stops in appearances which we can clearly show do not bear examination, but which at least had the air of truth and gave us the idea of it. Thought, when it questions itself, never stops continuing and contradicting itself, but there is a thought in action which is not nothing, and for which we have to account. Criticism of human knowledge only ruins it if we retain the idea of entire or absolute knowledge. If on the contrary it rids us of it, then, the only possible thing, it becomes the measure of all things and the equivalent of an absolute. Criticism of the passions does not deprive them of their value, if it goes so far as to show that we are never in possession of ourselves and that the passion is us. At this moment, the reasons to doubt become reasons to believe. All our criticism only has the effect of making our opinions and our passions more precious by making us see that they are our only recourse, and that by dreaming of another thing we don't understand ourselves. The fixed point which we need if we wish to stop our fickleness, we find then, not in the bitter religion of nature, in this dark divinity which multiplies its works for nothing, but in the fact that there is opinion, that there is an appearance of truth and good. To rediscover the natural, the naive, the ignorance, is to rediscover the grace of the first certainties, in the doubt which surrounds them and makes them visible. In fact, Montaigne didn't just doubt. Doubting is an action, doubt cannot therefore break our action, our doing, which is right against it. The same author who wanted to live according to himself passionately felt that we are, among other things, what we are to others, and that their opinion reaches us to the center of ourselves. I would gladly return from the other world, he said with sudden anger, to deny the one who would form me other than I was, even if it was to honor me. His friendship with La Boétie was exactly the kind of bond that enslaves us to others. He did not think he knew himself better than La Boétie knew him, he lived before his eyes. After his death, he continues, it is to know himself as La Boétie knew him that Montaigne questions and studies himself. He alone enjoyed my true image and won. This is why I decipher myself, so curiously. We rarely see such a complete gift. Far from La Boétie's friendship being an accident in his life, it would be necessary to say that Montaigne and the author of the essays were born from this friendship, and that in short, for him, to exist is to exist under the look from his friend. It is that true skepticism is a movement towards the truth, that the criticism of the passions is the hatred of false passions, and that finally, in certain circumstances, Montaigne recognized outside himself men and things to which he did not even thought of refusing himself, because they were like the emblem of his freedom outside, because in loving them he was himself and he found himself in them as he found them in himself. Even in pleasure, of which he sometimes speaks as a doctor, Montaigne after all is not cynical. It is madness to attach all one's thoughts to it and engage in it with furious and indiscreet affection. But on the other hand, to get involved without love and without obligation of will, in the form of actors, to play a common role of age and custom and to put only the words of one's own into it, it is as truly to provide for his safety, but very cowardly, like one who would abandon his honor or his profit or his pleasure for fear of danger, for it is certain that, from such a practice, those who train it cannot hope for any fruit that touches or satisfies a beautiful soul. The aged Montaigne said that success in seduction depends on the timing chosen. But what does this late wisdom prove? When he was young and in love, he never conducted his loves like battles or tactics. I have often lacked fortune, but sometimes also lack of enterprise, God forbid who can still make fun of it. In this century there is a need for more temerity, which our young people excuse under the pretext of heat, but if they looked closely, they would find that it rather comes from contempt. I was superstitiously afraid of offending and readily respected what I loved. Besides the fact that in this commodity, whoever takes away its reverence erases its luster. I like it to be a bit like a child, a fearful person and a servant. If not at all in this, I also have some airs of the stupid shame of which Plutarch speaks and has been the course of my life hurt and angry variously. I have tender eyes to support a refusal as in refusing, and it weighs me so much to weigh on others that, on the occasions when duty forces me to test the will of someone in something doubtful and which costs them, I do it meagerly and in spite of myself. Here is a very tender cynic. Fate did not make him love with love as he loved with friendship, but he himself had nothing to do with it. He entered the bewitched domain of public life, he did not abstain. I don't want the charges we take to be denied the attention, the steps, the words, and the sweat and blood if necessary. The people named him mayor several times. I wish him all the best that is possible, and certainly, if the opportunity had been there is nothing that I would have spared for his service. I shook for him as I do for myself. How did he manage to live a public life if he is disgusted with control and active and passive? He obeys without loving obedience and commands without loving command. He wouldn't want to be a prince. The prince is alone. He is not a man, since he cannot be disputed. He does not live, he sleeps, since everything gives way before him. But the passion to obey is also ugly, and useless. How would we estimate the one who gives himself body and soul? Capable of giving himself unconditionally to a master, he is also capable of changing them. Yes, we must take a side, and follow through with the consequences, but the right opportunities are not as frequent as we think, and we must not choose too willingly, because then it is no longer the cause, this is the sect we love. I am not subject to these penetrating and intimate mortgages and commitments. Anger and hatred are beyond the duty of justice, and are passions serving only those who do not care enough about their duty through simple reason. We must not call duty a bitterness and intestine harshness which arises from private interest and passion, nor courage treacherous and malicious conduct. They call their propensity towards molly goodnighty and violence zeal. It is not the cause that excites them, it is their interest. They stir up war, not because it is just, but because it is war. When my will is given to a party, it is not of such violent obligation that my understanding becomes infected. We can serve a party and harshly judge what is done there, find intelligence and honor in the enemy, and finally continue to exist in society. I was able to take part in public duties without departing from myself by the width of a fingernail, and to give myself to others without taking away from myself. We might say that these rules make snipers and not soldiers. It's true, and Montaigne knows it. He can force himself to lie for a while and lucidly, but he will not make it his custom and his life. Whoever wants to serve me, in my opinion, if he gives me cases where rigor and freedom are needed, who have a straight and short conduct, and still risky, I will be able to do something about it. If it needs to be long, subtle, laborious, artificial, and tortuous, it would be better to contact someone else. Perhaps there is some contempt here. But perhaps Montaigne also means more. We always ask questions as if they were universal, as if in an instant we chose with our good that of all men. What if it was a prejudice? Being what he is, Montaigne will never be partisan. We only do well what we do willingly. He must not be stiff. He can serve better and more, outside the ranks. Is it a small thing, this weight which attached itself to his words, because we knew that he neither lied nor flattered? And didn't he act all the better because he didn't care too much about it? The passions seem to be the death of the ego, since they take it outside of itself, and Montaigne felt threatened by them as by death. He now tries to describe to us what we have since called free passions. Having experienced that what he loves is at stake there, he resolutely confirms the natural movement which carried him outside. He enters into the human game. In contact with this freedom and this courage, passions and even death are transformed. No, it is not the meditation of death which overcomes death. The good arguments are those which make a peasant and entire peoples die as constantly as a philosopher, and they come down to just one: we are alive. It is here that we have our tasks, and they are the same as long as we have a breath left. Meditation on death is hypocritical, since it is a gloomy way to live. In the movement that throws him into things, and precisely because he has shown their arbitrariness and peril, Montaigne discovers the remedy for death. It is my opinion that this is indeed the end, but not the goal of life. It is its end, its extremity, not yet its object. It must itself be its aim, its design. Its right study is to regulate itself, to conduct itself, to suffer itself. Among the several other offices included in this general and principal chapter is this article of knowing how to die, and the lightest, if our fear did not give it weight. The remedy for death and passions is not to turn away from them, but on the contrary to move beyond them, as everything leads us to do so. Others threaten our freedom. But we must live among the living. Are we at risk of slavery? But there is no true freedom without risk. Action and attachments trouble us. But life is a material and corporeal movement, an imperfect and disordered action of its own essence. I strive to serve her according to her. There is no sense in cursing our condition. Evil and good are only found in our lives. Montaigne says that doctors advised him to strap himself with a towel when he went on a boat to combat seasickness. Which I did not try, he adds, having become accustomed to combating defects which are in me and tame them by myself. His entire morality is based on a movement of pride through which he decides to take charge of his hazardous life, since nothing has meaning except in it. After this detour towards himself, everything seems good to him again. He said he would rather die on horseback than in his bed. It's not that he counted on the warrior's anger to help him, it's that he found in things, with the threat, a viaticum. He saw the ambiguous bond that attached him to them. He saw that there is no choice between oneself and things. The self is not serious, it does not like to bond. But is nothing certain, resolute, disdainful, contemplative, serious like a donkey. It is unconditional freedom that makes one capable of absolute attachment. Montaigne says of himself, I was so sparing in promising that I think I kept more than I promised or owed. He sought and perhaps found the secret of being, at the same time, ironic and serious, free and faithful. X. Note on Machiavelli 1. How would we understand it? He writes against good feelings in politics, but he is also against violence. He disconcerts believers in law as well as those in reason of state, since he has the audacity to speak of virtue at a time when he seriously offends ordinary morality. It describes this crux of collective life where pure morality can be cruel and where pure politics requires something like morality. We would put up with a cynic who denies values or a naive person who sacrifices action. We don't like this difficult and idoless thinker. He was, certainly, tempted by cynicism. He had, he says, a lot of trouble defending himself against the opinion of those who believe that the world is governed by chance too. Now, if humanity is a coincidence, we do not initially see what would support collective life, other than the pure constraint of political power. The entire role of a government is therefore to keep its subjects in respect. 3. The entire art of governing comes down to the art of war, for and good troops make good laws. 5. Between power and its subjects, between the self and the other, there is no area where rivalry ceases. We must either submit to constraint or exercise it. At every moment Machiavelli speaks of oppression and aggression. Collective life is hell. But it is original, having established the principle of the struggle, that it goes beyond it without ever forgetting it. In the struggle itself he finds something other than antagonism. While men strive not to fear, they begin to make themselves feared by others, and the aggression which they repel from themselves, they reject on others, as if, of all necessity, one had to offend or be offended. It is at the same moment when I am going to be afraid that I am afraid, it is the same aggression that I push away from myself and that I project back onto others, it is the same terror that threatens me and that I spread, I live my fear in the one I inspire. But by a return shock the pain of which I am the cause tears me at the same time as my victim, and cruelty is therefore not a solution, it always has to start again. There is a circuit of me and others, a black communion of saints, the harm that I do, I do to myself, and it is also against myself that I fight while fighting against others. After all, a face is only shadows, lights, and colors, and now, because this face has grimaced in a certain way, the executioner mysteriously experiences a relaxation, another anguish has relayed his own. A sentence is never more than a statement, an assembly of meanings which cannot in principle be worth the unique flavor that each one has for itself. And yet, when the victim admits defeat, the cruel man feels another life beating through these words, he finds himself before another himself. We are far from the relationships of pure force that exist between objects. To use Machiavelli's words, we have moved from beasts to man 6. More precisely, we have moved from one way of fighting to another, from fighting with force to fighting with the law 7. Human combat is different from animal combat, but it is combat. Power is not naked force, but nor is it an honest delegation of individual wills, as if they could cancel their difference. Whether hereditary or new, it is always described in the prince as questionable and threatened. One of the prince's duties is to resolve questions before they become insoluble by the emotion of the subjects. 8. It seems like it's about preventing citizens from waking up. There is no absolutely founded power, there is only a crystallization of opinion. She tolerates, she takes power for granted. The problem is to prevent this agreement from breaking down, which can be done in a short time, whatever the means of constraint, after a certain crisis point. Power is tacit. Men allow themselves to live within the horizon of the state and the law as long as injustice does not make them aware of what is unjustifiable about them. The power that we call legitimate is that which succeeds in avoiding contempt and hatred. 9. The prince must make himself feared so that, if he is not loved, at least he is not hated. 10. It does not matter whether power is blamed in a particular case, it is established in the interval which separates criticism from disavowal, discussion from discredit. The relationships between the subject and power, like those between the self and others, are tied deeper than judgment, they survive contestation, as long as it is not a radical contestation of contempt. Neither pure fact, nor absolute right, power does not constrain, does not persuade, it circumvents, and we circumvent better by appealing to freedom than by terrorizing. Machiavelli precisely formulates this alternation of tension and relaxation, repression and legality of which authoritarian regimes have the secret, but which, in a saccharine form, is the essence of all diplomacy. We sometimes hold those to whom we give credit better. A new prince has never disarmed his subjects, far from it, he hastens to arm them, if he finds them without weapons, and nothing is better understood, because from then on these weapons are his. But a prince who disarms his subjects offends them, by leading them to believe that he distrusts them, and nothing is more likely to excite their hatred. 11. It is easier to preserve a city accustomed to freedom by governing it by its own citizens. 12. In a society where everyone mysteriously resembles everyone else, suspicious if they are suspicious, confident if they are confident, there is no pure constraint, despotism calls for contempt, oppression calls for revolt. The best supporters of a power are not even those who made it, they believe they have rights over it, or at least they feel secure. It is to its adversaries that a new power will appeal, provided that they rally together. 13. If they are not recoverable, then power will not strike half, we must either win men over or get rid of them. They can take revenge for minor offenses, but not for serious offenses. 14. Between seduction and the annihilation of the vanquished, the winner may therefore hesitate, and Machiavelli is sometimes cruel, the only way to preserve is to destroy. Anyone who becomes master of a city which has begun to enjoy freedom and does not destroy it must expect to be destroyed by it. 15. Yet pure violence can only be episodic. It cannot procure the deep assent which constitutes power, and it does not replace it. If finds himself in the need to punish with death, he must explain the reason. 16. This amounts to saying that there is no absolute power. So he was the first to come up with the theory of collaboration, and the rallying of opponents, which are, to political terror, what the Cold War is to war. But where, one might ask, is the benefit for humanism? It is in this first that Machiavelli introduces us to the proper environment of politics and allows us to measure the task if we want to put some truth into it. It is still in this, we are shown a beginning of humanity emerging from collective life as if without the knowledge of power, and by the simple fact that it seeks to seduce consciences. The trap of collective life works in both directions. Liberal regimes are always a little less liberal than we think, others a little more. Machiavelli's pessimism is therefore not closed. He even indicated the conditions for a policy which is not unjust. It will be one which pleases the people. Not because the people know everything, but because, if anyone is innocent, it is them. We can satisfy the people without injustice, not the great. These seek to exercise tyranny, that only to avoid it. The people ask for nothing but not to be oppressed. 17. Machiavelli does not say more in The Prince about the relationship between power and the people. But we know that he is a Republican in the discourses on Livy. Perhaps we can therefore extend to the relationships between power and the people what he says about the relationships between the prince and his advisors. He then describes under the name of virtue a way of living with others. The prince must not decide according to others, he would be despised. Nor should he govern in isolation, because isolation is not authority. But there is a possible path between these two failures. The priest Luke said of the Emperor Maximilian, his master, now reigning, that he took advice from no one and yet he never acted according to his own opinions. In this, he follows a route diametrically opposed to the one I have just traced. For, as this prince does not communicate his plans to any of his ministers, the observations come at the very moment when they are to be executed, so that, pressed for time and overcome by annoyances that he had not foreseen, he yields to the advice given to him. 18. There is a way of asserting oneself which wants to suppress others, and which makes one a slave to them. And there is a relationship of consultation and exchange with others, which is not death, but the very act of the self. The original struggle always threatens to reappear. It must be the prince who asks the questions, and he must not, on pain of being scorned, grant anyone permanent authorization to speak frankly. But, at least in the moments when he deliberates, he communicates with others, and, with the decision he makes, the others can rally around, because it is in some respect their decision. The ferocity of the origins is overwhelmed when, between one and the other, the link of common work and fate is established. Then the individual gains from the very gifts he makes to power. There is an exchange between them. When the enemy ravages the territory, and when the subjects, refugees in the city with the prince, see their property pillaged and lost, it is then that they devote themselves to him without reservation, for who only knows that men are attached as much by the good they do as by that they receive. 19. What does it matter, it will be said, if it is still only a question of deception, if it is the major ruse of power to persuade men that they win when they lose? But Machiavelli nowhere says that the subjects are fooled. It describes the birth of a common life, which ignores the barriers of self-esteem. Speaking to the Medici, he proves to them that power does not come without a call for freedom. In this reversal, it is perhaps the prince who is fooled. If Machiavelli was a republican, it was because he had found a principle of communion. By placing conflict and struggle at the origin of social power, he did not want to say that agreement was impossible. He wanted to underline the condition of a power which is not mystifying, and which is participation to a common situation. Machiavelli's immoralism thereby takes on its true meaning. Maxims are always cited from him which refer honesty to private life, and make the interest of power the only rule in politics. But let's see the reasons why he removes politics from pure moral judgment. He gives two. Firstly, that a man who wants to be perfectly honest, among dishonest people, cannot fail to perish sooner or later. 20. Weak argument, since it could also be applied to private life, where Machiavelli nevertheless remains moral. The second reason goes further. It is that, in historical action, kindness is sometimes catastrophic and cruelty less cruel than a good-natured mood. Caesar Borgia was considered cruel, but it was to his cruelty that he owed the advantage of reuniting Romagna to his states, and of re-establishing in this province the peace and tranquility of which it had been deprived for a long time. And, all things considered, we will admit that this prince was more humane than the people of Florence who, to avoid appearing cruel, allowed Pistoia to be destroyed. 21. When it comes to restraining his subjects in duty, one should not worry about the reproach of cruelty, especially since in the end the prince will find himself having been more humane, by making a small number of necessary examples, such as those who, through too much indulgence, encourage disorders and ultimately provoke murder and robbery. Because these tumults upset the state, whereas the penalties inflicted by the prince only concern a few individuals. 22. What sometimes transforms gentleness into cruelty, harshness into value, and overturns the precepts of private life, is that the acts of power intervene in a certain state of opinion, which alters their meaning. They awaken an echo that is sometimes disproportionate, they open or close secret cracks in the block of general consent and initiate a molecular process that can change the entire course of things. Or again, like mirrors arranged in a circle, transform a thin flame into a fairy tale. The acts of power, reflected in the constellation of consciousness, are transfigured, and the reflections of these reflections create an appearance which is the proper place and in short the truth of historical action. Power carries a halo around itself, and its curse, like that of the people who do not know themselves better, is to not see the image of themselves that they offer to others. 23. It is therefore a fundamental condition of politics to take place in appearance. Men in general judge more by their eyes than by their hands. Every man can see, but very few men know how to touch. Everyone easily sees what we appear to be, but almost no one identifies what we are, and this small number of penetrating minds does not dare contradict the multitude, whose shield is the majesty of the state. Now, when it comes to judging the interior of men, and especially that of princes, as we cannot have recourse to courts, we must only focus on the results. The point is to maintain oneself in one's authority. The means, whatever they may be, will always appear honorable, and will be praised by everyone. 24. This does not mean that it is necessary or even preferable to deceive, but that, in the distance and the degree of generality where political relations are established, a legendary character takes shape, made of a few gestures and a few words, and which men honor or hate blindly. The prince is not an impostor. Machiavelli expressly writes, a prince must strive to establish a reputation for kindness, clemency, piety, loyalty, and justice. He must also have all these good qualities. 25. What he means is that, even if true, the qualities of the leader are always prey to legend, because they are not touched, but seen, because they are not known in the movement of life which carries them, but fixed in historical attitudes. The prince must therefore have the feeling of these echoes that his words and his actions awaken. He must maintain contact with these witnesses from whom he derives all his power. He must not govern as a visionary. He must remain free even with regard to his virtues. The prince must have the qualities that he appears to have, says Machiavelli, but, he concludes, remain sufficiently in control of himself to deploy contrary ones, when expedient. 26. A political precept, but which could also be the rule of true morality. For the public judgment according to appearance, which converts the goodness of the prince into weakness, is perhaps not so false. What is a goodness that is incapable of harshness? What is a kindness that aims to be kindness? A gentle way of ignoring others and ultimately despising them. Machiavelli does not ask that we govern by vices, lies, terror, trickery. He tries to define a political virtue, which is, for the prince, to speak to these mute spectators around him and caught in dizziness life together. True strength of soul, since it is a question, between the desire to please and the challenge, between self-indulgent goodness and cruelty, of conceiving a historic enterprise in which all can join. This virtue is not exposed to the reversals experienced by moralizing politics, because it immediately places us in the relationship with others that it ignores. It is this that Machiavelli takes as a sign of value in politics, and not success, since he gives as an example Caesar Borgia, who was not successful, but had virtue, and puts Francis Sforza far behind him, who succeeded, but by fortune. 27. As sometimes happens, the tough politician loves men and freedom more truly than the declared humanist. It is Machiavelli who praises Brutus, and it is Dante who damns him. By mastering its relationships with others, power overcomes the obstacles between man and brings some transparency to our relationships, as if men could only be close at a sort of distance. What makes Machiavelli difficult to understand is that he unites the most acute feeling of contingency or the irrational in the world with the taste for conscience or freedom in man. Considering this history where there is so much disorder, so much oppression, so much unexpectedness and reversals, he sees nothing that predestines it to a final consonance. It evokes the idea of a fundamental chance, of an adversity which would escape the grasp of the most intelligent and the strongest. And if he finally exorcises this evil genius, it is not by any transcendent principle, but by a simple recourse to the data of our condition. He dismisses hope and despair with the same gesture. If there is adversity, it is nameless, without intentions. We cannot find anywhere an obstacle that we have not contributed to making through our errors or our faults. We cannot limit our power anywhere. Whatever the surprises of the event, we cannot get rid of anticipation and awareness any more than we can get rid of our bodies. As we have free will, we must, it seems to me, recognize that chance governs half or a little more than half of our actions, and that we direct the rest. 28. Even if we come to suppose a hostile principle in things, as we do not know its plans, it is like nothing to us. Men must never abandon themselves, since they do not know their end and it comes by oblique and unknown paths. They always have reason to hope, and, hoping, must never abandon themselves, whatever fortune and whatever peril they may encounter. Find 29. Chance only appears when we give up understanding and wanting. Fortune exerts its power when no barrier is placed against it. She focuses her efforts on poorly defended points. 30. If there seems to be an inflexible course of things, it is only in the past. If fortune appears sometimes favorable and sometimes unfavorable, it is because man sometimes understands and sometimes does not understand his time, and the same qualities make his success and his loss depending on the case, but not by chance. 31. As in our relationships with others, Machiavelli defines in our relationships with fortune a virtue as far removed from solitude as from docility. It indicates as our only recourse this presence to others and to our time which makes us find others at the moment when we renounce oppressing them, find success at the moment when we renounce adventure, escape destiny at the moment when we understand our times. Even adversity for us takes on a human form. Fortune is a woman. I think it is better to be too bold than too circumspect, because fortune is a woman. She only yields to violence and boldness. We see from experience that she gives herself to fierce men rather than to cold men. 32. There is definitely nothing, for a man, which is completely against humanity, because humanity is alone in its order. The idea of a fortuitous and unconvinced humanity is what gives absolute value to our virtue. When we have understood what, in the possibilities of the moment, is humanly valid, the signs and omens never fail. Must the sky speak? He has already demonstrated his will by striking signs. We saw the sea parting its depths, a cloud tracing the path to follow, water gushing from the rock and manna falling from the sky. It is up to us to do the rest, since God, by doing everything without us, would strip us of the action of our free will, and at the same time of the portion of choice reserved for us. 33. What humanism is more radical than this? Machiavelli did not ignore values. He saw them alive, rustling like a construction site, linked to certain historical actions, Italy to be made, the barbarians to be driven out. For the one who accomplishes such undertakings, his earthly religion finds the words of the other religion. Isurians impulvit bonus, et divides dimisit inanes. 34. As A says. Renaudé, this student of the prudent boldness of Rome never wanted to deny the role played, in universal history, by the inspiration, the genius, the action, discerned by Plato and by Goethe, of some unknown demon. But, for passion, aided by force, to have the virtue of renewing a world, it must be nourished by dialectical certainty as much as by feeling. If Machiavelli does not exclude poetry and intuition from the domain of practice, this poetry is truth, this intuition is made up of theory and calculation. 35. Asterisk. What we disapprove of in him is the idea that history is a struggle and politics has a relationship with men rather than with principles. Yet is there anything more certain? Hasn't history, after Machiavelli even better than before him, shown that principles are binding on nothing and that they are flexible to all ends? Let's leave contemporary history. The progressive abolition of slavery had been proposed by Abbot Gregoire in 1789. It was in 1794 that it was voted by the Convention, at the time when, in the words of a colonist, throughout France servants, peasants, workers, agricultural day laborers demonstrate against the aristocracy of the skin. 36 And where the provincial bourgeoisie, which drew its income from Saint-Domingue, no longer holds power. Liberals know the art of retaining principles on the slope of unwelcome consequences. There is more, applied in a suitable situation, the principles are instruments of oppression. Pitt notes that 50% of the slaves imported into the English islands were resold to the French colonies. English slave traders made Saint-Domingue prosperous and gave France the European market. He therefore took sides against slavery. He asked Wilberforce to take the campaign, writes Mr. James. Wilberforce represented the important region of Yorkshire. He was a man of great reputation. Expressions of humanity, justice, national shame, etc., would do well in his mouth. Clarkson came to Paris to stimulate the dormant energies, to subsidize them, and to overwhelm the France of English propaganda. 37. There are no illusions about the fate that this propaganda reserved for the slaves of Saint-Domingue. A few years later, at war with France, Pitt signed an agreement with 4 French colonists which put the colony under English protection until peace, and re-established slavery and mulatto discrimination. Clearly, it is not only important to know what principles we choose, but also who, what forces, what men apply them. It's even clearer, the same principles can be used by both adversaries. When Bonaparte sent troops against Saint-Domingue who were to perish there, many officers and all the soldiers believed they were fighting for the revolution. They saw in Toussaint a traitor sold to priests, emigrants, and the English. The men still considered that they belonged to a revolutionary army. However, on certain nights, they heard the blacks inside the fortress singing La Marseillaise, Caira, and other revolutionary songs. Lacroix recounts that the deceived soldiers, hearing these songs, stood up and looked at their officers as if to say to them, "Would justice be on the side of our barbarian enemies? Are we no longer the soldiers of Republican France? And have we become vulgar political instruments?" 38. But what? France was the country of the Revolution. Bonaparte, who had devoted some of his acquisitions, marched against Toussaint Louverture. So it was clear, Toussaint was a counter-revolutionary serving abroad. Here as often, everyone fights in the name of the same values, freedom, justice. What decides is the type of men for whom we demand freedom or justice, with whom we intend to form a society, slaves or masters. Machiavelli was right, we must have values, but that is not enough, and it is even dangerous to stop there, as long as we have not chosen those whose mission is to carry them into the historical struggle, we have done nothing. However, it is not only in the past that we see republics refusing citizenship to their colonies, killing in the name of liberty and taking the offensive in the name of the law. Of course, the harsh wisdom of Machiavelli will not blame them. History is a struggle, and if republics did not struggle they would disappear. At least we must see that the means remain bloody, merciless, sordid. It was the supreme ruse of the Crusades not to admit it. The circle should be broken. It is obviously on this ground that a critique of Machiavelli is possible and necessary. He was not wrong to emphasize the problem of power. but he was content to evoke in a few words a power which would not be unjust. He did not seek its definition very energetically. What discourages him is that he believes that men are immutable, and that regimes follow one another in cycles. 39. There will always be two kinds of men, those who live and those who make history, the miller, the baker, the hotelier with whom Machiavelli in exile spends his day, chatting and playing backgammon, and the great men whose history, in the evening, dressed in court attire, he reads, whom he questions, who always answer him. No doubt he has never resigned himself to separating himself from spontaneous men. He would not spend days contemplating them if they were not like a mystery to him. Is it true that these men could love and understand the same things that he understands and loves? Seeing so much blindness on one side, and such a natural art of commanding on the other, he is tempted to think that there is not one humanity, but historical men and patients, and to rank on the first side. It was then that, having no longer any reason to prefer one armed prophet to another, he only acted at random. He based rash hopes on the son of Laurent de Medici, and Medici, following his own rules, compromised him without using him. A Republican, he disavows in the preface to the History of Florence the judgment that the Republicans passed on the Medici, and the Republicans, who do not forgive him, will not use it further. Machiavelli's conduct reveals what was missing in his policy, a common thread which allowed him to recognize, among the powers, those from whom there was something valid to hope for, and to decidedly elevate virtue above morality. Opportunism. It should also be added, to be fair, that the task was difficult. For Machiavelli's contemporaries, the political problem was first of all to know whether the Italians would long be prevented from cultivating and living by the raids of France, of Spain, or even those of the papacy. What could he reasonably want, if not an Italian nation and soldiers to make it? To create humanity, we had to start by creating this piece of human life. In the discordance of a Europe which did not know itself, of a world which had not made its own inventory and where the countries and the dispersed men had not yet looked at each other, where was the universal people who could to be an accomplice of a popular Italian city? How would the people of all countries have recognized, concerted and joined together? There is no serious humanism other than that which awaits, throughout the world, the effective recognition of man by man. It cannot therefore precede the moment when humanity provides itself with its means of communication and communion. They exist today, and the problem of a real humanism, posed by Machiavelli, was taken up by Marx 100 years ago. Can we say that it is resolved? Marx specifically proposed, in order to create humanity, to find another support than that, always equivocal, of principles. He sought in the situation and in the vital movement of the most exploited, the most oppressed, the most powerless men, the foundation of a revolutionary power, that is to say capable of suppressing exploitation and oppression. But it appeared that the whole problem was to create power for the powerless. Because either, to remain the power of the proletariat, it had to follow the fluctuations of the consciousness of the masses, and then it would quickly be defeated, or else, if it wanted to escape it, it had to make itself judge of the interests of the proletariat, and then it constituted itself in power in the traditional sense. It was the outline of a new ruling layer. The solution could only be found in an absolutely new relationship between power and those subject to it. It was necessary to invent political forms capable of controlling power without annulling it. It was necessary to have leaders capable of explaining to those subject the reasons for a policy, and of obtaining from themselves, if they became necessary, the sacrifices that power usually imposes on them. These political forms were outlined, these leaders appeared in the Revolution of 1917, but, from the time of the Kronstadt Commune, the revolutionary power lost contact with a fraction of the proletariat, although tested, and, to hide the conflict, he starts to lie. He proclaimed that the general staff of the insurgents was in the hands of the White Guards, just as Bonaparte's troops treated Toussaint Louverture as a foreign agent. Already the divergence is disguised as sabotage, the opposition as espionage. We see the struggles that it had to overcome reappear within the revolution. And, as if to prove Machiavelli right, while the revolutionary government resorts to the classic tricks of power, the opposition does not lack sympathy even among the enemies of the revolution. Does all power tend to become autonomous, and is this an inevitable destiny in any society of men, or is it a contingent evolution, linked to the particular conditions of the revolution in Russia, to the clandestineness of the revolutionary movement before 1917, to the weakness of the Russian proletariat, and which would not have occurred in a Western revolution? This is obviously the essential problem. In any case, now that the Kronstadt expedient has become a system and revolutionary power has decidedly replaced the proletariat as the ruling layer, with the power attributes of an uncontrolled elite, we can conclude that, 100 years after Marx, the problem of a real humanism remains intact, and therefore show indulgence towards Machiavelli, who could only glimpse it. If we call humanism a philosophy of the inner man which finds no difficulty of principle in its relationships with others, no opacity in social functioning, and replaces political culture with moral exhortation, Machiavelli is not humanist. But if we call humanism a philosophy which confronts as a problem the relationship between man and the constitution between them of a situation and a history which is common to them, then it must be said that Machiavelli formulated some conditions of any serious humanism. And Machiavelli's disavowal, so common today, then takes on a worrying meaning. It would be the decision to ignore the tasks of true humanism. There is a way of disavowing Machiavelli which is Machiavellian. It is the pious ruse of those who direct their eyes and ours towards the heaven of principles to distract them from what they do. And there is a way of praising Machiavelli which is the complete opposite of Machiavellianism, since it honors in his work a contribution to political clarity. 11. Man and Adversity 1. It is quite impossible to review in 1 hour the progress of philosophical research concerning man over the last 50 years. Even if we could suppose this infinite competence in a single head, we would be stopped by the discordance of the authors which must be accounted for. It is like a law of culture that it never progresses except obliquely, each new idea becoming, after the person who instituted it, something other than what it was with him. A man cannot receive a heritage of ideas without transforming it by the very fact that he becomes aware of it, without injecting it with his own, and always different, way of being. A tireless volubility makes ideas move as they are born, like a need for expressiveness never satisfied, say linguists, transforms languages at the very moment when one would believe that they are reaching the goal, having succeeded in ensure, between the speaking subjects, an apparently unequivocal communication. How would we dare to count acquired ideas, since, even when they have been received almost universally, it is always by becoming also other than themselves? Besides, a table of acquired knowledge would not be enough. Even if we put together the truths of the half-century, it would remain, to restore their secret affinity, to reawaken the personal and interpersonal experience to which they respond, and the logic of the situations about which they relate. Are defined. A valid or great work is never an effect of life, but it is always a response to its very particular events or to its most general structures. Free to say yes or no, and still to motivate and circumscribe his assent and refusal variously, the writer cannot, however, do without having to choose his life in a certain historical landscape, in a certain state of problems, which excludes certain solutions, even if it does not impose any, and which gives Gide, Proust, Valéry, however different they may be, the indisputable quality of contemporaries. The movement of ideas only comes to discover truths by responding to some pulsation of inter-individual life, and every change in man's knowledge relates to a new way, within him, of exercising his existence. If man is the being who is not content to coincide with himself, as a thing, but who represents himself, sees himself, imagines himself, gives himself symbols, rigorous or fantastic, it is very clear that in return any change in the representation of man translates a change in man himself. It is therefore the entire history of this half-century, with its projects, its disappointments, its wars, its revolutions, its daring, its panics, its inventions, its failures, which should be evoked here. We can only decline this unlimited task. However, this transformation of the knowledge of man which we cannot hope to determine by a rigorous method, from works, ideas, and history, has been sediment in us, it is our substance. We have a vivid and complete feeling of this when we refer to the writings or the facts of the beginning of this century. What we can try is to identify in ourselves, in 2 or 3 chosen respects, the modifications of the human situation. It would take infinite explanations and comments, dispelling 1,000 misunderstandings, translating very different systems of concepts into one another, to establish an objective relationship, for example, between the philosophy of Husserl and the work of Faulkner. And yet, in us, readers, they communicate. In the eyes of the third witness, the same people who believe themselves to be adversaries, like Ingres and Delacroix, are reconciled because they respond to a single cultural situation. We are the same men who experienced the development of communism, war, as their problem, who read Gide and Valéry and Proust, and Husserl, and Heidegger and Freud. Whatever our responses, there must be a way to circumscribe sensitive areas of our experience and to formulate, if not ideas about man that are common to us, at least a new experience of our condition. Subject to these reservations, we propose to admit that our century is distinguished by a completely new association of materialism and spiritualism, of pessimism and optimism, or rather by the overcoming of these antitheses. Our contemporaries think at the same time and without difficulty that human life is the demand for an original order, and that this order cannot last or even truly exist under certain very precise and very concrete conditions which may be lacking, no natural arrangement of things and the world not predestining them to make human life possible. There were indeed, in 1900, philosophers and scientists who put certain biological and material conditions for the existence of humanity. But they were usually materialists in the sense that the word had at the end of the last century. They made humanity an episode of evolution, civilizations a particular case of adaptation, and even resolved life into its physical and chemical components. For them, the properly human perspective on the world was a phenomenon of surplus, and those who saw the contingency of humanity usually treated values, institutions, works of art, words as a system of signs which referred ultimately to the basic needs and desires of all organisms. There were, moreover, spiritualist authors who assumed other driving forces in humanity than these, but, when they did not derive them from some supernatural source, they related them to a human nature which guaranteed their unconditioned effectiveness. Human nature had the attributes of truth and justice, just as other species have the fin or the wing. The era was full of these absolutes and these separate notions. There was the absolute of the state, through all events, and we considered dishonest a state which did not repay its lenders, even if it was in the middle of a revolution. The value of a currency was an absolute, and there was little thought of treating it as a simple aid to economic and social functioning. There was also a gold standard of morality. Family and marriage were good, even if they gave rise to revolt and hatred. The things of the spirit were noble in themselves, even if the books translated, like so many works of 1900, only morose reveries. There were values and on the other hand realities. There was the mind and on the other hand the body, there was the interior and on the other hand the exterior. But what if the order of facts invaded that of values? What if we realized that dichotomies are only tenable below a certain point of misery and danger? Even those of us today who use the word humanism no longer support the shameless humanism of our elders. The characteristic of our time is perhaps to dissociate humanism and the idea of a full humanity, and not only to reconcile, but to consider as inseparable the consciousness of human values and that of the infrastructures which carry them in existence. Asterisk. Our century has erased the dividing line between body and spirit and sees human life as spiritual and corporeal through and through, always supported by the body, always interested, even in its most carnal modes, in reports of people. For many thinkers at the end of the 19th century, the body was a piece of matter, a bundle of mechanisms. The 20th century restored and deepened the notion of the flesh, that is to say the animated body. It would be interesting to follow, in psychoanalysis, for example, the transition from a conception of the body which was initially, for Freud, that of 19th century doctors, to the modern notion of the lived body. At the starting point, did psychoanalysis not follow on from mechanistic philosophies of the body, and is this not still how we often understand it? Doesn't the Freudian system explain the most complex and elaborate behaviors of adult man by instinct, and in particular the sexual instinct, by physiological conditions, by a composition of forces which is beyond the reach of our consciousness, or which was even realized once and for all in childhood before the age of rational control and the truly human relationship with culture and with others? This was perhaps the appearance in Freud's early work, and for a reader in a hurry, but as psychoanalysis, in himself and in his successors, rectifies these initial notions in contact with clinical experience, we see the emergence of a new notion of the body which was called for by the initial notions. It is not wrong to say that Freud wanted to base all human development on instinctive development, but we would go further to say that his work overturns, from the beginning, the notion of instinct and dissolves the criteria by which until he was believed to be able to circumscribe it. If the word instinct means anything, it is a device internal to the organism, which ensures, with a minimum of exercise, certain responses adapted to certain situations characteristic of the species. Now, the characteristic of Freudianism is to show that there is no, in this sense, a sexual instinct in man, which the polymorphous perverse child does not establish, when he does so. A so-called normal sexual activity only at the end of a difficult individual history. The power to love, uncertain of its apparatuses as of its goals, moves through a series of investments which approach the canonical form of love, anticipates and regresses, repeats itself and surpasses itself without being able to never pretend that so-called normal sexual love is nothing but itself. The bond between the child and the parents, so powerful to begin as well as to delay the story, is not itself of the instinctive order. For Freud it is a spiritual connection. It is not because the child has the same blood as his parents that he loves them, it is because he knows he comes from them or that he sees them turn towards him, that therefore he identifies with them, conceives himself in their image, conceives them in his image. The ultimate psychological reality is for Freud the system of attractions and tensions which connects the child to the parental figures, then, through them, to all the others, and in which he tries different positions in turn, the last of which will be his adult attitude. It is not only the object of love that escapes any definition by instinct, it is the very way of loving. We know that adult love, supported by a tenderness which gives credit, which does not require at every moment new proofs of an absolute attachment, and which takes the other as he is, at his distance and in his autonomy, is for psychoanalysis conquered over an infantile love which demands everything at every moment and which is responsible for what can remain devouring and impossible in all love. And if the passage to the genitals is necessary for this transformation, it is never sufficient to guarantee it. Freud already described in children a relationship with others which occurs through the regions and functions of their body least capable of discrimination and articulated action, the mouth, which only knows how to suck or bite. The sphincter apparatus, which can only hold or give. However, these primordial modes of relationship with others can remain predominant even in the genital life of the adult. Then the relationship with others remains caught in the impasses of the immediate absolute, oscillating from an inhuman demand, from an absolute selfishness, to a devouring devotion, which destroys the subject itself. Thus sexuality and more generally the corporeality that Freud considers as the basis of our existence is a power of investment that is initially absolute and universal. It is only sexual in the sense that it reacts immediately to visible differences of the maternal and paternal body and role. The physiological and the instinct are enveloped in a central requirement of absolute possession which cannot be the fact of a piece of matter, which is of the order of what we ordinarily call consciousness. Again, we are wrong to speak here of consciousness, since this is to bring back the dichotomy of the soul and the body, to the moment when Freudianism is in the process of contesting it, and thus to transform our idea of the body like our idea of the mind. Psychical facts have meaning, Freud wrote in one of his oldest works. This meant that no behavior in man is the simple result of some bodily mechanism, that there is not, in behavior, a spiritual center and a periphery of automatism, and that all our gestures participate in their own way in this unique activity of explanation and meaning which is ourselves. At least as much as reducing superstructures to instinctive infrastructures, Freud strives to show that there is no inferior or low in human life. We therefore could not be further from an explanation from below. At least as much as he explains adult behavior by a fatality inherited from childhood, Freud shows in childhood a premature adult life, and for example in the child's sphincter behavior a first choice of his relationships of generosity or of greed with others. At least as much as it explains the psychological through the body, it shows the psychological meaning of the body, its secret or latent logic. We can therefore no longer speak of sex as a locatable device or of the body as a mass of matter, as of a final cause. Neither cause, nor simple instrument or means, they are the vehicle, the fulcrum, the steering wheel of our life. None of the notions that philosophy had developed, cause, effect, means, end, matter, form, is sufficient to think about the relationships of the body to total life, its engagement with personal life or the engagement of personal life. On him, the body is enigmatic, part of the world no doubt, but strangely offered, like its habitat, to an absolute desire to approach others and join them in their body too, animated and animating, the natural figure of the spirit. With psychoanalysis the mind passes into the body as conversely the body passes into the mind. This research cannot fail to upset, at the same time as our idea of the body, that which we have of its partner, the mind. It must be admitted that here there is still much to be done to extract from psychoanalytic experience all that it contains, and that psychoanalysts, starting with Freud, have been content with the scaffolding of unsatisfactory notions. To account for this osmosis between the anonymous life of the body and the official life of the person, which is Freud's great discovery, it was necessary to introduce something between the organism and ourselves as a result of deliberate acts, of knowledge express. This was Freud's unconscious. It is enough to follow the transformations of this proteus notion in Freud's work, the diversity of its uses, the contradictions into which it entails, to ensure that this is not a mature notion and that it still remains, as Freud suggests in the Essays on Psychoanalysis, to correctly formulate what he was aiming for under this provisional designation. The unconscious evokes at first sight the place of a dynamic of impulses of which only the result would be given to us. And yet the unconscious cannot be a third-person process, since it is it which chooses what, of us, will be admitted into official existence, which avoids the thoughts or situations which we resist and which it is therefore not non-knowledge, but rather unrecognized, unformulated knowledge, which we do not want to assume. In approximate language, Freud is here on the verge of discovering what others have better called ambiguous perception. It is by working in this direction that we will find a civil state for this consciousness which brushes against its objects, eludes them at the moment when it is about to pose them, takes them into account, like the blind man of obstacles, rather than ignoring them. Recognizes, who does not want to know them, ignores them insofar as he knows them insofar as he ignores them, and who underlies our actions and our knowledge on purpose.